I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver, their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream, folks. I have no idea what the fuck is going on tonight. Nah, y'all, we're just gonna do a little cold, little chill, maybe some counter-apologetics. Sam is wandering around the studio somewhere. We got the golden mirror in the house, making sure I am the most fly. We got the golden plate in the building, of course. The refiner's fire is burning. Let's seal it up. It's getting kind of hot in here. And none other than the main man, Jewish Space Laser. Give it up one time for the crew, y'all. Give it up one time for the crew. All right, let's get into some coding shit where none of y'all will have any idea what the fuck is going on. All right, great. Sounds good. I also think I might be jumping into T-Jump's server here, so let's see what's up. Yes. Let me send out the StreamYard link. That's where I'm live right now. We're just handling some Discord business. Handle this over here for now until I decide I trust y'all. All right. Let's see. Cameron. Let's send Cameron the link. And then let's see the T-Jump server. We're in. Y'all some anonymous ass motherfuckers in here. You know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to build relationships, community. How y'all doing tonight? The Most High Apostle. How y'all doing? Some random black dude. I hate when, I know you're having a good time and then the black dudes show up smoking weed, being loud. Exactly. You already know. Yes. Yes, responsible for the worship service and the ministry act, the spiritual development, and what is it? I always mess it up. It's spiritual acquisition and ministry development. Sorry about that. I'm messing up my lines. Yes, thank you. I was in purgatory for quite some time. It was rough there. Apparently, a lot more Christians there than you would think. I can't. That's nice. Good for them. Nice to meet all you guys. It's a pretty good name. No name. I think I've been in here like 3 minutes. Well, I've been here like 3 minutes and I haven't seen any male genitalia, so we're off to a really great start. It's just been a privilege. My Discord's been bombed lately, just all over the place. It's just your head is penile shaped. It's just damn genetics. So what's the thing you guys are doing? Barely, one day at a time. Look both ways. Yeah, I think we should wear body cameras, right? 24/7 black guy body cameras. That's what we need. Just put them on big gold chains so they look cool. We can hang them around our necks. Um, I stay in the bunker. Awful. I think they just were like, weren't they just, hey, weren't they just building some trenches and stuff down there in the Chernobyl grounds? The Russians? Yeah, I just heard it was pretty sad, actually. It's a mess. So what's this thing you guys are supposed to do tonight? Wait, is that Deacon No Name? Oh my goodness. In the flesh. That's good to know, actually. Now I don't know if I want you on camera though. Is there an off button for this guy? Oh, you can do disable video. Oh, there's the no name I know. Look at that. Now it's like, now I'm nostalgic for the profile picture. Although I shouldn't probably pretend that since we started watching each other that you're the one who's gone through the more dramatic transformation. Damn. I actually had hair like a big fro all semester, and then I cut it right before the last day of class. And my students were like, "What the did you just like what just happened?" Yeah, it was fun. I thought about it for a long for a long time. You got to have the right barber. Pocket Locker. Jay, yeah. Jay works. Yeah, 3 letters. Jay. Very enjoying the solo life. Yeah, it's all right. Listen, I'm very flattered, and the idea of dating me feels like a really great idea. And then you get a load of my schedule, and you're like, I'm out. the best the the best ability is availability, and I don't have it. What are you drinking? Yeah, do you remember them? Yeah, that happens a lot. It's a lot more common than, yeah, it's kind of troubling, but happens a lot. You, yeah, yeah, a lot of schools don't. Were you in a biology department? Because a lot of biology departments don't even teach evolution. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it has something to do with it here, right? I mean, it's why they don't teach evolution everywhere they should. I mean, you really shouldn't be able to get through a program in biology without a lot of evolution, but you can, and you can get through med school without evolution too. Yeah, I'm an evolutionary biologist. Yeah. I like reading about evolution for money. I'm actually doing evolution right now. I'm coding. So this is this is one of my code nights. I'm on YouTube. I got I got my code counter-apologetics and chill stream going on the stream channel. Not the show channel, the stream channel. God, how do people get this confused? uh, yeah, it is. What do you code? Ooh, really? And so it'll be better because you get a lot more data rather than forcing people to make a choice. Yeah. There's a lot of interest. So I used to do like sexual selection research in humans, and there's a lot of interesting research results that are like, this result is true if you force people to make a choice, but the data is not nearly that clear. Like a lot of stuff on sex differences, right? It's like we can show a strong sex difference if you force people to like that identifies either one to like make a choice. But if you like don't force them to make a choice, you realize there's a lot more overlap in the behavior than would be revealed under the conditions of a forced choice. And then there's a lot of stuff even with like exams with stuff like this, right? Like open-ended questions versus multiple choice, and yeah, it's actually kind of interesting stuff. So what kind of what are you coded what do you code in? Yeah, all right. I use Python and C, and I'm trying to learn Rust. Yeah, I like it, but it's yeah, I don't know. I like coding. I get that's not for everybody, but I personally am one of those people who's like, yeah, I really enjoy like being in a room by myself all day and not having to deal with people and doing what I want. Yeah. No, me? Well, I have to look up at. Oh, you mean no name? That's I know, and that's why I gotta go. That's why I'm about to turn your video off. Can't it's distracting. There we go. Yeah, that's what it looked like. That's exactly what it looked like. Oh, what was the question? Yeah, but just audio. I said it when I came in. You're not. Oh, do you guys want me to? I'm sorry. I thought you guys were all like YouTube folks. Yeah, you're all plenty anonymous. Although it's a shame. It's a shame. As much as I want everybody to see, as much as I want everybody to see No Name. Oh, sorry. It's a step up. It's a step up. Who's this? I literally, yeah, I don't. There's just so many people. There's so many people right now watching, and the chat's going crazy. All right, here we go. Some good old counter apologizing. Oh, you know what? A no name. No name. I lied. They're not on stream. You guys just going to my headphones. I need to put something on stream. My stream has been silent the whole time, I think, because I thought you guys were on stream, but you're not. All right, let's find something else. Yeah, dude, I was literally like this is what I was talking about. I was trying to watch this video earlier. This guy was reviewing Cameron from Caption Christianity, and he was reviewing why does God allow pain and suffering, and I honestly it was just such drivel. I'm just like really having a hard time believing that anybody is seriously into that stuff. Damn, I should have. I'm not a morning person, but you guys just made me wish I would have got up and made myself a breakfast burrito and been around or something. Cameron Bertuzzi, but it was like a Christian apologize. It was like an apologist trying to like correct Bertuzzi with like the correct interpretation of whatever Bertuzzi was going on about. And so it was, yeah, it was just wild to me. I don't Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of into it because of I guess the apologist on apologist violence of it all. I kind of do like to see that. Yeah, exactly. A little good at infighting. What's that? Oh yeah, yeah. To me, to Heartbreak Jay. Oh yeah. No, he's got to win a Jacob's Ladder tournament. That's what we decided to call the tournament. Uh, and then there's a Hell in a Cell match at the end, and he's got to. And if he gets through all that, he gets his rematch, which is not going to do him any good. I'm gonna be honest with you. We could give Mankind a guest appearance. I feel like Mankind fits into like the spiritual realm somewhere, sort of a dark, ethereal boiler room type of, like a boiler room shrine type of cult representative. Yeah, yeah. The idea is that, yeah. The thing is, no, it's not. It's very. Listen. You tell my chiropractor it's virtual. It's like celebrity death match for, yeah. It's like religion celebrity death match. Yeah, yeah. Something's, yeah. So I just, it's got to be a stunner called the minimal facts. Yeah. So what about the fact that the historical Jesus would ruin Christianity? No, I'm very serious. A historical Jesus would be the instant death of Christianity, right? Because, all right, there's a lot of sources, but my thinking is, right, is if we just grant them like Jesus was real, he was totally historical person. All right, what are you left with? Like he was a Jewish rabbi. Yes, we have to get deep into the Jewish blood magic of it all. Yup, turns out that's right. Jesus was a Jew for reals, for realsy, for realsy. Looked a little bit like a Saddam Hussein remix. So let's correct all the imagery. Maybe he was. Maybe that's, yeah. Oh, Lil Dicky, yeah, save your money. Yeah. Where would you call religious theist? We believe atheism makes the world a better place, and we personally subscribe to the Mike Murdoch gospel of prosperity version of atheism. Stacks on stacks on stacks, stacks on stacks, stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks. This is the Mike Murdoch. This is the Mike Murdoch, yeah, the Mike Murdoch vision with the golden. We got the golden plate. You contribute to the building fund. Rhinestones ain't free. Yeah, it's it. Well, it's a genuine collection plate. You know, they don't sell blingy ones at the real ministry supply store. I got this from the ministry supply store. This is not. This is a official ecumenical stuff here. You know, it's important things you got to have. You can't just be putting your offering in what, like a basket or envelope, or like you're gonna pass around a plastic bag. You got to have a golden plate. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, you know what? You know what we should do? No name. We should convince. All right, like tax the rich, right, and then contribute to our tax free atheist church as a tax write off. You know what I mean? Like that should be the new vision for the rich. When they tax the rich, you need them extra write offs. Put money in the plate. Put your money in the plate. That's exactly. Yeah, spreading the word of doubt is costly, is expensive. Yeah, got out of private jet. Wait, do y'all know what Mike Murdoch said? Mike Murdoch says he only likes fresh cash. He said you got to get rid of the cash after it's been sitting around too long. Not because it's no longer worth, it's just old money. It's like a bad vibe. It's like a bad vibe. It'll like ruin your whole Jesus spiritual blessing chi if you keep the old cash around. It was crazy. It's very fucked up. What? I feel like something serious just broke out. Somebody was having a medical call. Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty funny, actually. Wait, who are you talking? Who threw a fit? I like fits. Throwing fits is entertaining. It's good stuff. Good content right there. So what is so then? If they're not, if they didn't, if you're not saying they didn't make the wrong call, then how is it unreasonable for people to be? So then, isn't it reasonable for a parent to say, "Hey, the cop's not doing the right thing right now. I'm either A, super upset about that, or B, going to do something about it myself." Do you have children? And so you wouldn't go in after your kids if you would just stand there? Okay. No, it wouldn't. But okay. I mean, sure. I mean, no. It might be what they do, but that doesn't mean it would be appropriate. It might be what they feel like they have to do to control a situation. I'm not saying I don't understand that. What I'm saying is that a lot of parents, and if I were in the parent situation, I wouldn't give a shit. And yes, I would also no, I'm just being honest. I'm not just trying. No, no, no. That's what I'm saying. And so I'm saying, if that happened, right? And so a cop says, "Oh, we're not going to let you go in after your kid," and he tases me or arrests me for doing so, I would understand that he's doing his job. That doesn't mean I think it would be a pro. I would still mean I think I got to do what I got to do. If he's got to stop me, he's got to stop me. That's just how this is going to go down. But I'm probably not going to just stand there while he doesn't go after. Yeah, no, I don't. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, you're referring to your conversation from earlier? Okay, okay, sorry. No, I get that. No, I get it. I literally I worked in a law department where we had the mayor try to do a bunch of hero shit. Cory Booker was the actual mayor, and we actually had to write legal paperwork to the mayor's office on behalf of the city like you can't do that. Like we don't care if you're the mayor. You're not allowed to go put yourself in harm's way because you want to save the day or whatever. So yeah, it'd be the same thing for parents or anybody else. But what I'm just saying is that like some shit went on there that was super fucked up. Most parents in most of these situations, the police respond in such a way that most parents wouldn't even think to go in. So clearly something out of the ordinary was happening there. And then I was just thinking the fact that the police themselves, the FBI or whoever it is, the fact that there's so many investigations into their response, I think says perfectly clear that even law enforcement recognize that something very out of the ordinary took place. Or something good to substantiate what? I mean, But who's to blame for that though, right? Like that's what they prioritize in their spending. But isn't that, I mean, to me that like just says that we should be supporting these like high power assault rifle bands, right? So an entire police force and SWAT team and all of these people don't feel outgunned by one dude. I still just don't. I still don't understand how they. I don't know. I just think the issue here. I don't know how we can defend their response. I just don't think. I don't get like. I just don't get the. Of course, but that's what we do in life. We could say that about the Super Bowl. That doesn't make it. That doesn't mean we're not going to say Tom Brady made a dumb decision when he threw that ball. Yeah, that's exactly what we should do. And some of it's just being anger. And also, I got to be honest with you. I just don't have a lot of sympathy for cops. I mean, I could sit here and tell I know a lot of cops. I know a lot of great cops and that do a lot of wonderful things. But I myself and a lot of people have also had a lot of shit experiences with cops. I think we can all set that aside. And I just think like people are gonna be outraged when the people who say don't handle shit call us when shit hits the fan, we'll handle it, and we do that, and then they don't handle it. People are going to take matters into their own hands. And then if the police decide, because the footage I saw basically looked like the people were begging and pleading the police, do something, do something, do something, do something. They eventually decided crowd control on the angry parents was, something they were going to take care of right then and there while they, took, and it just looked like a mess. And it's just hard to sit here and say that we're doing anything other than calling out people who this is their job. And if they fucked up, then we should be pissed at them and like, y'all fucked up. And they should probably be held legally responsible. Because honestly, I think a lot of police officers, I hate to say this, they're just humans. But that's the exact reason they shouldn't be police officers. This is no situation for the average person to be in without some sort of super, super extensive tactical weapons, psychological, all of that type of training. And we need to start bringing these issues to light because, hey, if we're going to live in a country where there's a mass shooting every other week, there's a really good probability you find yourself in this type of situation as a cop. And if you're not really willing to walk into that type of situation, then you need to reevaluate your career choices or get a desk job pronto. It's just not. It's like the same shit I feel about. It's like same shit I feel about like apologists, right? When they show up with their bullshit scholarship. Look, everybody ain't cut out for academia. It's just the facts of life. If you don't want to do the hard work, get the real degrees, do the real experiments, publish the real papers, get through peer review, go play somewhere else. You know, and it's like that in every walk of life. No, I don't. I don't, which is why I wouldn't be a police officer. Right. Yeah, I felt like I couldn't blame the parents for doing that. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And my other and then my thing is, go ahead. Again, my thing is you gotta until you gotta Yeah, I'm just saying we shouldn't use our imaginations. I mean, we could always say that, right? You could go and say, well, there's a cat in a tree. Well, what if somebody rigged the tree for a. Right, right, right. That's what I'm thinking. Right. And also, I would say even more to that point, like the stakes matter, right? So, no name. If it was like the counterfactual of like, just say, let's not, make a hire too quickly because we haven't interviewed all the candidates. We really like this person, but what if the greatest person is, we got to do 3 more interviews. So let's just do all the interviews. Okay, that's one thing, right? But again, I don't think you can afford that type of thing when it's an active shooter situation. I think even in your situation, y'all got to go ahead and run in there and get bombed then, and then we'll figure out what the new tactic is for that. There's active shooters who now set up traps and their bombs. But for y'all to sit around and say, and I, can y'all hear me better? Check, 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 check. And uh, also what's weird to me is like the whole. Oh, I'm still muted. I thought so. Can you guys hear me? Okay, hang on. All right, I'll come back in. Let me see. Can you guys hear me? Nope, can't hear me. All right, hang on. Let's check, check, check. Check, 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 check. All right. Can you hear me? All right. Is it any better? I heard it was quiet, super quiet before. I was trying to turn it up, but then I guess I turned it up too much. You said I cut out again? All right. Yeah, I gotta try to fix these settings over here. No, it's all right. It's all right. All right. Is that any better? Can you guys hear me? Nothing. Nothing. All right, I'll fix it. I'll come right back. Let me see. It's so weird. It like tells me that it can hear me, but then it like won't. It like can't actually hear me. Check, 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 check. All right. Yep. That's what I gotta do. Close Discord. Quit Discord. Restart voice meter. Struts.
Now the edging.
All right, now let's do Discord. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. All right, let's try T-Jump, T-Jump, voice chat. Can you guys actually hear me? No. Check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. All right, then, and then, check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Can you guys hear me? No, they still can't hear me. Oh my goodness. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Can you guys hear me? All right, great. Thanks. Damn. He sounds like a robot, right? Okay. All right, so question, do y'all mind if I stream the audio for this? This is interesting. No, I just mean like in general, like because I'm trying to do kind of streams where I can do this instead of like lo-fi or whatever. All right. Thanks. I appreciate that. Nah, talk to talk to yourself. Do what you want. Yeah.
Good. That was funny. Mrs. Beowulf, I get it.
I don't know. My take is pretty simple on the whole matter. It's just it doesn't seem like anybody's taking it seriously enough to like really take a step back and say, okay, let's assess this pragmatically. No, it's just this bunch of feelings. Everybody's got feelings about things, and there's no practical approaches towards things. There's this idea of, you know, the identity, right? Like it's an American thing to have my gun, right? But motherfuckers aren't using it in any meaningful way. They're bringing it to fucking schools and doing all kinds of dumb shit.
What do you feel about some of the things that have been kind of put forth, the common things, like you know, a better background check system, maybe closing some of the gun
Fine with all of
loopholes, the gun show loopholes, and red flag laws?
Well, so one of the things, like at least in my
Assault
state,
rifles.
it's been a number of years now, but it used to be you could private sale to anyone, and you
Yeah.
didn't do jack shit. You just wrote a little slip of paper. I sold you this shit, and you walked away. So years ago, they made it so every sale, even private, has to be done through a dealer. So you gotta meet at a store, run background checks. And I was like, yeah, it's a little inconvenient, but like that seems totally reasonable. Like, hey, maybe I should find out if this random dude I'm gonna sell a gun to is a felon or has some kind of crazy record I don't know about, and he's just not telling me. So that to me just seems
Sense to
like
me.
so basic. Like, yeah, that's reasonable. Go to a gun store, he can check it out if he wants it. You guys legally do the paperwork. Like, that seems so reasonable to me that I don't understand the people that fight it.
The other thing
Same
is,
way with those gun show loopholes, right?
that's what he's saying. The back end too, where like you have to register your firearm. The fact that that stuff is all still done by paper and they haven't revamped and computerized that system, so if something happens, response
Isn't there
time.
laws against them using computers for that shit too?
I think there is, yeah.
Typically, I think like NRA and them, like they've like lobbied against.
Yeah.
them to
It's
keep
because
them.
they're scared you're going to make a list so that you can come and collect their guns later.
Jackbooted thugs are going to come and take your AR-15s away from you.
Which
That's
they
when
should probably.
When they have like an actual genuine crime that happens and then they got a serial number and they're trying to cross-reference it,
I gotta
and
do
you
it
know
by
that
hand.
time is of the essence, they have to go by hand.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Goddamn microfiche.
What's weird to me is the amount of people I've seen in the last couple of years really get into guns. Like growing up, my parents weren't anti-gun. Like my mom came from a family that hunted and they were military service, so she wasn't anti-gun. She just never had a gun in the house. My dad never had one, just never did for whatever reason. Then the last couple of years, like with Trump and COVID, she started buying. She bought like a shotgun and a pistol and a rifle. She just started buying shit left and right.
Paranoia, man. It's paranoia. It's a mental
She
illness.
sends me like all the stuff about Revelation, and she'll send me like clips from like Getter and like what's Trump's social media, Truth Social,
Truth
whatever.
Social.
She'll send me
Truth.
like links from all that shit and wants me to join up on there.
Truth Social. You know, if you have to label your shit the truth, it's not the truth.
Yeah, all of Trump language is so Orwellian. It's just all opposite lands, bizarro speech.
So it is.
But it ramps up the fundies, man. When you rile up the masses with the fear and you really get that us versus them mentality, that instead of going after all the fucking billionaires that are, killing you financially and sucking up all the money like bloated ticks, we're all focused on each other like ignorant rubes that we are, right? Like this whole us versus them false divide, where people in trailer parks are voting against their own self-interest while some billionaire lies about what they're doing in government, right? And getting just richer and richer in the process. And that happens on both sides of the aisle, right? But in the meantime, we still put on our fucking helmets and everything and rah, rah, rah when it comes election time. Nothing changes, much as we bitch about it.
Yeah, well, I don't see any way, like, I don't see any compromise with the current Republican Party. Like, I don't see, like, I'm the same way with religion. It's like they don't have, oh, let's compromise, let's be reasonable. Oh, this is what I believe, but it probably isn't best if we make laws based on what I believe. Like, they're just not with that. And I think it's delusional to think that they will be. Like, I used to have that hope, especially when I was a Christian, but now that I'm not, I'm like, nah, you got to see these people believe them when they tell you who they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I don't know why you necessarily would, especially these days, separate the conservative or Republican Party from the Christian Party. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's Christian nationalism.
It's theoretically supposed to be different, but it's not.
Well, I mean,
at
it's
all.
Christian. It's Christian.
The
nationalism is
Democratic
sort of
Party
taken
has a
over the power
large liberal
points of the party.
Christian base. I mean, it's got a. I'm trying to remember the demographic, but the
It
like
can't
liberal
be nearly as
Catholics.
high as the right.
Yeah,
though.
but it's all like liberal Christians. You know what I mean? Like they're
Well,
not
yeah.
there going
I
like.
mean, but just by
let's
saying
bring-
it's the Christian Party,
Or at least the
really
fundamentalists. Maybe that's what
minimizes
he's talking about.
the- Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just maybe it's unnecessary. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir. I'm just saying, like, and I'm an atheist, but as a former Christian, I could justify being a Democrat, right? It's not like the Republican Party had the monopoly on like Christianity or Christian
Right. But,
values.
so no name. This
There was
only
a
we.
big camp. Like it was a big, there was a lot of us liberal. For a little while, I was a liberal Christian anyway. Near the
Yeah,
end,
no, I would say like a good chunk of the country is like Christian, but they're like, they're Sunday Christians. You know what I mean? They don't really think about it all that much. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, if you ask
Yeah.
them what religion they are, they say they're Christian, but like they can't name that much.
I'm
in
a
the
Sunday
Bible,
atheist.
Same.
Maybe it's just the type of
Yeah.
Christian that I grew up, like very, I don't know, Protestant. I don't know, maybe like, it wasn't like necessarily like fundamentalist, like that. No one really talked about like the young Earth creation shit, any of that, but very like revival, spirit, speaking in tongues, all that shit. But maybe
like
it's just
Pentecostal.
You see that?
yeah, Pentecostal is probably what it was.
Pentecostal, yeah.
Spirit-led revival, all that speaking
I would-
in tongues, all that shit.
As a former Southern Baptist and a former Church of Christer and as a former Methodist, I would say Pentecostals are pretty fundies. They were to us
yes.
like there was like Pentecostals and then there was snake handlers.
Yeah, maybe at
Right.
least in the circle I was in, like maybe some of them were like old Earth or like young Earth creationists and all that stuff, but no one really talked about it. It wasn't like a relevant. No one was debating whether Noah's Ark actually happened.
Yeah,
would
they
more
were too
focus on,
busy
like,
talking in
there's like a
tongues and
Buddhist
dancing
stuff,
around.
and being slain in the spirit and all that weird ass shit. But I didn't know anyone who was a Democrat growing up. Every Christian I knew was like hardcore George W. Bush, Republican, get your fucking guns. Like
Ooh.
that was the people. I didn't know any
Gog and Magog.
Democrat.
you would
that were Christian.
love-
Gog and Magog.
You would love our show. You would love Late-Night Counter-Apologetics, man. That's the shit right there. We take on the Republican conservative Christians. We had one on the other night.
And that's what I used to be, man. That's what I was.
Dude, you got to check. You will laugh your ass
you
off.
a
Last
ditto head.
night's episode where we had, what's her name? Kelly Chewbacca. I always fuck her last name up. Jay. What was Oh, did Jay go? Did he was having technical difficulties. So we had this she's a
Shabaka.
Republican.
Shabaka.
Say her last.
Shabaka, I think it is.
Chewbacca.
Yeah.
I always say Chewbacca.
She's running for Senate.
Yeah, from Alaska. She's from Juneau.
Oh, that crazy. Oh, I mean, that interesting person.
Interesting, very interesting person, right? And so if you enjoy rhetorical takedowns and mockery and tomfoolery at the expense of people like her, I'm just saying, I'm a little biased. We had a lot of fun doing it, so
Yeah,
Yeah, it was great. I ran off for a second to grab a little bit of wine, but yeah, it's fun. That's definitely what we try to get into, and we try to be entertaining, man. I feel like a lot of the apologetics, counter-apologetics, you learn a lot, but it's like being in Bible school all the time or philosophy school. It's just so boring. And we really just want to make fun of the other side, ridicule them, let them know that their God doesn't exist and they're stupid. No need to beat around the bush.
That's all. But in an entertaining,
In an entertaining way.
very entertaining way.
I mean,
Not necessarily a gentle
man.
way.
I
But
mean, my
he-
favorite show is still a podcast called Scathing Atheist with No Illusions and Heath Enright, Eli Bosnick. It's just a comedy,
no,
man. They just
might check that out.
Oh, it's been around for 10 years now. You know what I mean? I've been listening to it solid straight. Yeah, those guys are tight.
Oh, I love shit like, dude, I love binging on stuff. I try to keep all my topical knowledge at least 10 years out of date just for those purposes, because I've been burned so many times before on getting hooked on something that just wasn't built to last, right? Like it only lasted one season, right? And then you're just heartbroken, or a movie never got a sequel.
All right, so tell me if y'all can hear this. This is a Kelly Shabaka sample.
Oh.
I'd go from Holy Spirit-filled church to Holy Spirit-filled church and get slathered with oil.
Yeah, it's good. Keep going.
I liked where that clip was going. Wait for the Brazzers logo to pop up.
Tell me what God's about to do, Jay.
Oh.
God's about to come on you.
God's about to come on you. She has one about her spirit tongue.
My tongue can do whatever it wants. And really, I'm not paying attention to my tongue at all.
Got that muscle memory down.
She's running for Senate, y'all. Senate of the real United States of America.
Yeah, dude. Did you see the Pennsylvania Senate candidate? What the fuck was her name? Start with a C.
Oh, I don't know. I saw Dr. Oz out there faking shooting.
It's not really surprising considering how strong Christian fascism is on the rise again, it would appear.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
that's
I
all
call
it
it
is
the
anymore.
American Theocratic Revolution. Oh, the chat is here.
Yeah.
That reminds me. By the way, have any of you guys seen that Netflix documentary series called The Family? Really good stuff, actually.
Yeah.
No.
Family sounds familiar. Oh, I think I started watching it on a plane one time, and then I never went back to it.
It's
What up,
based on a
Cameron?
book by Jeff Charlotte.
I'm in
He details specifically
I'm in T-Jump's
a sort of
Discord right now.
organization that's based on C Street and a few other places here and there in Washington.
They're
that
having a
basically
chat
organize
about
a sort
like
of
Christian
group, if you
nationalism.
would,
Hang on a sec.
that attempts to network with politicians and powerful people in an effort to get them to do a sort of Christian agenda of
That's Deacon No Name.
here, Jesus plus nothing.
You're talking about
It's weird fucking theocratic shit.
Yeah,
it's called Dominionists.
Yeah, the Dominions. Wow, that cultish in that
That's
family
scary.
there. They
I'm glad you
removed
made it
a lot
though,
of
bro.
shit,
Thanks for
so they're
coming
not even
through.
Christian hardly anymore, like in the typical sort of sense. Not the sort
This
of,
is
like,
a little
say,
weird. I'm
Scotsman
trying to mix it up with
fallacy
like,
there, but, really, like they've taken it really far.
Hang
It's
on a sec.
culty.
I'm trying to mix it up so that like I could do work in the studio at night, like when I need to work on coding and work on my actual research projects, but have it so like people could come and chill, and if we have a good discussion going in the Discord, then people could listen to that while I'm working and kind of getting into counter-apologetics and politics and different stuff like that. So it's kind of a laid-back stream. This is why I have a second channel for this stuff, so that I don't have to put this stuff on my main channel.
Actually believe this shit, right? They're just doing it because it gives them money and power.
Yeah. When I remember one day, because I was still a Christian at this time, and I remember when one of the darlings on the political right, especially amongst evangelical Christians, was Paul Ryan, right?
Oh yeah.
And for a while there, it looked like he was blowing up, son. Like he was going to be president someday, right? Like what the fuck happened to Paul Ryan, right? Did he get whacked somewhere? Anyway, sorry, that was a joke. He's still alive. Last time I checked. But he was this Christian nationalist, right? But his favorite philosopher was Ayn Rand. And exactly.
And I could use this
surprising.
mic to talk
There's like
to
a
the
weird
stream.
fucking correlation with Ayn Rand and fucking people who seem to think that compassion or empathy for your fellow man unconditionally, by the way, is considered
This mic
evil.
sounds weird right now. Hang on a sec. It
Oh
sounds
my god!
better. There
I
it goes.
recently
All right.
encountered.
It's all right.
I thought it was
No,
a gag.
it sounds weird still.
I thought
It
somebody
crackles
was
every
putting
once
me
in a
on,
while.
son. Somebody, and I wish it's probably in my
I want
DM
to switch
somewhere,
over to
but I'm
the
terrible at organization. I'll have to rat
orange
pack
one.
this somewhere. But a guy sent me an article about a
But yeah. Oh yeah, I don't like the way
I
this
guess it was
mic
an
sounds.
online sermon or public sermon about the danger of giving in to over sympathy.
I'll figure that out later.
Over empathy. Too much Christian love, basically.
Was it Mug Hat?
Was it Mug Hat? Send me the link.
Yeah, Mug Hat is
No,
like
I don't.
Ayn Rand condensed into just like a sad human.
Oh, right. No, because I'm pretty sure it was another atheist who did not, in fact, espouse this philosophy. I think I was skeptical. I was dubious that there was a preacher out there condemning empathy and sympathy. That they
Cameron, let me know if you can hear everything. Okay.
Tools of Satan to.
I should check it. I'm gonna pull up the stream.
To get you to tolerate more sin, to get you to tolerate the dangers of the liberal, leftist, satanic, woke agenda. You know, they're going to turn on kids.
Who tolerates more sin than God?
Nobody. I didn't think. But this guy is a Christian pastor who has literally a polemic against falling to being too forgiving, too empathic, too sympathetic, to basically showing too much like Christian love in the face of obvious satanic influences on society. There's, it's difficult. It's difficult to parse. Even as a former Christian, I'm like, I find this very difficult to swallow. Like, none of this seems biblically sourced. It all seems like this is just your opinion. Congratulations for having an opinion, and a bad one at that. You're a terrible Christian. You're no true.
But what else is like ministering turning into these days, though?
You're no true Scotsman, sir.
Yeah, I just feel like it's all a religion of one. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have that, or you have the prosperity gospel nutcases or whatever. It's honestly just a sickening thing to see, really. There are very few churches that actually seem to be interested in, like, preaching a specific type of gospel or a sort of specific type of message that they believe Jesus had and whatnot. They're more interested either in pushing a political agenda, making people more dispassionate, or they're more interested in getting their money, which is honestly just disgusting. I'm actually kind of glad that the church that even though I'm an atheist, that sometimes I still go to, that is not at all the focus whatsoever. It's more about preaching a specific type of message or a specific type of lesson, giving the lesson of the day or the lesson.
All right, I'm pretty happy with this so far.
That's yeah.
I'm just hearing that you're not a Joel Osteen fan.
Are you familiar
everything
with?
Sounds okay.
Listen, man.
Are you familiar with Murdoch?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he is the worst.
The idea here is that
I've never actually seen.
I got to do a lot of these late night things, or actually a lot during the day, Cameron. So Cameron, you'll be able to catch me on here a lot more than on late night.
We can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. And hey, say hi to Cameron.
Yeah, Deacon
I think
No Name
people
said
don't
what's
need
up.
to realize is that the real churches are happening in
what is that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Oh, my bad.
In the state houses and the Senate.
I like the idea of these streams because, a lot of times during the day, when I'm working here, as long as I'm not teaching or doing a meeting, I can be streaming. But I do all the shows late at night, except for like Hot Program, which is on Sunday afternoon, because I work, all week and really most of the weekend. So I had to schedule the live shows to be sort of late at night. That way I can be done working for the night and put everything together. But this way during the day or the evening, or if I'm up late night but I'm working, I can stream what I'm working on, or if we're doing like some stuff we were doing last night where we're doing some behind the scenes production stuff, or practicing, that all that kind of stuff will happen where we're just chilling on this channel, and then we'll do the shows on the Jay Bundy channel. Yeah, for sure, definitely. That'll definitely work. Yeah, and I'm trying to get it all going with StreamYard. I'm kind of new to using StreamYard, but I'm trying to get things working over here because it's a little bit more convenient. Matter of fact, I'm gonna switch this over to back in front of me so I can see the StreamYard easier. I'm gonna put them over here. I'll share that screen again if I need to, but we're mostly just chatting, so I'm gonna leave my main screen here, what I'm working on, and yeah, I'll bring them back in. Deacon No Name's chilling.
And like, it's a sign for a church, and then it's a fucking whorehouse sign, and then a sign for a church, and then a fucking stripper sign, and then a sign for a church and a stripper sign. I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's
look, man, you
perfect.
go to church, and
That's
then
perfect,
and
bro.
then on Sunday, and then on Monday you can go to the strip.
But yeah, we could get a whole little working group
That's
going.
funny.
You know, we could all chill.
Are all
and
those churches like
chat while
Southern
we get shit
Baptist or
done.
Catholic or whatever? Because it would make more sense if they were Catholic. Southern Baptist, on the other hand.
But it's like if I put it on my other channel, then it would be hard for people to get through it a lot of times. So when we come over here, it's a little more free flowing.
Reviewed as a kind of weird,
Damn, that came in and out hard. I might use the
cultish
fader.
people who have weird occult beliefs that aren't biblical. To most Southerners. Most Southerners are Protestant, and so there will be
They're
weird
idolaters. They
exception.
worship Mary.
What's that?
I said they're idolaters. They worship somebody other than Jesus.
Yeah, but no, yeah,
Well,
Baptists.
it's not so much
Baptists
that.
have-
It's just that they pray. It's just that they give prayer of reverence towards Mary necessarily, and that kind of stuff. It's not a worship thing. It's more or less just, hey, I pray to Mary and she gives my prayers to God, to Jesus, or whatever, and that's it. It's not necessarily like worship.
Tell that to a fundamentalist Baptist.
Yeah. I can understand.
It's not that we believe. It's not like
Baptist
we
is what it
also
is.
share these opinions. It's just the opinions held
All
by
right, so
the vast majority of Southern Protestants is all.
Dude, Mary's the
We can pull that out
coworker
real
at work
quick.
that doesn't do shit.
So I
and
have
still
this
gets credit
grid,
for
and
it.
I need to try to. I'm trying to make some new program, but I'm trying to reuse some code so that I don't have to do everything all over again. And I'm trying to figure out what I was
You got
doing with
grace
this
for our
code here.
sins.
That's
All
right.
right, let's see. I don't need this terminal. Let's close that.
Fucking bitch
Always
went to
thinking
sleep
that.
and woke up pregnant.
But he laid down that pipe solid, right? Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he's like, I don't gotta do this good.
No, it was a golden shower. Jehovah
Like, there's no aim to
Jehovah's
please.
Jehovah's straight up into the wet works, bro. It's biblical. That's
Holy
biblically
shit.
sourced. He came upon her in a
All right,
golden
so I think
shower.
this is
so-
maybe where I'm
Well,
taking
it's
my
funny you should
grid.
mention. It's
Oh,
funny you should
I
mention the
define a
golden shower
grid
part.
as a
It's,
2x2 vector.
Back in the medieval era and whatnot,
It's a
there were
10 by 10
a
grid
lot of like artwork
of
about the impregnation of
integers
Mary, and some of it was like God,
for
like giving or like putting Jesus's soul into Mary through
H
through her ear
through
into
and
her
W,
fucking
iterate
into her
over
like
each
womb and
one.
whatnot, and sort of a golden shower type.
Oh,
Look or
give me a
whatever. It's
value
really
Yeah.
fucking
and then
weird, some of
assign
the
that
artwork.
value to the
Yeah.
grid
Yeah,
at H and
I'm not
W.
making
All
up
right.
the fact that
So this is just
Jehovah
going through our grid,
in
getting
fact,
us a random
pervert.
value that's
like the book
either
says Jehovah is in fact a pervert.
0
I'm just
or 1.
pointing out the obvious. Like,
Oh yeah,
And
he likes to smell.
then-
Yeah, he likes to smell burnt foreskin.
All right,
and
that's,
I mean, like,
that's
it smells like
good,
crispy
I
bacon.
think,
I
at
mean,
some
honestly,
point.
it's because they
We can
can't
work
have
with that.
bacon. Foreskin.
Are you sure that's the reason
because
why?
See
I'm
out,
pretty
update,
sure it's the only. It's your next
generations.
closest
All right,
thing
it
to
tells me
crack.
That's the
that.
logical conclusion.
I gotta
I
tell you, the
I'm
flavor
thinking
is
God's
way different.
Honestly, I think God might be getting off to that shit. I don't know.
I'm gonna actually shut. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna just let them
Hey,
talk
though.
for a while. They wilding out.
Fuck you.
Yeah, with all the smegma on it and shit like that, all that dick cheese on there.
Well, I was hoping it was cured, smoked and then fried up crispy, or served up.
it's
Look,
organic
I'm not
cheese.
saying it's not salty.
It's raw and organic.
It's aged Famunda cheese.
It's from under cheese.
Nice.
Well,
Smells like
once
a
you
humble-
age it past eternity, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Collect foreskins, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's what I
someone
would
out
do with.
there's doing it.
You know what I could do in the
Necklace of
future?
foreskins.
There's a girl out there with a book. There has to be.
In the future, I could make it so I do this from my other machine. That way I
One
can
of
share
pressed,
it. I'll do
pressed
that.
dried.
We're out here learning.
We've gone off the rails here.
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm imagining like pinned like butterfly, pressed like flower.
What the hell
Something like
happened?
Mm.
What the hell happened in here?
God
Brought
brought his
up-
spirit down or whatever.
I brought up Jesus and it went to hell.
I heard about fried foreskins. That's all.
Do you think they puff up like donuts?
I think they turn into like pork rinds. Yeah,
Oh yeah. You're probably right.
chicharrones. Yeah, something like that.
Chicharron.
I think I've got some sweet heat chicharrones somewhere around.
It's like huevos pequeños.
Spicy eggs,
No, small ones.
small eggs. Oh, small.
Is that how they say chicharrones in Alabama? They literally
Yes.
just say chicharrones.
Chicharrones. Yes.
Chicharrones.
I've
Terrible.
also ironically
Fucking
said
blasphemy.
vagina.
Well, yeah, but everyone says vaginas. That's funny.
Yeah.
But fucking chicharrones is just like,
Chicharrone.
I don't know. That's like when I purposefully call go to Starbucks and order a cappuccino in front of Link, right?
Do that again? That doesn't seem right.
Say it again.
I just say cappuccino.
Cappuccino.
Yeah, like say it that way in front of Link sometime and listen to the screed you get. It's like saying croissant to a French person. They're like,
Yeah, but I mean,
It's-
I
it is
remember
so
this
easy.
funny.
You just
This
say
funny.
croissant.
Do you remember there was this SNL skit from the '80s with Jimmy Smits, and he was a weatherman, and he would just get more and more Hispanic every time he used a meteorological term that had its root in some Latin word. So he'd say tornado, and he would get all worked up and roll his R's. A tornado,
Mm.
Colorado, shit like that, and it just cracked me up because
Oh yeah.
we don't do that. Like I don't have an expectation to.
I thought it was illegal to roll your R's.
Oh, I see. I'm taking the grid there.
Unless you're saying Daniel Ortega's.
All right, so I have
We hear you. Your hot mic, DJ.
What am I doing here? All right, so I'm taking I'm going through the height, going through the
You're out
width,
loud. We
and then
can
I'm
hear you.
saying, oh, next gen.
Can you hear me?
Well, they
Oh,
keep
sorry, you
hear
guys can hear me
us.
again. My bad. I keep forgetting.
Yes, we can hear you. Before it was the opposite problem.
Hey, this was fun, guys. I'm going to bed. Have a good night.
Hey,
Have a good
you
night,
too,
sir.
bud.
Hey, have a good night.
Have a good night. Good night, sweetheart. Well, we've got to go. Do. Good night, sweetheart.
That was not an invitation. No name.
Yes, it was.
Well, I really must say.
All right, I'm just gonna
Good
put you and
night.
Ziz in your own room.
Okay.
Ziz like, don't threaten me with a good time.
I actually found a new singing app where instead of having to listen to myself sing, it just like measures my pitch and stuff.
Mhm.
So
What?
it tells me if I'm singing good or not.
And you don't ever have to listen to yourself at all?
I don't ever have to listen to myself sing, which is the best.
Okay.
Wait, how does it work
Now
if
all
it's
you
not
need is a
listening to
good
you
set of
sing?
earplugs.
The app listens to me sing, and it looks at like the pitch and everything like that, but I don't have to listen to me sing.
Why wouldn't you
Yeah,
want to hear yourself?
Her last app would play her back to herself, and so she would hear how bad it was.
Oh.
So how does the app correct or
So while
affect
you're
any?
singing, it like
You think it
shows
auto-tunes
that
her?
you're supposed to be singing, and then it also shows this little line that's like what you're actually singing, and it'll grade you.
Oh.
There's no segment where it like plays back to you what you've just sang.
How are you doing with
Yeah.
it though? Is it
Can you
helping
post
you?
the results?
Yeah,
I
think
used
it
to
is helping
love
me.
I used to love doing that with my daughter. We'd play like Rock Band or Guitar Hero,
Yeah, it's
games
like
like
that.
that.
Yeah, it's like
And
that.
it would have that little gauge where you were just trying to stay with the pitch and the
But
beat,
Ziz, is there like a place where you can like post your results? Like you can share?
I could take screenshots probably.
Y'all want to have a
I don't know.
competitive
I could just
karaoke
like-
night? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I could like we could like
yes.
well,
Well, I'd love
I mean,
to
yeah,
do it
I want a competitive karaoke night. I just don't want to be in the room while you guys do it. But
That's all good. Jay will just stream the competition,
Exactly.
and then when they crown me the winner, you can watch it. You know, you can watch it later.
ooh,
That's all. You can
listen
just
to the
highlight,
big fat
skip straight,
ego on that guy.
skip straight to the winner.
Now, what we
You know.
should do is we should get a bunch of apologists to do it. That way we can just roast them as they sing.
You think we could get Cameron Bertuzzi in here?
If he sees the video I've made about him, he may want to. You know what, though? I already made it personal because I basically, every time I talk about Cameron Bertuzzi, which this counts as the time I'm talking about Cameron Bertuzzi, I have to specify that his whole entire career is motivated by the fact that he's insecure about his brother. He's the beta brother. He's the Doug Pitt of apologetics. You guys,
Sounded really personal.
it is really personal.
It is personal. It's very personal.
Have you guys heard his story about his brother?
I don't know anything about him. I've only seen his videos from like other people doing debunks or rebuttals, or I watched. He did like a back and forth debate with what's that one fucking dude? Rationality Rules or whatever. I watched.
Oh yeah, I
both of
remember
theirs.
those.
They had
No,
like
I
they were doing
remember
videos
those.
back and forth. I remember those.
Yeah, yeah.
And then like I've seen like debunked videos of him or whatever pop up on like other atheist YouTubers, I guess.
Wait, no name. I was gonna
But I
pull
don't
up a.
share
I was
them.
gonna try to pull up a clip of it, but then they actually is a video of him introducing his atheist brother, and I think our theory
Hey,
is
everybody.
on to something because look, I gotta. Hang on, let me see if I can share this with you guys. All right, can you guys see that screen?
Yeah.
It's still loading on my end, but I have swamp internet.
He
so, yeah.
he looks like he doesn't have the same. His brother is definitely the keeper. I would go with the brother, and the brother's the atheist.
When you just make a
So
major
wait
sort
a
of
minute,
life
wait a minute. So Cameron is the Doug Bertuzzi.
Doug
in this-
Bertuzzi. Yeah.
Wow.
Who's
He is-
who?
Okay. Like I said, I can't see. It's still.
So Cameron Bertuzzi is so Doug Pitt is like Brad Pitt's brother, and if you didn't know that his brother was Brad Pitt, you'd be like, oh my God, this guy's really handsome. He's a really great guy, right? But then you realize his brother's Brad Pitt, and it's just like, well, there goes
Yeah.
that.
You see them together, and you're all like, ugh, boy, that guy looks like he got run over by a truck, right? All of a sudden, he is Doug Pitt.
And so when
Right.
Cameron Bertuzzi tells his origin story, he always talks about his atheist brother who he had this big knockdown, drag out 3-hour thing with because his brother was an atheist and he was so worried about him. And
it's Cameron's tragic origin story.
It is his tragic origin
poor
stories. And then he talks about how he wasn't coming from a place of love. He just wanted to be right. And he wasn't really listening to his brother. But he just wanted to be right. Yeah, but then he said he had him think about arguments he had never thought about before. Like, and it's just like, okay, this is your thing. You're insecure about your brother. And the only picture I'd seen of them was when they were younger. But now that I see the fully grown atheist brother next to fully grown Cameron, I think I'm really onto something here.
I can't get it to load.
I think it's okay.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you guys are telling me this because I had really thought his origin story was like he had been bitten by a radioactive Christian. Like I thought.
No,
I completely misunderstood.
Jesus's Beowulf. You've stumbled across Jesus's backstory. See, Jay was actually bitten by a radioactive black man.
Radioactive.
Ooh.
Radioactive.
Oh.
Do you guys want to hear something else? Do you guys know who Pine Creek is?
Yeah, I know Doug.
Well, you know his descendant, his ancestor flew over the Grand Canyon, right?
Yeah.
That
I got 2,000 Pine points, by the way.
That ancestor was black. That's why he likes the Negro woman. Makes sense now, right?
It does.
Hey, Big Daddy. Hey,
well, I knew his wife was. I mean, his wife is black, right?
Yeah. But that's because the Flying Man was black.
I've never seen her.
She's a Caribbean islander.
If you just explained Cameron Bertuzzi, I just missed all of it.
All right.
You missed all of it.
It's really not that hard. He's insecure. Go ahead.
His tragic backstory is that he's got this older brother who is both smarter and better looking.
Correct.
Who turns out to also be an atheist. And Cameron, who is a Christian apologist, can't have this. And so he goes to his brother with the intent to convince him of the truth of Christianity. And after a 3.5 hour long attempt,
a complete failure on his part.
A complete failure.
That's what's tragic these days?
That is his yes, that's his tragic origin.
Don't get me wrong, I feel as though I've had a pretty easy life, but goddamn, that's what got him?
I think so.
What got him. That's what he said made him the apologist he is today.
So that made him a shitty apologist.
I guess so, because he's really bad at it. He's really not that good.
Really bad at it. Yes.
Yeah, he's pretty not great.
Successful, but not really that good. You know?
But his vignetting game is really, really good.
His what game?
Numbers do lie.
His vignetting game, like those videos that he produces are really slick.
Oh yeah. You should if you like high production value, Big Daddy, which I know you do. I don't know if you're a fan of the the world of wrestling entertainment industry, but even if you're not, for the production value alone, to watch Jay wrestle the title belt away from Cameron Bertuzzi, it's just a thing of beauty, man. It's a work of art.
Yeah, I had to beat him.
So you guys had a debate recently?
No. We had to fight. No, we had to fight. No. Tired of the debates. The debates are boring. Debates are boring. No. We're done with the debates. It's personal.
What?
It's personal. I hit him where it counts, and I took his baby. I took his precious United States Word Wrestling Entertainment title because I see what people do on the internet. All the word wrestling, all the debates. I'll make a video. You make a response video. I'll make a reaction video. No. Bring it to the ring. And I kicked his head off his shoulders. I hit him with the itis. Everybody that smokes knows nobody gets up from the itis. 1, 2, 3. Hit my music. Hit my music. And I was the new champion, folks. It was a thing of beauty. Thing
I
of
just get that
beauty.
sample of Cameron.
Whoa. What just happened?
What did you ask? I'm sorry.
That was a sample of Cameron, right? That moaning girl in the background.
No, that was Heartbreak Jay singing "Sexy Boy."
Should have been Cameron. Would have been Cameron. We should get a sample of Cameron's tears.
Oh yeah.
Cameron crying.
No, there's this wrestling video game where you get to make your avatar, combatants, and so Jay made himself and Cameron Bertuzzi duke it out in the ring, and while also getting verbally beat down for his basically just being an insecure little bitch, and that alone was enough to get him
distracted.
Jay the title.
To get him distracted, get in his head, beat him, take the belt, take the money. All right, so what happened was I just was going to give him a rematch because even though he hasn't earned any, he was a great champion. He's a big boy, looks good on camera. We can make a lot of money with him. And I was just going to give him a rematch because I really enjoyed stomping on him. It felt very therapeutic, very cathartic. Also got to choke him, tried to tap him out at one point. That felt very good.
I mean, in Cameron's defense, I thought he had you a few times.
Wait, somebody's got a below the belt shot. What's going on? What's going on right now? I'm getting nervous. No name, I'm nervous. What is that? Who is that? Who is he? What is he doing?
What am I looking at?
Big Daddy?
We don't have like a...
Oh, hey, Big Daddy.
Oh,
Big Baddie.
I don't think I've ever seen you on cam before. Did we get a face reveal?
What is he doing? What's he doing? He's making me nervous.
My daddy's gonna be jerking.
He'll be fine. He's a good person.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Oh my goodness, yes. That's so much better. No.
I can't see anything. It's just loading.
I've just been traumatized by a lot of stroking on my Discord.
We've had a lot of so ladies, we get it. We've had a lot of unsolicited.
It's terrifying. I can't imagine. It's awful.
We have
I've been here for 2 years. I'm not gonna ruin that.
I
now,
just want to
guys,
know
don't
where
worry.
people get the confidence to just show it to everyone.
I
just don't have that.
I don't know. It's a unique combination of confidence and complete lack of civility. It's a unique blend. Yeah. I just always think this is not the thing I want to go to jail over. So it's not really on my list of things to do. It's not really a great story to tell in the joint. You know what I mean? So what are you in here?
Can you read off some items from the list of things you're willing to go to jail over?
Marijuana, that would be number one. I guess apparently mass shooter at my child's school.
Probably on that list, I would assume.
Oh, choking the shit out of Cameron Bertuzzi in public is very high.
Cameron Bertuzzi's
preferably
chicken.
on his own YouTube channel. That would be, whew. Yeah, they wouldn't even have. I would confess right there.
Yeah, I see.
That would be good. Probably.
There we go.
I don't know.
I can see his Nike striped sweater.
I thought that was Adidas.
Adidas. Thank you.
I didn't know you were Russian, Big Daddy.
You did know that.
Did I?
Yeah, no. Yes, of course you did.
Oh, my bad.
Like, he literally speaks Russian.
Comrade, Big Daddy.
Don't what?
Hello.
Like, how could you possibly not know that?
I thought you revealed your face
today.
By the way.
Hey, weed is legal here, okay?
Listen, guys,
It is wonderful.
I'm not high. I'm just sitting here wondering, like, what if I declared myself the savior of all the religious people to save them from God, and then I said I was king, and then I got crucified as the enemy of this state? That would be worth going to jail over. You know what I'm saying? Just for the story arc of it. Just sort of like he died for atheism. He really came with the good word of sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Yeah.
Did you have a dad,
knowingly die for a lie, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't knowingly die for a lie. There you go. The fucked up shit is none of my colleagues would care. They would be like, we told him to leave that religion shit alone. We don't know why he didn't just stick to publishing science like the rest of us.
All
What are you
all I can
doing,
say
No
is I
Name?
haven't knowingly died for a lie.
I don't like when I
Yeah.
see mail below the belt on camera. It's just a whole. I got to talk to my therapist about this.
That's
Been
base
traumatized.
Beowulf.
Yeah.
Like so profound, bruh.
Are you living in your own garage?
Why does everyone else
Living?
sound so high?
No.
I am
Not
high.
in fact, it's close
It's
enough.
the purple lighting.
I'm not living here. I am currently here.
You have a computer set up in your garage.
Yeah, this is my laptop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if he wants to fap or talk to us, he doesn't have to be bothered by it or bother anyone.
Finally, a man of culture.
Exactly.
Adidas clothes only had 2 stripes. So I'm now imagining that you're like a deluxe Adidas purchaser.
No, it's 3. You had it right.
All right.
I'm actually thinking of setting up this laptop dock here, but I feel like it would be a waste without a monitor. So actually, a couple of weeks after my son was born, a few years ago, we missed some robbers. I had a TV in here in the garage, and we missed the robbers by 8 minutes. They saw the TV was on, got to turn it off. We were coming back from the hospital, and yeah, my tools and TV got just picked up and taken out.
Sucks. Yeah, when I lived in the
Damn,
city, my ex had his
That was
bike
dumb.
stolen twice, and then we had our car broken into like 3 times. It was like over the span of 6 years. I mean, I don't know. That seems like a lot to me.
Jesus, yeah, no, that's excessive. What's the population?
Uh,
You don't have to dox yourself.
675,000. Well, I don't live there anymore.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but now we can start to track you down.
I think I've told everybody multiple times the city in which I currently live. So
Yeah. I just thought it would be fun to kind of Charlie Day it all in my head together.
Anybody else here live in Los Santos, San Andreas?
No, because it's not a real place.
God damn it, No Name. Why are you always crushing my dreams?
Raining on
I
your
just ride
parade.
around on a bike all day.
So you basically do live in Los Santos, San Andreas.
I live in one place and don't go really anywhere, so I might as well live where I might as well just start saying I live wherever I'd like. I live in Brazil because, for all intents and purposes, I might as well.
You might as well.
is it nice?
It's lovely, lovely. Looks remarkably like Michigan.
Wow, that sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, it's that bad.
Oh man,
It's like Alabama, but with snow.
yeah, and really the wind. It's the wind that surprises you. You're like, nobody told me it's gonna be this windy.
Oh, we get wind, all right. We get tornadoes. Tornadoes. Sometimes we get the hurricanes. Sometimes we get thunder snow. That was it. That was all. I didn't mean to leave you hanging on with bated breath.
No, you're good. I'm sitting here, stone, trying to figure out this code.
I was trying to pack a bowl and not spill my shit all over the place.
How many minutes have you been staring at the code without doing anything?
How many minutes have I been staring at the code without doing anything? I'm actually making a lot of progress because I'm reviewing code that I wrote previously and figuring out what it does, so I figure out which parts I can reuse, which is good that I took the time to do because most of this I can actually reuse. So it's better than my original plan of writing it from scratch.
Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
somebody said like write drunk, edit sober, or you could do it the other way around.
I think you just do it all stoned all the time, and then eventually, like it's. I'm in a pretty great place where like I can go through most of my meetings throughout the day with like my very serious professional colleagues and just like have like I put it this way: if they're older and I want to be courteous, I won't like smoke during the meeting, right? But like I don't think any of them is like surprised to just see like weed laying around. And then when they're like. And then if they're like younger folks, I'll just like light up during the meeting and like I wore this wig like all last week, and it's just see what I've learned is that you got to adjust the expectations of your colleagues. That way they just when you do some real crazy shit, they just won't react. They're just like, oh, it's just Jay. Jay, what is it this time? Oh, is it chains? Is it earrings? Is it? Oh, you got a wig this week? Okay, that's cool. like I'm gonna tell my boss one day, like, hey, Mike, over this weekend we filed the 501c3 papers because I started a cult for atheists, and he's gonna be like, I'm like, you're surprised, but not really surprised. And I'm like, yeah.
Why would you be?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I'm like, of all your employees, who's the most likely to start a cult? Could be like you are. Okay, it's not that. All right, now what do we need to talk about today? Actually, he's supposed to be buying me a new computer. Shout out to my advisor in buying me a new computer. Gotta love that guy.
Is weed legal where you live?
Very. Yeah, and I have a medical card, so I'm like medically legal and recreationally legal, and
Oh, okay. So if one of your coworkers gives you trouble, you just be like, "This is my medicine."
yeah, and now it's a sacrament for my new cult. You know, we just get it all in there. You know what it is? I had Satanist envy. You know how Satanists get to do all the cool stuff because they're not just atheists, but they're like a religion. So they could be like, you can't have an abortion law in my state because it violates my religion's principle of bodily autonomy. And I'm like, that's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, look, the TST is an atheistic organization.
Yeah,
like I'm a member, but I'm also an atheist. So
yeah, I'm all about that life. And then I just figured, like, you know, we're YouTubers. We do like the whole flying man thing. So we just use the flying man instead of Satan. But it's pretty much just a remix of Satanism.
But with a WWE spin.
Yeah. Because it's word wrestling.
And a lot of like dick and fart jokes and boobs and boob references.
Well, I mean,
you know,
that's the other problem with the Republicans, right? Is that they recruit
content.
like bimbo Barbies to run for Senate, and we've got like Nancy Pelosi holding it down, and it's just
AOC is pretty cute. I like AOC.
See, didn't we say this? We said that we literally said the squad should do the marketing for everybody.
Yes.
No matter who you are, no matter what state you're in, just have the squad get on there for you. Maybe throw a Cory Booker in some of there, and then the rest of y'all just go behind the scenes and do the policy stuff. Just
use the YouTube video of her dancing. Just use that for all of your publications. Just use that.
Oh, and no more kneeling with kente cloth scars on. Yeah, don't do that anymore.
With what?
When the George Floyd thing happened or whatever, one of them they like all came out and they kneeled in the Capitol, the Democrats, with like kente cloth like scarves wrapped around themselves. It was awful. Awful. Just the worst type of virtue signaling imaginable.
Oh my god. So I'm Canadian, and there's a big like running joke about Trudeau because of how he just goes around wearing other people's like cultural things. Like he's been caught, he's worn an Indian headdress, and he's also worn like traditional like Asian Indian clothes. It's really silly.
Yeah, it's literally gotten to that level here. That is I guess it's an international problem. I'm like, look, don't say nothing to me, a cosplaying scientist. Y'all are cosplaying senators. Like, we're just trying to catch up.
But still, shame on you, furries.
But shame on you, furries. That's a whole.
Fuck
I mean,
Yeah.
at least stay within your species. You know. Because what if you fall in love with somebody, but only the furry version?
Ooh.
Like a in costume,
Right.
in character exclusive thing.
This definitely ties into the teledildonics because you put in the VR and it's all good.
You put it in the
right
VR?
on. Yeah. We need to get you plugged into the teledildonics plan ASAP.
What is it? Is this Drawer Life?
We need to get you
Is this the
caught up.
Matrix?
No, it's better than the Matrix.
Oh yeah.
It's teledildonics. It'll blow your mind.
It's like the Matrix, but for your dick.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I like that. So I can
You're
actually I can take
goddamn
all
Shakespeare,
the
sir.
I could take all the preacher ladies. We could do this Paula White thing for real. All right.
Holy fans. I guess we need to tell y'all about the Holy Fans.
Yeah, Holy Fans is going to be our only fans page for Christian women to release.
So we're basically going to infiltrate conservative Christian ministry retreats and other organizations, their groups, and then we're going to seduce their women. And then we're going to put them up on our Holy Fans website. So it'll feature like conservative Christian women only.
And we need some big fish for marketing. And so like a Paula White, like a, like that would be.
We're going after some big fish,
some big
though.
Fish.
No joke.
We gotta get ourselves. But I'm telling them, we gotta infiltrate.
Cameron's wife.
Cameron's wife's a fox. Cameron's wife.
I think Alyssa Childers is definitely.
Well, I'm just saying because then you're getting two birds. You're getting someone on your site, but then you also
Cameron.
get Cameron.
Oh my God, that is brilliant.
You
are like
on my
Dexter.
stream. I've been talking about my the time I spend with Jan sometimes when old Billy Craig drops her off. A little gentleman's agreement. But
that is such
Cameron,
a WWE like heel shtick.
Cameron Bertuzzi's, I hadn't thought to bang Cameron Bertuzzi's wife.
I hadn't thought about Cameron.
But my mom would be proud that I thought about another black woman like that. I could introduce her. I could bring her by.
She's a good Christian woman.
Would it matter that
She's a
she's
good
married?
Christian woman.
Well, here's the thing, though. If Cameron converts to Orthodoxy, right? Isn't that what he's kind of on the fence about right now, currently?
I mean, I wouldn't say she's married to a real man, so I don't think it counts. I mean, my mom would be okay.
Fair. There's a lot of little dick energy
I would
there.
be like,
but
there's a little paperwork involved, but she's free. She's more or less available.
But if she can, well, hold on, she could console herself because, biblically speaking, she would be in the right if he went Orthodox and she stayed Protestant.
Oh yeah, he's about to become a Catholic, isn't he?
Is it Catholic? I couldn't remember.
Catholic. Yeah, I think he's becoming Catholic.
Okay, so if the wife doesn't convert,
yeah, that's like Jesus can't have that.
Well, she can be divorced because she can be yoked to someone unequally.
She could be annulled.
Exactly.
Wait, I hear sometimes that the Catholics grant annulments in situations like that because of reasons like that. Like they'll be like, it isn't like we never did that marriage, so we don't.
Right. This marriage was not blessed by the church.
Yeah. This was for yo.
There's escape. There's escape clause.
The world. This is from when you were in the world before your pre-Catholic days. Yeah.
Exactly.
Little
and they use doctrine like
clause.
That about being unequally
yoked. It's so weird.
To a non-believer or something like that.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's
someone who believes differently. So.
But yeah, I like this idea.
There's an opening. There's an opening there.
Wait, hang on.
Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. Victory, 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 victory.
I just love the Paula White. When you work late nights like I do, Every once in a while, you need a little Paula White. You just need it just to, you're kind of dragging through your day. You know, you had coffee already. You don't want to drink too much coffee. You just need to.
Angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now.
She has the cadence and everything. And then you're like, man, the angels have been dispatched from Africa right now. Like, I'm ready to go. I am super.
She gets you fired up. She'll get you fired up.
She's dispatching the black angels too?
Yes.
Damn.
Oh man.
Oh, she gets so worked up in that bee mating dance sermon. That woo, buddy. Talk about it. That'll get you.
The bee mating dance.
Who needs porn? Who needs porn?
Oh, y'all, look. My chat is just so on point. Cameron, the usher came through with the information that Cameron Bertuzzi is becoming Catholic, and get this, his wife is not cool with it. Boom! That's a late-night counter-apologetics exclusive right there, folks.
It's like I'm prescient. I'm just kidding. Wow, what a good guess, and thank you for confirming my suspicions there,
awesome.
Cameron.
That's so good.
Not the good Cameron.
That's so
yeah,
good.
you're Cameron with a K.
So if he makes it to the rematch, then I gotta come back and make a promo about how he's still insecure about his brother and the fact that he's about to lose his wife for the Pope. Times are hard, Cameron.
No, you just need to make her your ring girl.
Yes.
You know how the heel always does it. He steals the good guy's girlfriend.
Yes.
You got. I mean, that's his.
Yes, I'm gonna have to come to the ring with his wife.
I mean, how is he gonna call the guy out? You just double down. You be like, all right, I took your belt. Now I took your woman.
Yeah. And then what are you gonna do? Say something?
Come at me, bro.
You're gonna get up on there. You're gonna get up on YouTube and tell everybody everything's fine? No. Because everything's not fine.
I can already imagine the trials and
the Lord
testing
him.
It's just the
Lord
testing
that's what I'm saying.
him. Yep. It's
just the Lord testing him.
I love it. Thanks, Cameron Bennett. Oh, fantastic work. See the usher board, man. They come through, man. Being part of the cult can enhance your atheism. Oh, it's so good.
We going live tonight, by the way?
We've been
live. Or
live.
are we live?
Yeah.
We've been live.
Yeah, you could jump on the... I think I sent you the StreamYard in your thing. But this has been...
Well, the problem is that StreamYard uses a lot more resources on my phone, and so my camera crashes, and it uses my battery up.
Couldn't you tell we were live because I put on my streaming voice?
That's right. In the meantime, I may have gone to urinate.
Okay.
And then smoke some more.
Where's that?
Urinate?
Yeah, where is that?
Urinate is a small town in southwestern Alabama. It's very close, but it's right next door to Tuscaloosa. It's very rural, very small. Population 328.
What's it smell like there?
Mostly piss.
It smells like New York.
Yeah, seriously. Dude, New York is gross. I was thinking about, somebody said something about New York being a gross city, and I'm like, when people laugh at people joking about New York being gross, they have no idea. It
stinks.
Well, no, we have an idea. That's why we're joking.
Oh, no. If you know, then you know. But I'm just saying, a lot of people laugh that don't know. Like, they just think it's funny to joke about a city being gross. But if you know New York, you're just like, no, you have no idea. Words can't describe.
To me, though,
you get out in New York and you're like, it doesn't smell like apples at all.
So I grew up in like a city in Alabama. It's not like I grew up out in the sticks or anything, but every time I would go to visit relatives who did live out in the sticks on a farm, it would take a couple of hours to get used to the smells. They would just like assault your senses, you know, as soon as you got out of the car. But after a weekend or whatever, it was just, you tuned it out completely. And so my experience in cities like New York and London are very similar to that. Like they just,
Yeah. Well, I see it as like the polar. It's like the polar opposite of the South, right? Because like everything about nature in the South is kind of cool. Like think of like Louisiana. If you've ever been to Louisiana, it's like it's beautiful and there's all these like scenic trees and estates and all this shit, right? And it's just the people that suck so much. Like it's got nothing to do. Like the food's great and
it also stinks like a smelly swamp, though. You've got to be fair. It smells like a reeky.
From the southern United States.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Worm.
Are you saying words? This is? Did you just forget how to speak English? What's happening?
Bookworm.
Bookworm. What about bookworms?
Hook.
Are you saying entire sentences, or are you just saying the word book and worm? Like,
I think she's saying
lost.
isn't hookworm something and
can you get hookworm?
I don't know.
I have no idea what she's trying to ask.
Or am I just like not speaking clearly?
You've literally said nothing but the word hook and worm a couple of times.
Hookworm. Yeah, you get hookworm in the southern United States.
It's not like you just get it. It's not like you come to the South and like, boom, here's your hookworm.
Welcome to Alabama.
Yeah, like no. I mean, you have to have sex with someone in Alabama to get the hookworm. Clearly,
I didn't even know it was sexually transmitted. I thought it was from walking barefoot.
What?
No, you get it from like contact with animals and stuff that have it. So you can have it sexually transmitted if you're just skin to skin, you know.
This is some weird shit.
Skin to skin with like a possum or something.
That's some scary shit right there.
That's the way it goes.
Don't you judge me, woman. Sometimes
First of all,
for comfort when you're all alone in a swamp.
You
people
never
think,
know. You never know how sexy a possum is till it's walking away. I'm just saying.
I thought you were gonna say you've never known love. You've never known love until you know the love of a possum.
Actually, I'll tell you, man. I opened my front door one day, and one of those gigantic fat possums was just like there on my porch, and it refused to move. It would do nothing but open its stupid wide ass mouth and hiss at me.
It was like
what?
it was like the Predator.
Yeah, yeah. They got
me,
teeth.
but it was a nutria.
Yeah, they have teeth a mile long. Oh yeah, the nutria, the big ass.
I opened my door and it was just sitting right on my porch in front of my door, just chilling there.
Yeah, no. So this possum's all bitching at me and stuff, and like you sneak around it, you just pick it up by the tail, you just fucking move it somewhere and like put it back down. The whole time it just looks like it wants to kill you. It just doesn't do anything. Okay, you can't do that with a nutria. Don't pick up a nutria.
No, I left the
fuck alone.
No. Nutrias are like 8-pound rats.
It's a ginormous rat.
Like capybara. They look
They're
like capybara.
They're giant swamp rats, and they have these gross red teeth.
They're not cute and furry and nice like capybara.
They look cute and furry and nice in Google Images.
They are not nice.
It's a lot.
No, they're giant rats and they're mean.
They're giant mean rats.
They look like beavers.
But they're good swimmers. They're real good swimmers.
They're not my river otters.
River otters?
They're the river otters of the South.
Yeah, but they're
that's actually just that's the Russian word for otter, nutria.
You know what? Here in Texas, there actually is a local species of otter.
No, I didn't know that.
In Houston, there is a local species of river otter. They're really rare to find, and they're teeny tiny little otters. They're cute as fuck.
Are they nice?
I have no idea. They're hard to find.
Oh.
I'm
addicted to these cute little otters on YouTube. Little Japanese.
I'll tell you what's not nice. What's not nice is the alligator snappers.
That's speciest of you. I'm sure there's some very nice.
Speciest? Motherfuckers get like 150 pounds of just asshole.
Oh, I know these.
My mama said that alligators are so ornery because they got so many teeth and not enough toothbrushes.
Ooh.
They ain't wrong. Alligators aren't mad at all. Alligators just leave you alone. The only time an alligator will get you is if you're near a nest or you have their babies, which are messed up because the babies, the mothers watch the babies for a little over a year after they hatch, and the babies are cute AF, and they make this really cute noise. It's just like this little chirping noise. And so they'll make the chirping noise when you're nearby and you see them and you're like, oh, and you want to pick them up or something, right? The problem is that chirping noise is their distress call.
Mm.
Yeah. So if they're making that noise, you're in danger.
You've attracted mama radar. Mama on the
that
prowl.
Is 100% what's happening. Yeah.
I wonder what it is about baby predators that make them so cute.
I mean,
The little
baby
teeth.
predators are pretty cute too. I think that's just normal for babies.
Just
Tiny
babies
teeth.
are cute. It just seems like baby predators are cuter.
Is it because they can't kill you?
They can't.
I mean, that's because baby
Yeah.
humans are so disgusting.
Baby humans are like the most disgusting baby animal. I don't know why.
Yeah,
that
I know.
is.
People running around going, "Oh, how cute! You're full of shit."
Meanwhile, it looks like a bleeding thumb or something.
Yep.
Like, I guess a baby giraffe is cute in that awkward, gangly, like, how does it stay together sort of spindly way? Like a baby tiger. This is a
Giraffes are
giant head.
What about a baby beaver?
Giraffes are one of the grossest things to feed ever. A, their tongues are ridiculous, and B, they're the slobberiest motherfuckers in the world. Yeah, they do. They just like dead ass drool on you and like in buckets. It's awful.
Like camels from
Yeah.
Conan. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yes, just like that.
Things that are terrifying to feed. Ostriches.
Cockatiels.
Emus can be a little intimidating.
And my dad
Yeah,
had a
but
cockatiel, and it was
at least
really
they're
mean.
blue.
tried to,
Weird factoid about emus: they don't have wings. They've just got little arms.
Little stubby arms.
Yeah.
But their like legs are scary and their faces are weird, and like if you think a goose can mess you up, which I mean, if you think about it, a goose is tiny compared to an emu.
But
Oh, an
emus
emu.
emus aren't as mean as rheas are. Rheas are fucking evil.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I've never been around them. It's just for some weird reason, emus became very popular in Alabama in the early 2000s. And so
they
we
make
have a
great
lot
burgers.
of emu farms. I've had some emu meat, and I must admit, I was pleasantly surprised with it, but I've never really found myself going back to that particular well. So I guess
Sure.
it wasn't that great. It
Well,
was
if
like
they
better
just-
duck or something. It
Better,
was more like
better
red
duck.
meat. Yeah. Yeah, which is not like a huge stretch or nothing. Although I've had some duck that was supremely well prepared, so I don't necessarily blame the animal.
I always found
necessarily.
duck so greasy. Duck was always
Duck,
greasy.
duck,
Yeah.
duck eggs Benedict was really good.
Doug egg.
Duck.
Duck.
Yeah, duck eggs.
Oh, I mean duck eggs Benedict with duck, not duck eggs.
Oh, okay. Well, duck egg. No, so
What's
duck
like-
eggs are actually known to be good eggs. They're actually larger than chicken eggs. They're really funny because I've got a friend that has ducks that are around on his property all the time, and they just lay them in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like they're just walking around, they just lay a fucking egg. So he's just walking his property, picking up these duck eggs and stuff.
Like Easter every day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Must suck to mow your yard. Just like
Well,
every Easter, you think you've counted up all the
lucky-
goddamn eggs, and you're like,
Lucky.
59, fuck, there's an egg around here somewhere, and then you run over it
He
the next day
never-
mowing the lawn.
He never has to mow his yard. He's got 1 million chickens and horses all over it, so like, the grass is never that bad.
Way to go.
I got you.
Horses will just eat the egg if they find it.
No, his dogs do though.
Yeah, I can see that being very likely.
Horses will eat birds, so I have to assume they would eat eggs.
Horses will eat birds. What horses are you?
Never.
Horses will.
No.
Literally Google
No.
it, horse eat bird. They do.
Horses bite
Never.
everything. They don't just eat birds.
Horses eat birds. Fucking Google it, man. Google is free.
Why am I
mean-
Googling this nonsense?
I thought their stomachs weren't set up for meat.
They
I thought
can't. No,
ate-
they can't digest them at all.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
didn't
mean
think
they don't eat them.
What?
Oh, is it like
Okay,
their version
okay.
of McDonald's? Or like
Do
you're not
wild
technically
horses
supposed
eat
to
birds?
eat
Question
it,
mark.
but they do.
Only under unusual circumstances.
I mean,
Like,
yes.
Yeah, under the unusual circumstance that it's got sharp, pointy teeth. Sure.
It's got cruel, sharp, pointy teeth and fangs.
Ask
I will
anyone
tell you,
who
I
owns a
was-
horse. There's no horse that's above stealing a hot dog or some other type of meat. Some domestic horses will even shake bird nests out of trees just to eat the eggs and babies.
That's messed up. I never knew that. I thought horses couldn't even digest meat and stuff.
Ziz in here
It's-
ruining
Really
people's
clear about
lives.
When I tell you about cat
You've-
grass.
You've somewhat damaged my childhood. I grew up
I know
around
about cat grass.
cat grass fever.
Oh, you got me with that one. Nick.
I like to live my life like an episode of Glee.
I have never seen an episode of Glee.
It's
What's
like
that?
No Name, but there were like 10 of them, and they all went to the same school.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sounds self-destructive.
I had a love-hate relationship with Glee because I was a chorus, choir, theater guy like all through school. So I'm like, I am geared to like this unironically, right? And then I watch it, and my major complaint is that is way too good for a high school fucking Glee club. There's just that's gonna set expectations for high school kids way too high. There's just no way. And they auto-tune the shit out of it. Other than that, it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. But I didn't like those parts. But nothing's perfect. Except for the first season of Firefly, which is the only season we got, so we don't know. It could have gotten worse from there, but we got a perfect thing. Just in and of itself. Thank you, Joe.
Have you seen Dark Matter?
It's in my Netflix queue. I think I have watched the first 2 or 3 episodes. It seems like I've enjoyed what I've watched so far. I just nothing that like particularly stands out in my memory. That's the one where they wake up on the ship and they don't have any memory of who they are, right? And
Yeah. There's some
Something
really good
bad is-
episodes. If you only watch one more episode, watch the episode where they're stuck in a time loop. That's one that's really good.
the episode with what?
They're stuck in a time loop. Which,
Stuck
I
in a
mean,
time.
Three is stuck in a time loop.
Okay. Well, like I said, I said 2 or 3, so I may have started to watch it. Now this is something I am prone to do. I generally don't get a lot of time to watch Netflix. So when I do, it is so late in the night or early in the morning that I'll put the show on and then immedially fall asleep. And so it is not a fault necessarily of the show. It is just a fault of my own. Because I don't still get a lot of Netflix
episode for like movie night or something, and then force everybody to watch it. It's really funny.
You are so low and breaking up that it was difficult to follow. So
Nobody's gonna break up with Sis.
Sorry.
My ex-girlfriend used to get mad at me for falling asleep when she tried to watch a movie or show or something.
Yeah, that was just as bad too. Maybe it's me. Say something.
I'm on my laptop, so I don't have a proper headset. I'm just like talking at my computer and hoping you can hear it.
Oh, okay. I got you. That was better. If that makes you feel any better.
I switched to my phone because I'm trying to cook dinner.
Yeah, it's not you, Sis. It's me.
Yeah. I like to tell Beowulf that he's a lousy lay, and that's why I'm breaking up with him. You're a lousy lay, Beowulf. I faked it every time.
Oh my god. We had this discussion. You're not supposed to fake it. You're supposed to just let them sit in their humiliation forever.
What's sad is she's not joking when she says we've had this discussion. We have.
You really shouldn't fake it though. I mean, that's a very it's your own fault if you have problems after that. I mean,
What is it like moral? Is there a moral problem for faking?
No, it's just bad feedback.
Habits.
Yeah. It's like giving somebody a great grade for like poor work. They're gonna be like, well, last time I handed in this thing, you gave me an A+. What's wrong?
You're coming in super low, by the way, Jay.
Oh, am I?
But then again, recently it seems like everybody has, except for Beowulf. Is
that better?
Well, the thing is I like to tell my wife, no one will ever love you, except for me. I figure that that ensures.
It's definitely a very healthy communication tactic right there.
Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah.
I don't want to lie to her. That I'll spoil you for other men, and
No other man would want you.
Yeah. Just ruin.
I'm the best you'll ever have.
But okay, so
but then again, I like to undersell and overprovide.
But all right, but I'll give you that as a point of why. See, like one thing I differ on from a lot of people is I'm really trying to go at a lot of the softy liberal types, and that's one of the reasons because even they buy into that purity culture shit, and it's toxic, right? Because they really do buy into that. You really shouldn't, Like, they like to, like the tape.
Do you put that under the umbrella of liberal Christianity?
Look. Do I need to get a piece of tape for you? Do I need to show you the tape?
Ooh.
That you take the tape.
Wait, what? What are you doing with the tape?
The tape. You put the tape.
You know what we do with the tape.
Y'all don't know about the tape. You get the tape, right? And then it's like the first time you put the tape on, it's super sticky. It's very hard to detach. But the second time you put the tape on, it doesn't stick as much. After like the third.
That's because you already pulled all the hair off.
Y'all have never seen this.
No, this is the Christian bullshit.
This is this is the purity culture analogy. I never heard this. You never heard
this.
I'm glad
like
someone else
nobody's gonna
does
want
this.
the candy if the candy's unwrapped because that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah. Oh, I've heard that. I didn't get where you were going with it. Okay. But I mean, like, I don't. When I think of that, culture, to me,
that's
that
too much
reminds
hair
me
on my
more
body
of
to participate in that.
Yeah, same here.
No,
I mean, I'm
you are the tape.
Yeah, you
Not
are
the
the
hair,
tape.
not the
Yeah,
body.
yeah,
You're the tape.
yeah, and you
You're
won't
No,
the-
you're
bind. Yeah, after you're used
Wait.
up, you can't bind to your partner, right? So that's what we
thought
mean
my
by won't be
junk-
as good. If you're not pure anymore, you won't be
You
You
bound
just
to
use
your.
tape like super glue is.
I'm not good with metaphors.
Just stay
You
a
know,
virgin till
like-
you're married. That's God, man.
We
Yeah.
don't
You're
know
not-
what you're missing.
Not visual learning.
First
Yeah.
of all-
Don't put your PP
First of
in
all,
the JJ.
I already
think
fucked that
that's-
up a long time ago. But
Well.
B, like I've been with the same woman since I was 19.
No. You're not real. You don't exist. That doesn't
Yeah, but
happen.
you've been living in sin this
It's
whole
just
time.
a matter of time
Living in
before
sin
the
the whole time.
Lord curses you, and
I
that
am-
relationship
I
implodes.
am damn near 41 years old, and I've been with my wife since I was 19.
So
Living
sorry.
in sin. Living in sin.
Living in
he
sin,
admits
married
it.
in sin.
20 years.
I love that
living
song.
in
The
sin.
worst of both worlds.
Married
You know
in
what?
sin.
Yeah, married and gonna go to hell anyway.
Something I find.
Oh well, absolutely. That's why I became an atheist.
But you might as well.
Yeah.
Seriously. Did somebody?
The boy.
I never know when
Somebody
the.
with no avatar.
Yeah.
The boy.
Is that what that means? That sound?
To
Someone
boy.
join.
It's like a lurker.
The boy.
Yeah.
He's allowed to
Am I a
lurk.
lurker?
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Fresh Discord icon. How'd you get in here with one of those? I got banned for not having an icon. I got put on.
You get automatically
1800
banned
day-
if you message. The thing is, if you message one of the admins, they'll usually take it off and let you in.
Oh, okay. I just followed the rules.
I might have
and
actually done
made
it.
myself an avatar.
Was
Yeah,
like a
that
new
would be the
rule
better
now
thing
or
to
something.
do. Yeah, it's so if you try to join the server and you don't have an avatar, the Wick bot will just automatically ban you, or not ban you. It'll automatically quarantine you, so you can't do
Yeah.
anything. Because the raid bots don't bother putting avatars on their fake accounts or anything. So like 500 bots can't join all at the same time.
I guess I have something in common with those bots.
What, that you're going to get swept up in the next ban? Maybe.
No, that I never bothered to have an avatar.
That's
Correct.
yes, that's true. What's up, the boy?
That's
Ah,
why
nothing
this
much.
conversation is taking place.
What's that?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Big Daddy.
Nothing much, just playing games.
Mind
Nice.
games?
Yeah, totally. No, video games.
I'm a fan of the Leisure Suit Larry series of video games myself.
You would be.
Completed one. I have not completed one. I have, however, looked up the CGs.
I've never actually played one, but I have seen it played.
I've never actually played one either, but I collected them. I found like 3 of them at a yard sale, and I thought they were funny. And I don't think I actually had the equipment to run them on. Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, it turned out there were 7 of them, and I got obsessed with the idea of having all of them. I don't know. There may have been more than that at a certain point, but
It is a lot. I didn't realize there were that many.
I think there were.
I like the
Maybe
Hugo's
it's
House of Horror games, but they were a lot less adult. Same genre.
No, mostly I played games like Sim City and not Sim City, Civilization and Command and Conquer and
Right,
StarCraft.
right.
I like stuff like that. I played Ultima Online, but I never played any other MMOs than that one. Played like the first one, and then I was like, "No, I'm good." But I'm a boomer. I'm terrible at the first-person format.
You're not a boomer.
Yeah, you're definitely not a boomer. You're like Gen X.
Yeah, okay. So whatever.
Are
I'm
you
Gen
even-
X.
Are you older than me?
It's 44.
44? Yeah, he's Gen X. Because technically,
Are you older than me?
Technically, I'm technically I'm the first year of millennial.
Oh.
At 40. So you would be Gen X.
Right on. So I'm
You're the oldest millennial.
The oldest.
Yeah, pretty much. One of the earliest millennials.
You've had 40 years to ruin shit for everybody.
Man, honestly, like for real though, like the tradition of just pretending like everyone younger than you is a worthless piece of shit is like a really proud tradition, but I see zero purpose in it. It's so fucking stupid to look at everyone younger than you and tell them how bad they suck at everything. Like they grew up in a different fucking world and they do different shit because that's what gets them by. Right?
I totally
it's a time-honored tradition.
Yeah.
It's my God-given human right
to
talk
genuinely
about younger people.
I genuinely hate that shit. I really do.
Kids these days on their social media just staring at the phone. They don't even know where they're at.
I know, man. It's just so it bugs the shit out of me that people do that.
Well, have you seen the stand-up, The Elder Millennial? It's like Eliza Schlesinger thing.
Yeah.
Seen it?
Oh no, I need to check this out.
Yeah, I've seen it.
An elder millennial.
Yeah.
Y'all want me to play it? It'll probably get me. We'll get a good old one of them good old content tracks.
Yeah, but there's like one person watching, so.
Oh no, the content strike comes from the algorithm. The algorithm just hits you with the boom. It just hits you and you're done.
I think it's on Netflix.
Oh, if you're loading it to YouTube, yeah.
No problem letting people know that they are looking for a relationship. We shout it from the mountaintops. We take a seminar. We take a class. We ask around. Do you know anyone? Are you single? Do you have a brother? Does your brother have a brother? I guess that would be your brother. Do you have a sister? I will take anything at this point.
That was really
We let people know. We get license plates made, like looking for you. Like we let you know. I feel like men are a little bit more laissez-faire when it comes to a relationship. Like, oh, I fell into her. Now we have 4 kids. Like, it's just kind of, it's less deliberate, and women are like this way. It just becomes.
Oh, hang on a sec. All right, let me turn.
It's kind of hard to follow.
I
got a little bit of
what
that.
it is? I think I got some weird audio video settings I've been trying to get rid of over here.
Yeah, and you have to watch her body language while she's doing the stand-up. It's fucking hilarious.
But yeah, that's her. She's on.
Yeah, now you can do the share
YouTube.
screen or stream it to Discord thing.
Was that Eliza Schlesinger?
Yes.
Yeah, Eliza Schlesinger. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
I've never heard of her.
Well, it wasn't Elijah Dushku.
I don't like her. She peaked in True Lies. That was her best.
Oh, she said peaked. I thought she said she peed. And I was like,
no.
Oh, Lord.
No, peaked.
It's from Buffy. Okay.
I mean, we all peed a little bit during True Lies.
I haven't watched True Lies.
Oh, it's really good. Oh, we should do a movie night with that. I'll put it in the suggestion box.
Okay, yeah. I am still taking suggestions. But I think this Thursday we were going to go ahead and do his suggestion where Aubrey Plaza plays a nun.
That'd be fun.
Well, I gotta get Big Daddy on finding that for me because he's become my source on like where to get these things.
It's not on the Bay of Pirates.
He knows he keeps. I don't know. Like I'm not good at like looking that shit up.
Big Daddy's your plug. He's your movie plug.
I don't want to. Yeah.
I got a plug, man. I got a guy who'll fix me up.
Big Daddy is not plugging anyone.
In Soviet Russia, plug you.
Ooh. Does that cost extra?
No, it is free of charge on the house.
Good.
For lovely Canadian lady who is not capitalist.
We're all communists up here, so.
Exactly. You're like fertile ground for Russian bear.
Why wouldn't you want capitalism with all that non-healthcare we get?
I mean, I would love to just like be in debt forever because I had to take an ambulance one time.
I know, it's
Pretty
the
lit.
dream. That is the American dream, I'm fairly certain.
That is.
That's lit, dude.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna do one of the adult things and do a sleep.
Poof.
Good
Good night, Beowulf.
Yeah.
Good night to Lady Beowulf. Good
Jay,
night.
it
Good
was
night,
nice to meet
Dad.
you.
Good
Love
night.
you,
Good night.
Dad.
Good night.
Ottoman
Nice meeting
and
you.
to Honey
Yeah,
Bear.
for sure.
Yeah. Don't do anything
Honey
I wouldn't
Rose.
do.
Rosie.
We will, don't worry.
Snuggle with
Bye.
Rosie for me.
My wife's got her while I go to sleep. She'll keep me up all night.
Okay, I'll
take
snuggle
care.
with your wife. I mean, that's fine.
Oh, that'll work. Yeah, you and the dog. That's fine.
She's a redhead, right?
My wife?
Yeah, isn't she?
No. Where did you get that? No.
Probably just my wildest fantasies. I'm sorry.
I mean, I can paint you a picture if you want. I can make her a redhead.
Okay.
Like if we're just gonna like make up fantasy here, like we can do this.
Go on.
Whose wife is a redhead?
Busty
It's pretty crowded for this, Ziz, but
That was me, Ziz.
I'm getting some very Jessica Rabbit vibes right about now.
All right.
Beowulf.
Anyway, bye
That's what I'm
guys.
feeling.
I'll see y'all later.
Night, bud.
Maybe that's not what he meant when he said his wife has no soul.
Oh. I see what you did there. I get you. So where are you getting all these black market movies at, Big Daddy?
You could literally like search it up on Google and like
we
it would
still
probably give you a
streaming?
bunch of sites.
You take all the mystique out of it for me, Du Bois. Like, in my head, it's just like
Daddy has like special
deep
places that he gets stuff.
Russian COINTEL, like
Web
mixed with Israeli. What's the Israeli?
Mossad.
Mossad. Yeah.
I mean, what? They cannot confirm nor deny.
There. See, that tells me everything I need to know. That right there.
No comment.
Say no more.
Edward, have you ever seen Dark Matter?
Me?
Oh, Edward.
Oh, Edward.
Wow.
Yes, I did. Yeah. Morning.
Hey, have you seen it?
I did. Yeah.
What do you think of the time loop episode?
I don't remember that episode.
Oh, okay. It's the one where 3 learns to speak French, Canadian French.
Oh. I'm sorry. It's too early for me.
Never mind then. Never mind. Early. What the fuck?
I just woke up. It's 5 in the morning here.
Yeah.
Hey,
And I
why
mean,
would you live?
honestly, Ziz, now that you tell me you spoiled episode 3 for me,
It's not spoiled.
I'm glad you did, because you know I'm a committed racist, right, when it comes to French Canadian people. Very specific.
Why the fuck do you live that it's 5 in the morning?
Yeah, Edward.
Pardon? What?
Why do you look like Jesus, Edward?
India or something.
I thought you lived in Montreal.
I live in Montreal now. Fucking wish though.
Where do you live?
I live in UK. The land of the free.
Oh. Why am I in the UK if you're French? What the fuck?
I like that. You know what? I'm an American, and I have absolutely no disagreement with what you just said. No.
So, are you French or are you Quebecois?
I am no French at all. I am a native Romanian who lives in UK.
Okay, I'm a dumbass then. Sorry. I thought you were French for some reason.
Then you are safe indeed from my very targeted, specific form of racism, Edward. So thank you. Thank you for saving me a whole lot of embarrassment over what could have been a trifling misunderstanding.
Now I'm curious.
About
what?
About what you were about to say.
Oh, me?
No, your trifling racism.
Oh, right. Like, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, who gives a shit what the opinion of a French Canadian is? But since you're not, in fact, a French Canadian, and the episode was the bad guy in this whole situation here, I'll just let it go. You're good. You're good.
All right then.
It's the TV show that's at fault.
Is it hard to deal with unruly North Americans when you get up in the morning? And we're all drunk or high?
Yes.
It's really why the Iraqis hate us so much. The Republicans say it's because, of our freedoms and whatnot. It's just that we're a pain in the ass to deal with first thing in the morning when we're high. And so it's understandable.
Listen.
It all makes sense.
Speak for yourself. I think we're a lot better this way. You don't want to deal with us when we're all sober. It'd be much worse. Much worse.
Oh, that's fair. That's also true. They'd hate us more. They'd hate us more if they had to deal with us sober.
Only thing worse than a dumbass American is a sober dumbass American.
I mean, is there a difference? Really?
Mostly not. It was sort of like when we talked about the difference between racist and evangelical Christians.
Is there a difference?
I don't know. I'm an evolutionary biologist. It's not my specialty. You got to ask some of the. You have to ask some of the Christian
really?
science.
You mean fantasy world isn't your specialty?
Yeah, you'll have to ask some of the Christian scientists.
Yeah, fantasies are their specialty.
I wish.
I mean, we can't all be masters in divinity.
Yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly.
That's an aspirational
honestly,
goal. We're pursuing that at Scrooge McDuck University as we speak. We're just building funds required, to attend.
This is why I think people like most of the apologists, they went the wrong route. Like, being an apologist is like the way to become a professional Christian. It's all about the gospel of prosperity, becoming a mega church preacher, spiritual acquisition and ministry development. I mean, that's where the big bucks are. That's where the big bucks are. You don't have to do a lot of studying. You just get down the cadence and the routine.
The patter.
The patter, yeah. Although the big boys like Joel Osteen, they're really good. But yeah, I just think that they're more.
Oh, and Kokol. Oh, Kokol. Woo!
They just have a bigger following, right?
Down.
Like, don't you guys get the feeling like I think the apologists are for like the Bible nerds in the church, not for most people in the church.
Yeah, they're definitely not the jocks. The jocks are the pastors. They're the frontliners. They're the Pentecostal. Oh, come on now. Let's get down in the spirit. They don't care about theology. They're out there calling out witches and shit, man. That's their job. They're not trying to like convert nobody. They're trying to like keep you in the pews, filling up those pews. That's all they do. That's their job. Keep you fired up.
Although I will say this, the one thing I think they could use from like say like the Trump movement is like going back on tour, right? Like a lot of those preachers, they're doing that, same 3,000 to 4,000 people on every Sunday, and it's like you could be on tour Monday through Friday. They got the private jet, they could fly back. They could make a lot more money doing sort of like just
leaving money on the table.
Leaving money on the table. Just do a little tour around the state or whatever. Come back on Sunday, tour around another state, come back on Sunday. You know, that's what I would
They're
do.
doing it wrong.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although a
that's
lot of
where
them are
your
streaming.
donations-
Mike Murdoch.
That's how you'll know that your donations will be well spent in the hands of the Church of the Flying Man, because our ministries will utilize those private jets much more efficiently. Like, we will do more touring. We will leave no cash unasked for. We will leave no doubt unspread.
And trips to Brazil for a very, very special type of stationery that we needed. You know, it definitely wasn't the
Those are
model. Definitely
mission trips.
wasn't the girls. It was just
Tax-deductible
like had to go get the
outreach.
stationery. But no, it's really, I don't know. I just
Very important for the ministry.
even being an atheist, I got to be honest, being an atheist is probably bad for your financial future. Right? Because
You think?
yeah, because Christians insulate themselves, I think sometimes, like there's a lot of like a lot of people say like they could never come out at work as an atheist because they work in a certain corporate environment or type of professional environment where being a Christian is totally safe, but being an atheist is like would make you an outsider, if not an explicit target for
That's me. Yeah,
problems
that
and
is
stuff.
that is actually
So,
yeah, that is absolutely
you
true for me.
sacrifice
Workplaces where
that.
it's polar opposite.
Wait, go ahead.
What's
say that again.
Workplaces where it's the total opposite. Like where I work, I have never heard anyone say anything about their religion. Like it's kind of like if you have a religion, you should keep it to yourself.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
my workplace is definitely the same way, but I work in like the university setting. But like my mom, for instance, she's a corporate executive. Like for her, like everybody walks around with their cross, and even if you were like a Muslim or like Jewish, it's not that you'd be like discriminated against or anything, but it would be you would definitely be different, right? And if you're already different in any sort of way, you don't necessarily want to like out yourself in any sort of way that would like add other, you know, like I felt like I've heard like medical professionals and people like that talk about how it would be a big problem for them if their coworkers found out they were. So that it's just the type of thing I mean where like it's like weird where there's certain clubs that, you know, they look at you differently. But yeah, plus you don't get that. Do you guys ever hear people talk about the like, oh, this person goes to my church phenomenon? Like, we love going to this restaurant because the owner goes to our church. This is the doctor we go to because she goes to my church.
No.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, maybe I'm weird. Maybe I know a lot of weird Christians. But I used to always joke that I would like charge them like 10 or 15% more than everybody else and be like, they don't know. They just think I come to their church, so I'm gonna give them the best price. So I just charge them more, tell them I'm giving them the church special. But yeah, no, like my mom says that to me a lot. She goes to certain people because she knows them from church, and I'm like, wow, so that's like a whole private network of people you do business with because you share this faith or whatever. Somebody's going to the bathroom.
Wait, who?
No, I don't know. I just heard somebody rustling around. For some reason, I just started hearing the mute button noise. It's like real loud. It's like real weird.
Is that
Yeah, I
even
can
the
hear that too.
voice? Like, is that somebody doesn't have their headphones on?
I don't know. It's weird.
Can you hear this? Because I don't have my headphones on. Hear that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, well, that sucks.
Normally, I just leave mine unmuted and then I mute it from the mixer.
I heard someone's cat.
That was my cat.
Oh.
It's very noisy.
Yeah. Hey, Pocket, did you join like the server recently? T-Jump?
Yeah, I just joined it today. I don't know, like I've mostly been using Discord for like gaming streams and networks and stuff, and so like I was telling No Name that I'm not in any of like the cool atheist Discord, so I'm hoping to join some.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably why I didn't get banned then, because I've been in this server for like 3 years.
You said that's why I didn't get banned?
No, that's why I did not get banned from not having a.
Oh, because you've been on it for a long time. Yes.
Yeah. It's like grandfathering in or something. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh, my back.
That makes a lot
Oh
of sense.
shit, y'all.
And actually, if I get it, oh wait, are any of the like mods in here? Any Ziz maybe? Like I would
I'm
actually,
in here.
yeah, I'd actually love help setting up my Discord, because I had to make a new one so that it doesn't get dick bombed. So I'd love to learn some of these tools you guys are using, because I'd like to lock it down so it doesn't happen again.
Yes.
What tools?
I don't know, like the bot or whatever. Like I think that's really useful actually, because I'd like to keep people from.
Oh, okay. I'm not in charge of the bot or anything. Scotty knows a lot about the bot. He might be willing to help you.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah,
if you're nice to him.
Sure.
You have to be
Scotty.
pretty nice.
Scotty is
He
a
has very
really.
short patience.
He's a really mean ogre. But he's like Shrek, right? Like once you get through his armor, you know.
Yeah. Just have to not...
That's hilarious. That's pretty accurate description of Scotty in the years that I've been here.
I've only been here for a few months, but that's what I picked up about Scotty.
He can be really
nice
friendly, but he can also
way.
be really like an ogre, like what you just said.
Yeah, just be like respectful of his time and polite and stuff, and he'll probably help you.
Oh, that'd be
Otherwise,
awesome.
he might ban you.
I've had a genuinely bad experience.
Jay and I have some PTSD. Like honestly, it's been very difficult for me to watch cis porn lately. Like for the past couple of days, it's just been strictly lesbian centric porn because I don't want to see any more penises.
Yeah,
I'm a little scarred by.
But I actually
dildos are fine. Like strap-ons are okay.
Yeah. Although it's a little questionable. Like I'm sticking to.
But what is it like if you're like an actual woman like out here in the world and like the unsolicited dicks are just a fact of life? Like I can't imagine like it's.
Oh, like, I can now. I can now.
Just use the block button and light rejection emails for the rest.
Yeah, it's tough.
They keep joining. It's like they keep hunting down the stream.
Sometimes they work. They give you like a whole song and dance.
They go through, they'll go through all this effort.
Somebody told us they debated Christopher Hitchens when we were reviewing a Christopher Hitchens audiobook, just so they could put their wiener on my stream. And we had a couple that were like, "Oh, I was traumatized by Christian. I want to talk about the church and." Like they literally try to like pretend that they're really have a story to
really
tell.
Interested in the conversation, and then it's just like stroking it, and then like the last couple of shows have been blissfully dick free because Jay just keeps them in the backstage area.
In the backstage area.
They just can't. I guess they can't make it long enough, right? Like they're in there for more
are
than
these
10
up
minutes.
on YouTube?
Yes.
Well, I had to take one down. No, I had to take the penis one down. But I'm gonna have to edit it before I put it back up for the.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you can get in a lot of trouble if you leave somebody stroking it on your YouTube video.
Yeah,
like,
who knew? Imagine. Who knew?
Yeah, who knew? But yeah, I'm like, it's been stressful. And then one time we had a guy come on and just say nigger like as fast as he could, as many times
100
as
times.
possible. That was.
Oh, it's the
That's
same
happened a couple
response.
times on here too. There was like a little kid, or he sounded like he was like 10 or 12, while T-Jump was doing some kind of type of stream. They just said it like a lot, really fast, and then he got banned. Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah,
That's gonna happen
it's
when you're on
super
the internet.
weird. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's just an internet thing. It's an internet culture thing. Also, like,
And trying to be edgy and offensive or something.
yeah, and I go out of my way to offend people, so it definitely comes with the territory. I'm not very a sympathetic figure in most presentations. So.
Oh, I think offensive shit is hilarious. It's just like
Yeah,
just
I'm
saying
with
the
it.
N-word
I
a
just
bunch
get-
of times.
I just-
There's not really any joke to that. So I don't find it. I'm not offended by it. I just don't find it particularly funny.
Yeah, even the dick thing. I said, like, it's true. Like, I'm not so much bothered by the fact that a person showed a dick on my stream. It's that I live stream so that I don't have to do any editing or post-production, right? You just press go live, you do your thing, and then you end the stream, and it's over, and it's up there, right? Now, because somebody showed their dick on my stream, I have to, like, download the video, edit out the dick parts, and then re-export and re-upload the video if I want to save the rest of the content. So I'm pissed that they made me do post-production. It's not the little penis game that's upsetting me. It's the ruining my workflow. You understand what I'm saying? It's the inconvenience of it. Like, that's the...
It's not the dick. It's the fact that you have to take the dick out in order
Yes,
to get monetization or
exactly. Yes,
not
it's the
monetization, but
effort.
whatever.
Yeah, it's the effort to remove the dick that's the thing that upsets me.
Yeah, this isn't Fight Club. We're not trying to include schlongs in our broadcast. Keep them schlong free if at all possible.
Yeah.
That's just
If anybody's going to show their penis on our broadcast, it's going to be us.
Also, like, bomb a streamer with more views. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Somebody came through my stream talking about, I don't know, some babbling Christian nonsense. I have to think it's a troll.
Are you like a gamer? Streamer?
No, I'm on YouTube. I'm a counter-apologist. Is this does anybody know Wesley Curry the second?
No.
Is this a name anybody's heard before?
Wesley Curry the second.
Yeah, he's dropped a bunch of biblical stuff on.
Anything like of interest or just more random Christian copy pasta?
Yeah, I think it's just.
I
Like,
know you're new to all this, but that's pretty much like indistinguishable. You can't distinguish between Christian copy pasta and trolling. It's just.
Yeah, it's just. I think it's just copy and paste a bunch of Jesus-y stuff. So.
Okay.
So y'all know what happens, right? You know how we just block the user. You know that happens. We gotta clean that up. We gotta block the user. Because they're either trolling so they're not serious, or they're serious and I don't, like, they're so boring. Like, I don't want to talk about your stupid religion. It's dumb. It's not true and it's stupid. Listen. I got to teach these people the theorem. The theorem is, number one, your religion is stupid. Number two, talking about your religion is boring. Those are my new top counter-apologetics arguments. They're like the Bundy theorem right there. And I'm yet to hear a good counter.
It's like this. Jay Bundy gives you 2 hits. He hits you, you hit the floor.
Ding,
That's all
ding,
you get.
ding.
2 hits.
Ding, ding, ding. Hit my music.
The thing is that those people probably
You
have
know?
have their head too far up their ass to be able to logically see those points.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I think, though? I think part of what we do is we do them a disservice. Like I said, if I spend 5 minutes talking to you about your axiology, I give you the false impression that your axiology is worth 5 minutes of my time, right? And therefore, I'm like, the best thing I could say to you is, you sound stupid, and nobody cares. And then hopefully they'll think about that later. You know, it's like, go to your room, Madison, and think about what you've done wasting my time. You know? These are grown people who have jobs, bills to pay. We're trying to relax, get some work done, hang out with our friends, have a good time. And here y'all come talking with this Bible stuff, the philosophical.
Can't even put no thought into it. It's just copy pasta.
What's the ontology of the foundation for your moral turpitude of exegetical? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh, now I want to convert that. I want to convert that in living color character, the one that Damon Wayans did, where he was, Your Honor, I like to act as my own prostitution, or that guy. Remember that guy? Anybody want a pickle? What was his name? He lived in like a cardboard box mansion. It was hilarious. Anyway, but yeah, make him an apologist. Seriously. An apologist version of it, where you're just like, well, Your Honor, what's the doxicology of your axiomatic systems?
Yeah.
Pocket, that example kind of reminded me that for the people who have been here a long time that can hear this, do you remember that Muslim dude with like a red beard that has the dishonest interlocutor role?
Muslim guy with a red beard.
I'm not talking about Noted, are you?
Talking about what?
Noted? Who are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. I can't think of the name. That's why I'm... Either way, I just... Whatever his name was, the dishonest interlocutor role was really deserved, because he asked a question like, is it logical to believe that God could exist? And I was like, well, yeah, it's logical to believe that God could exist in the same way that like literally anything could exist that you don't know of, because you wouldn't know it. And then like at the end, when he was about to get off, he basically said, my time is done here because I got one of you guys to admit that it's logical to believe that God exists. Like, you just know those people that like purposely misinterpret what you say so that their audience, that their audience gets their biases reconfirmed.
Yeah, getting the sound bites for the audience, then go back with the W.
But this is what
even though that's literal. There's a huge difference between saying it's logical to believe that God could exist and saying it's logical to believe that God exists.
Now
huge difference.
They say that's a dishonest tactic. I don't think you should do that to people. It's really bad to do that to people. But I don't know. I actually kind of. Do y'all feel like that's the whole thing? Like, I feel like, honestly, like, at this point, a lot of people, like, at some point, I want to say, I think a lot of us matured, right? And part of our, I don't know, emotional or personal development was, like, a healthy learning to question our own beliefs, and by hook or by crook, we somehow got there. And maybe a lot of people just haven't ever gone through that. But for a lot of these people, it's like they've encountered all the arguments, and now they're doing some sort of weird, I don't know if it's like a loyalty.
You're assuming that combat Christians in fact mature, right? I mean, you're assuming that the type of Christians that Du Bois is talking about is the kind of Christian that's interested in any kind of reason or reasonable discourse. He's describing more of the Cameron Bertuzzi mindset when Cameron went into that conversation with his older brother, right? He didn't care about truth or what was right. He just cared about winning. And I think that's a lot of combat Christians on the internet these days, is they just care about a win.
But do you believe at that point, or are you just trying to win for your side? Like, do you still believe at that point, or is it just, I'm holding on to this, and if you can't win, if you can't beat me, then I don't know. It just seems like if you're going through that much work to defend it, you must realize by now that at some level this isn't working, right? Like, when you've got to do that.
Not necessarily.
No, you don't think so?
Depends on the person.
I think
some people might have their head so far up their ass that they can't see that. I mean, I don't know. I can't read minds, but I get what you're saying. It's possible that some people might realize that and are just trying their best to get off that. Some people realize it and don't care. Some people just don't realize it. Others maybe just realize it and are just but are using that to their advantage just to get morons to subscribe to them and give them views for money.
Sure.
You know, it just depends on
It just
on the
depends,
person.
case by case. Yeah.
But I just feel like that Muslim guy that I was talking about, he was aware of that. He just purposely did that for his audience. And I still can't think of his name. Is there like a
He's
list
probably-
of people labeled dishonest interlocutors anywhere? Or
I don't know about that.
There is, but
That's
only admins
like
can access it. Or maybe I can access it. Hang on.
okay.
See, they got it. See, Deacon.
Because when I see his profile picture, I'll instantly recognize him.
Big Daddy can look up the list.
Oh, actually, never mind. I just thought of his name.
Okay.
It's not his real name, but like Khalil.
Khalil? Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Is he that? Isn't he like a Russian Muslim?
I don't know if he's
I mean, it could just be a coincidence. There's this guy whose name is Elias Khalil, who makes the circles around some of the.
Oh, he also
various-
goes by Kali Allah or Kali Lala or probably Khalil Allah, play on Allah.
Yeah. Maybe it's a different cat. I don't know. This guy is like an ultra fundy, right wing Russian nationalist Muslim.
No, okay. I think you're talking about someone else because I explicitly remember this guy saying that he doesn't like Trump or Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, technically, neither does this guy because he's a Russian. So why would he like either?
Oh, well, either way, probably because he actually dabbles in. But the guy that I'm talking about is I'm pretty sure he's a redhead.
They have those in Russia too. They make them.
But yeah, I don't know if you guys found him.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I don't know if you guys have found him yet, or.
Oh, were we? Sorry, were we on? I didn't know we were doing an Easter egg hunt. What are we looking up?
Khalil or Khalil Allah, T-Jump, something in the search bar here. I'll just take a snip picture of.
Isn't Khalil?
Oh, is it a debate that
Wait,
they had?
was it the EA show debate?
Yeah, the EA.
That's not the one that I'm talking about, but that's the guy that I'm talking about on the EA show. Is Belief in God reasonable?
I host every Wednesday at 7:30. It's a YouTube program. We like to talk about secular things from a secular perspective.
Can you guys hear that?
Just like to talk about secular stuff.
Pretty low.
Gotcha. Are you muted on Facebook right now, Caleb?
I might be. I'm not muted right anymore.
Okay, so now he can hear you. There's a slight echo when you're doing that, so it's still understandable. So we'll just leave yourself unmuted on Facebook, and then John will be able to hear you when you give him the times and whatnot. But Caleb is going to be in charge here. He's going to be making sure we stay professional, stay respectable. That whole works. We'll be doing 10-minute openings, Caleb, do you want to? How about you go ahead and take over? Let us know exactly how this debate's going to go.
All right. Well, in the blue corner, we have John Lee, who's going to be representing the atonement.
All right. Should I look up something else?
Also, just to make you guys for sure know who this is, I posted a picture in general, and the guy in the middle is the guy who I'm talking about.
Okay. And Jay, whatever you're streaming, I cannot get that to.
You can't get it to blow up full screen?
I can't get it to open at all.
Oh.
It's just loading and loading and loading. Like I said,
yeah, that that guy on the right is the guy who I'm talking about.
Khalil Allah. Well, that face sure does look familiar now that you mention it. I am about the world's worst when it comes to names. Hence my lack of screen name.
Hence you being called No Name.
Yep.
And anybody that like to come on and put their 2 cents in, we'll be opening up. I'll put a StreamYard link later in the chat. But I do want to point out that
thing could be not have been created. So you couldn't have fallible knowledge that extend that to the
like that.
That would be totally fine. There's no contradiction there. That would not be what I would classify as infallible knowledge.
Okay, so a person can have fallible, justified beliefs and
Wait,
perhaps
sorry, I was trying to
knowledge
catch where the
of God,
beginning of where
knowledge
you
only if
came
God
on.
in fact
But I
exists.
think it was
Well,
earlier.
to the extent.
What'd you say?
Well, I'd say that you can have justified fallible knowledge.
yeah, 112 verse 4. Last
point where he says it's grounded in nature and any atheist can make up.
Oh, so they're just responding to T-Jump, right? Like a recording of him, I guess?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I didn't watch the video. I was just taking a snippet to show you who the guy I was talking about.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, I think I found it. So, yeah, that's yeah, he's interesting. But, yeah, I think a lot of these, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't know why. Like,
I don't know if you can find it, but he even did some kind of. He might have deleted it. I don't know if I know, but he did some kind of. He was like streaming on his channel during that incident that I was talking about, where he said he won because he got one of us to admit that.
oh, because he got one of you
that
to.
it's logical to believe God exists when that's not what I said.
Yeah, and like that's totally. Oh, so I was gonna say it's like it would be totally unfair of us to do that to them. So it's a really good thing that we converted William Lane Craig.
Nature is all there is. There is nothing beyond matter and energy. There is no supernatural reality.
It'd be
That seems pretty open and shut to me. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah. Somebody else was gonna say something. I don't know what it was. But yeah, but yeah, it's the same thing, right? Like you catch them. Like I was thinking the same thing. I saw that and I was like, oh my goodness, that's exactly what I wish William Lane Craig would say. And I just sipped it out. I was like, gotcha, bitch, gotcha. Like I was like, we can do that too. Like, right? Like we could just take you guys out of context, saying exactly what we want you to say. Like I got you to say it. But
yeah, like for example, like maybe they say that it's logical that like atheism could be true, and then I take that out of context and say, well, I got hey guys, look, just in I got a Muslim to admit that their worldview is completely wrong and the atheist is the right one, and it was like, well, no, that's not what they said at all.
I think
it was kind of like that.
Yeah. No, I get it. They'll twist things out of context, and I don't know. I find flat earthers do the same thing. They'll get something tragically wrong, and we'll explain it to them, and they'll thank us for it, and then go back to their crew and talk about how they dunked all over a bunch of globers, and we some of us have sock accounts where we'll like infiltrate their little Discord servers and shit, and we'll just be giggling as they talk about how those strut in just cocky as shit. Oh, I just dunked on blah 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 and blah blah blah, and then make up some bullshit story, and then the next day they'll be on the panel and be like, hey, so I heard you dunked on Blue Marble Science yesterday. I heard you dunked on him pretty hard. Oh, what are you talking about? Yeah, those fuckers, man, they backpedal like you wouldn't believe. And then lie. Ugh. I say you got to lie to Flurf. I think you also have to lie for Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, just like what Pocket said. I mean, I really don't get people like that, because when you're at that level, you're not really interested in like truth. You're just interested in like winning, and whenever there are debates like that, whenever the debate goes like that, I usually just click off because it's like, what the fuck's the point of even watching
Yeah.
this?
Also, I feel like
So you have the option of doing something different, entirely different.
I also just feel like like you I don't know, it's so weird. Like with snipping out that William Lane Craig clip, it was funny to me because it's like, but look, you can put the argument in your own words, right? Like I know you refuse to believe it, but you've said it now, right? That's it. Nature is all that there is. There is no like it's amazing. Like you go through all this effort to study the other side to the point that you could like try to lecture an audience on what the other side feels, but it's like you haven't really examined enough to realize that it just holds up. It just, you know what I mean? Like you're working so hard to pretend you don't understand what's right in front of you. Whereas a lot of like other people, they never go through that type of scholastic effort. So when they tell you, they're not really into this stuff, they don't really know any better. You can genuinely kind of believe that they don't know any better. But when these people present themselves as experts and, I'm going to tell you why all of the academics are wrong, it's like, well, no, then you're really throwing your hat in the ring as you have something to say about this. You're at least presenting yourself as somebody who's done the work. So then it's fair for the rest of us to be like, well, how did you not come to the same conclusion everybody else who really did the work did? You know what I mean? Like, it's just tragic that people can't
And
see
that they don't
through
have
that.
any evidence to back up what they say.
Right.
Yeah.
At all. Yeah, so it's kind of it's a whole weird game, but I think I get like the further in my life that I get from the period where I was a believer, the less it makes sense to me. Cause all of it is just like so, like somebody said to me the other day, like, I can't believe I fell for all that like Jewish blood magic. Right. And so the fact that even like your average pew filler just can't see that, like, yeah, isn't this whole like he had to die for our sins thing kind of weird? Like, why didn't God just forgive us? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just like, are you really 35 or 57 and you've never asked yourself, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a little weird at this point.
Yeah, because like and this is unusual for most people, but I've literally asked myself that since I was like 10 years old, and that's around the time when I became I went from being a Catholic to an atheist like really young.
Oh,
because
wow,
I asked myself
really?
that like really early, and
I held on to it as long as I could. I think because of the social identity ties, I felt like I was born into it. So even when I first became an atheist, I became like a Christian atheist. Like I became like this whole like view where I had like an anti-hero, anti-religious Jesus, right? Like my Jesus turned over the things in the temple. Sorry. In my family, I come from like generations of preachers on my mom's side. And so I was like, oh, we're basically the Pharisees. And like Jesus didn't like the Pharisees. And he chilled with like the tax collector and the prostitute. And he was like, nah, forget trying to like get rich or famous. Like that's not really where it's at. So I kind of went with my, like I used to tell people, my Jesus is more like a Bob Marley type of Jesus. You know what I mean?
so basically it was like a slow, gradual change for you.
Yeah, and it became a point where it was like I could get rid of all the theology, but just like hang on to the like, well, Jesus probably wasn't as stupid as he's presented in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? They just wrote dumb stories about him. Like if I met him and we sat down, you know what I mean? He'd be like, Jay, I never told him to start this whole thing. Like I was just, you know what I'm saying? I was just some Jewish guy. I was trying to point out some flaws in the religious establishment. You know, I wasn't really too much into the whole Roman Empire thing. They wasn't really doing shit for us. So I was trying to teach my people how to just look out for each other, break bread, and keep it moving. And I was like, yeah, I'm with that, Jesus. Yeah, I'm that type of Christian. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Let's break bread,
that's
smoke a little weed, and be good people. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, and that's how it's like for a lot of people that I hear from, for most people that I hear from that were huge Christians once. It wasn't just like a lights on, lights off switch. It was more like a slow, gradual change from Christianity to atheism. The reason why, to me, why it seemed like it was such a fast change was, I mean, not only my age, but also that when you're a child, you're not. It's probably not really fair to say that you're like a Christian, because you're kind of just like going places where your parents are, just because they're the people that you're around, and you might not necessarily be thinking about that. So it's probably not fair to say that I was a Christian before like 10 and a half. It's just after I thought about it and was exposed to some videos that were critical about religion, I was like, that actually makes way more logical sense than this religion stuff.
But see, I think in a sense you're almost lucky, because if I always say that part of the reason I'm the way I am now, because I wish somebody would have gotten to me younger. Right, like when I was younger, I was in such a Christian world that it would have been almost like cruel to tell a kid like me, But I always kind of regret that. Like I wish, because I was so much older, and it took me so much like work, right? Whereas I felt like if I could have just realized early on that it was silly, it would have been a lot easier for me.
Probably. That's probably due to the fact, something to do with neurobiology of a child versus an adult that I have nowhere near enough knowledge to talk about. But it's just like, I kind of understand what you're saying. It kind of feels like you can move like ideas easier when you're a child than an adult.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that would be called impressionability, or if that's like maybe something else, but
I
it's
just think you're at
sort
an
of
earlier
tied into
stage in
that.
development, right? And you just have that many fewer of those reinforcing years and experiences, and you got to average. For Christian kids, you're in church, let's say on average, at least like some of us is like 50 weeks a year, right? Like, so every 4 years, you're in church 200 times. You know what I mean? Like, at least, right? And I was on the sound team, right? And my mother was in the choir, so I had to be there for rehearsals and all the play stuff. And then I went to a Catholic school, and so there was just so much of that repeated exposure. I don't regret all of it. Certainly was great at a certain point for being a musician and stuff like that. And I think I'm privileged in my own way, because I'm an evolutionary biologist, and so I can say there really isn't any professional pressure to be a Christian. And I think that was part of what helped me finally...
Especially not a creationist.
Especially not a creationist. And I think that's part of what helped me like walk away, was like, we had this, there was this Christian group, like intelligent design group, that basically was from out of state. They like go around the country doing this type of thing. And they manipulated one of our Christian student groups to like host this anti-evolution summit, right? And since I happen to be working at like an evolutionary biology center where like a lot of famous evolution experiments are done, including my own advisors, it was like they specifically attacked the people I work for. And they like called us out, and they put out these like materials and flyers and stuff all over campus that were like, yeah, we'll debate these famous evolutionary biologists unless they're too afraid. Like this type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so it was very easy for me to see that. First of all, we like infiltrated that event. Like they gave away an iPad to try to like get people to go there. And like one of us won the iPad. So they ended up like giving the iPad to a gay evolutionary biologist. Hysterical. Just that kind of, but I didn't even go. Like a lot of the grad students went because they thought it'd be fun.
Wait, you're saying like they were actually starting like, what do you mean fires? Like in literal fires, or you just mean like in like them being disruptive, like metaphorical fires?
Yeah, metaphorical. No, I don't say. I thought I said they gave away an iPad, right? To like promote it, and so a bunch of the grad students from the place I work like went to the thing, and one of us ended up winning the iPad. So it was just funny. But no, there wasn't anything about a fire. But I guess it was just.
Wait, so you won? You or one of your friends won the award that the creationists gave out.
Yeah, the creationists like did a raffle for an iPad, basically because they're trying to get college students to want to see them debate about intelligent design or whatever, right?
Oof, that's ironic.
So also so most of the faculty that they called out in their materials and like they just didn't respond. Obviously, like the professional thing to do is you don't respond when a group is doing something like this. But since we all knew about it, some of the grad students were like, "We're gonna go. This is gonna be funny. Like we want to be there, see what they do, right?" And so yeah, they entered the raffle for the iPad, and then they ended up giving it to like a gay evolutionary biologist who was a grad student, and we just thought that was the best shit ever. But yeah, it was really easy at that point for me to be like, oh, I don't want to be associated with this anymore. And I can actually say comfortably now that what they're doing is putting me in a bad position professionally. Like that was a day I realized, like being a Christian, like wanting to hold on to this. No, I'm a Christian and I'll be a Christian evolution. Like that's not. Nope. This is a rap. Oh, is this what Christians do? No. I'm out. Count me out. Nope. Because like this, it's like they don't realize that these are people you're talking about. They might just be scientists to you. You want to tear down those work, but these are the people that pay my bills, that like recruited me to come here, that are like training me. Like they've given me unbelievable opportunities, right? They like, you're a grad student. Your advisors are the people who are like providing a way of life for you. You're like, nope, I'm out. So
yeah, so that made it the fact that you had like all the incentives in the world to not
disassociate,
not be that kind of Christian made it all the more easier for your conversion.
Yeah. It made it easier for me to like go from like I'm an atheist, like I'm a person who doesn't believe this stuff but is hanging on to the cultural identity of being a Christian, to someone who's like, no, I'm ready to let that go and just I'm an atheist, I don't believe this stuff anymore. And it also it just gets under you, right? Like, you can say a lot of researchers and scientists, we're not like teachers, like we care about research and papers and all that type of stereotype is kind of true. But we're all at some level like university people. So when you do something like manipulate a student group for your political agenda, it gets us pretty fired up, right? Like most scientists are pretty level-headed. It's hard to get them upset. But when you do something like that, like I saw people that I know was very, like they were pissed. You know what I mean? Like, this is not okay. You don't do this. This is beyond the pale, right?
Yeah.
So, and I see that type of stuff now, like even when because this was before I was participating in this community, so I didn't know anything about YouTube or YouTube debates or whatever. But now even when I see Sean McDowell do his like, oh, I'm going to pretend to be an atheist for this group of college students and show them how they can, really counter the atheist arguments by me role-playing as an atheist to like a captive audience. I'm like, nah, bro, like, sorry, I'd rip you a new asshole just for doing that, right? Like,
so that sounds like a really shitty attempt at trying to steel man.
Yes, that's what he does. That's how he presents it. He presents it as he's trying to steel man atheism. And what he does is he'll be like, no, if you come at him with that, then they'll say this, right? So he presents, but it's really like, he's really trying to get them, he's like, I'm going to steel man the atheist by playing the atheist so that I can show you how your typical counter-apologetics doesn't work. So I can show you how my lovingly sophisticated, corrective counter-apologetics is much better, right? But it's still like I'm realizing that there's a model here where it's like, oh, you get a student group to quote unquote invite you, right? And then you've got your captive audience of impressionable minds there. Even like I play, me and No Name make jokes. I play drums before COVID, before churches became a hazard to your health. I played drums at like a evangelical church, and their whole model, it's like this international business model where it's like you plant churches in major college context so that you can like become the center of the social lives of these young people who have this is the first time they're away from home, and they're unattached and stuff like that. And the whole idea is that, like, you know, the universities are like places of sin, and that's how you capture the next generation. And then the goal is that by the time you graduate, you'll be so on fire for Jesus that you'll want to commit your life to planting a church before you start your career and your family. So then you can be off to the next church plant and get established there. Like, and we sometimes don't realize how systematic, organized, and corporate the indoctrination is. Like, it's big, 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 big business. You know what I mean? And it's so well orchestrated. Like, you go to their conferences. We joke about holy fans, right? Because I've been to these conferences, man, and they're just like, they're festivals, right? They're just Christian festivals. They're in workshops all day about purity culture and don't masturbate and the glorious benefits of Jesus and, you know, why you should be a creationist and all of this stuff. And then there's like worship services throughout the day that are huge mini concerts. And then every night there's like a big, huge concert rather, right? And this is like where all the young Christians want to go just because it's fun. It's like their festivals. It's their, you know, what we do when we go to festivals and conferences and these type of things. It's when you see how deep it is, you realize how easy it is for just like a young person to inadvertently just fall into this, right? They don't wake up one day and want to be Christian nationalist or anti-science or any of this stuff. They just kind of, it's just easy to fall into because it's so deep in the culture.
Yeah. Are you basing this off of your experience or just like from other people that?
Yeah, my experience and just what I've seen and just realizing, you know, I've been, you know, like I said, I come from 5 generations of ministers on one side and I went to Catholic schools. And so I know how, I just feel like, again, that's why we sort of got envious of the Satanist, right? Because there's some need to like an organized effort at certain levels because the other side is so organized and so well funded. It's like, I sometimes just bring this up even with my work colleagues a lot. Like you're not going to win the next generation over with scientific facts and evidence, right? Like you've got to get with the idea that there's a very narrow band attention economy. There's tons of stuff pulling at students' attention, and you've got to, you know, a lot of these people that, like, in other words, like you can have the best educational experience in the world, but you can only educate who you can get in the classroom, right? And if your class says evolution on the title, then there's just certain kids that are just not taking it, and you're not going to even get the support from your department that you should. So if you really care, like that's why I say you got to go out, you got to build relationships, you got to go where they're at, you got to use social media, you got to, like for me, I love going to church. Being a part of a church is I'm surrounded by creationists. So every conversation I have about evolution in that context is high impact because I'm talking to somebody who literally doesn't think it's true. But they see me on stage behind their pastor playing drums twice a week. They see me at Bible study. They see me at the conference. So it's not easy for them to dismiss me because they see my dedication to the ministry and my participation in their community. So they know they can't dismiss me as like an outsider as easily, right?
Yeah.
And so when I'm like, hey, this is just what it is. You got to, you know, and so I'm able to talk to them, and a lot of them have their doubts. And then you realize that they just, you know, again, most of them are not apologists, right? They've never thought about the evidence. They've never, you know, they're at a social commitment, you know, like the way they were raised and the type of great godly mother that they had, you know, taught them to follow the word of God and, you know, build their personal relationship with Jesus. And, you know, they're just trying to live the right way. And this is what's good and true and right to them, and they haven't had much of an opportunity to think about it beyond that. And it's hard to because of what the consequences are.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that's another thing. Like, I often sometimes joke about Christianity being a fertility cult, right? But, you know, one thing that was easy for my mom to talk about is you know, black mothers get worried about you if they see you with too many white girls, which they eventually learn to accept as part of being in a different world than, you know, the one they grew up in. But one thing that really resonated with my mom was like, Mom, there's not a lot of black women in my circles, but of the few that I encounter, it's not a lot of black atheists. And I said, you know, a lot of black women feel like to be a good black man, you have to have a relationship with the Lord. That was one of the most like breakthrough things about my atheism that I ever could say to my mother, because she got that, right? And the cognitive dissonance of, wait, I've raised this person to be the type of young man I want him to be and grow into, and I'm proud of all the things he does with his life, but a young woman like myself could never bring home somebody like my own son, because my father would never let me bring home. You see what I'm saying? So when she really had to think about that, it was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I say a lot of this stuff, we have to now seek and find what matters to people. Because for Christians like my mother, it's being a person of her word, being honest, representing certain values that, to be honest, have nothing to do with God. So putting her in a position where her values and her faith are in conflict with one another is going to go a lot further than, you know, trying to convince her that there's contradictions in the Bible, or that, you know, we can't be sure of the historicity. That's just, don't care, right? You know, and I think with good reason, because for most Christians, it's like a so what? You know, I hate to say it, but a lot of their excuses and stuff that they come up with, they work theologically, because under a God hypothesis, anything is possible, right? So you could tell them the Bible is full of errors, and then they're just going to give you, well, a perfect God used imperfect human vessels to deliver his perfect message imperfectly. And you're just like, oh, okay, sure, right? Like,
yeah, you can make up any excuse.
Right. They're all equally like, sure, like whatever, like, yeah. So I think actually trying to figure out, or like,
especially I think that's easy to do when like you're someone like those people probably want to believe in God. So yeah, I mean, you could point out how that's silly, because why would a God that wants to have a relationship with their with his kin want to make his message so blurry and hard to understand? But if you look at it from the perspective of someone who wants to believe, I'm sure that would be a very difficult task to get them to see the logical errors in thinking.
Right. Like I'd always ask, you know, like slavery. Like I always go, it's 5 words. God could have given us just one verse: do not own other people, right? But there's so much about you really need to stop sleeping with the sheep, you know, and it just seems a little out of whack. But, you know, you'll get I've heard in their cultural milieu, the cultural milieu of the time, you know, they couldn't have received the message about slavery because it was so deeply embedded in their culture. So God gave them instructions on how to do it within certain limits instead of just trying to abolish it, because they would have rejected it. And I'm just like,
basically the Ben Shapiro argument right there.
What are you talking about? Right? Just like, no, he could have just said don't. Right. So I don't know. Like,
I'm sure an infinitely knowledgeable God could have found infinite ways to tell them straight up that, hey, no, owning other people, big no. I mean, because after all, they believe that he's infinitely
right. Or you get the
knowledgeable, right?
Or you get
there could have been
a line.
What the hell did the people of the time need God for? They were just going to do whatever they felt like anyway, whatever was deeply ingrained in their culture, like not killing people and punishing people for stealing. They were already doing all this shit. So what do they need God for?
Right.
Or you get the like slavery was different back then. You know, it wasn't the same. So yeah. So I mean, we could talk all day about these arguments. I'm sure you guys have. But my thing is like, I think that some of it now is, to me, and it just depends on what your goal is, right? A lot of times we just like having these conversations. We think they're interesting and we want to hear what people have to say. But for me, who sometimes finds myself in a place where I want to move the conversation forward, I think being more directly challenging is sometimes what I'm going for, because I'll give you an example. Like, y'all probably know Rebecca, like Bread of Life.
Oh, yeah.
You know, to me, when she has somebody like Gutsick Gibbon, like breaking down the evolutionary biology for her for like hours and stuff, I'm like, this is a person who has like a world-class expert giving them like personal tutoring, right? This reminds me of like when a kid needed help with math and you just spent like 2 hours, like, I'm gonna just sit here and help you with your math homework till you get this. Do you know what I mean? And they come away from it like, well, you could demonstrate anything to me, but I'm still gonna believe this. Then to me, like, I don't know that I would have ever got her attention if I hadn't said, I really appreciate you being honest enough to say that about your faith, but that's not an intellectually honest like way to go about this, right? That really seemed to get her attention, like, and she didn't like that, right? And I think that's.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, you can't sit through that breakdown that Erica did, and then still say that it could be the Earth could be 6,000 years old. That young Earth creation could be.
Yeah, or I've seen her do the we have good reason to believe that the gospel authorship is the traditional authors, and one of the reason people are getting this bad idea that the Gospels are, we don't know who authored the Gospels is, well, that's a theory that's been around, but it's been popularized recently by Bart Ehrman. And then she'll just spend all this time breaking down how Bart Ehrman is wrong. And I'm like, cool, a lot of us have disagreements, very particular nuanced disagreements with Dr. Ehrman. But like, if you're gonna come at one of America's best biblical scholars on these things, then y'all have to come with it. Like, it's not okay to just keep pretending that the rules don't apply, right? And I think that that's what we have to bring out is like, y'all are not playing by the rules, and we're not going to pretend you are anymore. Like, you don't get to, like, I always use the analogy, no name will get sick of hearing it, but you don't get to, we're playing basketball, we're playing at 21, the score is literally 20-0, and I'm about to get game point and win, and you just grab the ball and run out the gym and then say, no, you didn't beat me. You didn't beat me. And then no name or somebody said, it's even worse than that. It's like that happens, and then they say they just beat you at racquetball. And it's like,
yeah, we just got done playing like horse for an hour. And then what you talking about? I just beat you at racquetball. You know, like,
yeah, and
what?
And it's like, y'all can do that, but we saw you. Right? You did it in public. Other people saw that conversation. There was a video. We could roll back the tape for you. And when you do that,
you got motherfuckers like Rebecca saying, you can show me all the evidence in the world and I still won't believe you. So what good would that do?
Right? And you got to understand that when you say that, you just jumped outside of bounds. You just said, I don't care what the rules are anymore. I don't.
Crazy talk.
It's just It's just crazy talk. And how do you tell a friend nicely that this is just crazy talk? I honestly think the nicest way to do it is just like that. I love you. I think you're really sweet. I think you're a really sweet person, but this is just crazy talk at this point because you said this and we need to talk about it. Like,
intellectually dishonest.
Intellectual
would be the word to say that.
That's the phrasing I try to use, right? I try to use that phrasing, but even that phrasing. And I think there's two things that have happened. One, it's become kind of like passe, like it's really considered like really rude to say that to somebody and say, hey, I don't think you're arguing good faith anymore. I really don't. And the other thing is, you know how it's rude to tell somebody they're ugly, even if they're ugly, right?
Yeah.
The difference is, though, and
if they ask.
If they ask, right? But here's the true difference, though. I think ugly people know they're ugly, right? I think it's also rude to tell people that they're not that smart. The difference being the people that aren't that smart seem not to realize that they're not that smart. And I'm now realizing like a lot of what we have to do is realize there is a lot of stupidity out there, and it may not be comfortable for us, but we got to call it out. Like a lot of what you could do for a lot of your friends is you could tell them straight up this, like, or just try it. And if it doesn't work, then just blame it on me. Be like, I'm sorry, that was rude, but this black guy told me to try it out, so I tried it. But just be like, so the next time they come to you and they just, you tell them, where are you getting this from? And if they tell you like, oh, I got this from, William Lane Craig or Jordan Peterson, just be like, I honestly think he's not that smart. Be like, I know he sounds smart, I know he's got a lot of views, but yeah, I kind of think Jordan Peterson's an idiot. Right? Like it throws them for a little bit. And then you can, right? Because then you can explain it to him. Like, look, he's just, because what it is I've realized that there's levels of intelligence, right? And there's a lot of apologists who exist in the space of they're smart enough that they sound super, super smart to people who aren't really that smart. But then the people who are really that smart, you just see him and you're like, God, this guy's an idiot. I'm slightly impressed. I'm kind of impressed that he's made this much money and has this big of a following. Like he's doing a whole lot with less. Maybe that's kind of impressive. But I'm just getting to the point that I'm not trying to like be too funny here, but it's like I really do think that that's kind of a barrier now that we have, right? Is that it's you have to pretend everybody's smart, even though we know there's as much variation in that as there are in other things. And I think that's part of the problem.
Well, it's if you think about it, it's for some of these people, it's actually not surprising that they have as big of a following as they do, and that like actual better experts don't, because of the fact that a lot of people like watching content that reaffirms their biases. That's why you don't get a whole lot of people that like usually if you watch Fox News, you don't watch CNN, and if you watch CNN, you usually don't watch Fox because you watch whatever whatever political leaning is. But you watch whatever whatever's
going to reinforce
whichever type of news that reaffirms the biases, the political biases that you already have. So it's sort of like that for people like Jordan Peterson and
totally.
Ben Shapiro and other influencers like that I can't think of right off the top of my head. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do. And it's funny because when I watch them, I'm wondering the same thing. Like one thing I really tried to do to combat this problem, and I actually have to be honest, I think it's helped a lot, is I've started to become like a right-wing watcher. At first, it was just kind of like idiot porn. Like I love watching Trump rallies. Like, you know what I mean?
It's a funny word to
like
associate. I get what you mean.
Yeah, just pour a couple drinks, get some good weed and just kick back and enjoy the Trump rally. It'll never.
Do you know who he is?
Who?
Jordan Klepper.
Oh yeah, like exactly for the Jordan Klepper thing. Like it's brilliant.
I watched like 3-hour-long compilations of him interviewing people at Trump rallies.
So yeah,
funniest goddamn.
Oh yeah, so if you want it straight from the source, you do the Trump rallies. You watch it on the right side broadcasting network, because then you get the live broadcast, and then you get the cult the chat like the atheist community never has seen a chat like the Trump rally chat. Like it is just like you can't even read it. It's going so fast, and it's just all we love you, our president, American flag, Jesus, crosses, like let's go Brandon, just constant. And then they always do the staging, right? Like they always stage the people. You're always gonna have the blacks for Trump and the women for Trump strategically positioned so that they're on camera. But then they kind of shuffle them out midway through because people get bored, right? And so like the handlers will actually like move people around and stuff because like they'll be like, oh, he's nodding off, like move him from around, he's nodding off, like he can't be standing behind Trump anymore.
Replace that person with a more attractive person.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And if somebody's real attractive, they'll shift them around so you can see him better. The production is really deep. The playlist is always the same.
I heard a lot of the early Trump rallies were literally extra casting calls.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
They were advertised as
yeah.
extra casting calls, a lot of the early ones, and so people would show up and they would just like, yeah, raw Trump, and they just thought they were acting. They were just extras.
And he is not fashionably late or stylishly late. Trump. I don't want to say the N-word, but Trump is on N-word people time. He's not on color people time. He's full N-word time. Like he's like, he'll be like an hour, or they'll be out there standing in the rain, just waiting for Trump to come. And then he'll say that the cameras that are recording him are all turning off. Like it's really something to watch. It's kind of scary, but like I said, with a couple of drinks, it becomes quite comedic.
I do want to bring this up real fast though, and I'm really pleasantly surprised that he's broken 154,000. That is great. Good for you, sir. When I subscribed to his channel, he had like under 5K, and I thought this man is criminally underrepresented by the algorithm. Like how the algorithm isn't pimping this guy out left and right, I have no idea.
Trump?
Sean Carroll. Are you familiar with Sean Carroll?
The scientist, the guy, the author? Who's Sean Carroll?
Yeah. He's a popular science communicator and a theoretical physicist.
Yes. Yeah.
No,
he has a channel on YouTube, and he's got a show called Mindscape.
Really?
Right? And it's like, this man is a goddamn national treasure. And
he is a goddamn national treasure.
What's that?
Does he have about like 154K subscribers?
Who?
Sean Carroll.
Oh yeah. He's got 154,000. In my opinion, he'd have like 50 million or whatever. You know, like these teenage TikTokers that just randomly pop up out of nowhere and have 34 million subscribers. Like, how does that happen? They contribute nothing to society. But here's Sean Carroll, fucking, over here just languishing in this corner of YouTube with 150K. Makes absolutely no goddamn sense. But that's
I don't know. I don't understand that either, because I'm probably not much older than a lot of these TikTokers, and even I don't understand that. It's probably just like some algorithm shit that that encourages like what do you call it? Kind of like short-term gratification in a way, where it's just like quick clips and with a lot of action all at once, and then go through to the next and the next.
Yeah,
and the
I've been trying to tell No Name this. We're in a very rare community. One, our community is a lot of long format stuff, and like the algorithm by definition like kind of punishes you for that, right? It likes the short format, 4-minute cat playing the piano video that gets 2 billion views. The like having 14 people sitting in your stream for 17 hours, YouTube is like, nah. So I think that's where it's always kind of niche. Like atheism always going to be niche. Like I don't think YouTube algorithm has even figured out that atheists are on YouTube. Or if they have, they're like, oh, that's cute. Nobody cares, right? Because the numbers just don't even pop up for them, right? Like we're literally.
I wonder how I was able to see that, see them though, because that's
I'm kidding. Like it knows what we watch. You see what I'm saying? Like it knows. Oh, you like this person. Oh, here's all the atheist stuff. It knows that you're like it knows you're political. Like, it knows everything about you. But no, I'm just saying like in terms of like their business model or like who's really driving numbers to YouTube. Like think about it. Like we're probably literally smaller than like the ukulele player YouTube community. You see what I'm saying?
I'm
I'm
just saying,
not trying
like-
to be funny, like
There's-
like a lot
I'm
of
just saying, like, I'm surprised that I was able to find atheists when I was 10
and they
years
have
old, because I'm not.
millions of subscribers, and all they do is build mud huts and shit.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, they're
I know
more
who you're
people
talking about. See what I'm saying? That
particular channel than there probably are
But-
combined consumers.
Yes. But right, but
content
look, what do they do, right? They do the time lapse. It's like a couple of primitive dudes. They build like the most incredible architectural thing you've ever seen in like an 8-minute video. And it's just, and then they get like a gazillion views, and then they stay, and then the idea is you stay on the platform and you're on to something else, either another video, another channel, but it's a lot of views, and it's quick form, because that's how you compete with social media, right? Like our stuff's good, but it isn't exactly shareable, right? Even if it is shareable, you gotta timestamp it and clip it, and right, like YouTube would love something that's like, oh, it's almost like a TikTok, right? It's like 2 minutes, and then you could share it, and it could go viral, and that could drive people to YouTube. Like that's why the short format stuff is great. And then our stuff is getting into like the live streams and stuff, to where you're taking a community that was already going long form with their videos and their podcast, and now they're gonna do a 5-hour live stream, open hangout. It was like, nah, y'all are in the back alley of YouTube. Like,
Well, that's probably how I was able. That's probably would explain why I found like short minute videos that were making fun of religion, like Dark Matter 2525. Before I actually, then the algorithm noticed what I was watching, and then got me onto more serious stuff. But that would probably explain why I encountered things making fun of religion comedically first.
So I
before,
started
like,
with
serious talks.
So I started with like a lot of like lectures and debates, and it was feeding me William Lane Craig, but it was feeding me Dawkins and Hitchens and stuff like that. And then it started to feed me the short form videos like Cosmic Skeptic, and you know, some of the people that are very popular, very accessible, but they make like 5 to 12 minute videos about a very particular topic, high production value, everything's very clean. You know what I mean? And you just watch it, and you could serial watch them, watch a bunch of them, or bounce around a little bit. And then it started to be like, oh, you're really into this atheism stuff. Okay, here's some people that are putting up active content. So then I got into, that's when it started showing me like Myth Vision and stuff like that. And then you get into that community, and then you start to really get into the active community. Oh, these are people making content now that do live streams where there's discussions and stuff like that. But it takes a while. It takes a while. And again, like that's because we're down in the webs, right? Versus like makeup tutorials, right? The makeup tutorials, right? There's just millions and millions and millions of people watch them, and thousands it just sustains a whole thing, and they drive ads and other types of engagement and all types of ad revenue. I mean, who really wakes up in the morning? What big company is like, yeah, make sure you get a ad over there on the Matt Dillahunty Atheist Experience. Like, come on, no, you see what I'm saying? So it's just,
Especially not for an American audience. That's bad marketing.
Yeah, that's like anti-marketing almost, right? Like,
yeah.
So it's cool that we're in that space. I'm just realistic about it, right? Like, we're just not big content creators. Like, even our big creators are considered small potatoes in the grand scheme of things. But even me, go ahead.
But is, I think, a big market for poking fun at the right wing, which Venn diagram.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna say to you about some of the stuff that me and you've been talking about, getting into more of the social political stuff. I actually think you're stepping to a bigger community, and then believe it or not, I think there is a niche within that for a broader swath, like, of an atheist approach. Like, in other words, people will be down with you to talk about social political stuff with a heavy emphasis on the religious stuff because you're an atheist, but don't make it all about the religion. That's where our community, right? That's what we're saying. Like, you go all about the religion, people are like, man, y'all do nothing but ever talk about this boring religion stuff. We don't care. But if you were to like do what we do, like, okay, we'll talk about prosperity preachers, but we're gonna mix in like, oh, this crazy ass speaking in tongues lady is running for Congress.
Well,
or,
I mean, I don't have a problem focusing on political candidates who also happen to be crazy fundamentalist Christians.
Right, exactly. Like it gets more, but it's even
I think that there's not enough spotlight shined on that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you that we shy away from the politics, and it's good for us to not do that because I think we open up to a lot of viewers. And like I said, that's where I found a lot of.
No. I'm not saying shy away from politics. I'm just saying like do what you're already good at, which is poking fun at Christian fundamentalists. But if you broaden it to include Republican senatorial candidates and things like that, you know.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying to the extent that the other people don't do it as much, it's good for us. We're like, oh, okay, fine, we'll do it. Like more for us to do, right? Like if they don't want to go there.
Yeah. Because most of these like news networks, you're not going to sit there and like make fun of Shabaka's religion or religious views, right? They're not gonna do that. Even the late night pundits don't really do that. I'll do that. But
that's what I'm saying. People, that's what I mean about going after the liberal softies. Like even like a Colbert, like he makes me roll my eyes because he just is painfully Catholic at times. Yeah, and like
I wonder about it though sometimes. Like, is it a coping mechanism? Is it a chameleon camouflage strategy? Is he really that devout?
But see, I think that kind of says our whole thing, right? Is that Christianity, even for a lot of people on the left, is like that safe identity security blanket, and it's just time to grow up. Like I don't think it's a very mature way. Like I don't want to grant you, I hate to say this, I almost don't want to grant you full citizenship. And I don't mean that legally, right? I mean it intellectually. I mean it like you need full rights, but I don't fully trust you.
I get it. You're a fundamentalist atheist.
I'm a fundamentalist atheist.
Yeah, you have what I jokingly call the purity test mindset. Right.
Yes, there should be. I support a religious test for public office, and if you have to swear on the Bible.
Is not a public official.
No, right. So he would be fine. But I'm just saying, yes, I am a purity test atheist. Stephen Colbert is fine because he's a comedian. He's a late night comedian. Like it's totally fine. But I'm just saying, like even if I really knew him, like I would really tell him, like Stephen, no, like that's silly, bro. What are you talking about? No.
I'm sure he has been told that by Neil deGrasse Tyson behind.
Yeah. I'll be on that list. I'd be like, Stephen, I'm on the no list.
I'm just saying, like more famous people than you.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they don't want me to tell them. Yeah, I don't even tell them. Yeah, because I know, because they be like, what do you do for a living? Oh, you're an evolutionary biologist. Nah, you can't come on the program. Nah, we can't have him on. Nah. No.
Man, you must not have watched the Colbert Report because that's all he had on his show back in the day.
Who? Oh,
Stephen Colbert. He'd have on like all the top people, and then he'd pretend he'd like make fun of them, make fun of the book.
Oh, like when he was doing when he was still doing the stick from the Today Show or whatever.
Report.
Yeah. Yes, the Colbert Report. Right. No, I know what you're talking about. Yes, he was great. Matter of fact, he had on one of when I went to Penn State, he had on one of our professors, Nina Jablonski. He had her on the Colbert Report. It was like the biggest thing ever. We thought that was so cool. But yeah, he kind of tried to stick it to her, which was amazing because she was incredible, right? She was like one of those. She was like a superstar scholar, beautiful person. And then also like really, really kind and like super classy. Like she was one of those people like you knew her, you're like, I don't deserve to know her. Why do I know her? Like, why is she nice to me? Like I'm not. Like, I'm just regular people. Like don't like no yeah. But she was just so cool.
She's a cut above.
Yeah, she's a cut above. But you know, it was fun to watch her go. So I was like, kudos to him because the rest of us can't even try. we don't even try to go at people like that. Yeah, I kind of missed that Stephen Colbert sometimes.
I
Actually,
do too.
Yeah. That's why I want to do the Scrooge McDuck Bible University, because I actually want to like slip back into the actual Bible thumping. You know, you just miss it once in a while, like the actual playing the part. You know, it's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's
I mean,
fun.
not really.
It's fun to be. It's fun to be a fake right winger.
You're a junkie. You got the Christian monkey on your back. You need to shake that shit free, man. Like Taylor Swift says.
It's not hard to get me away from it. You just got to give me something better to do with my time. You know, it's not. Yeah, I think it's fun, right? I honestly tell people, you're just not about that cult life. You know, like.
Yeah. I know what you need for your time. What you need to be doing right now is you need to be making a call of Cameron Bertuzzi's wife, so that you can feature her.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be what I do. I think tonight I'm gonna code because I have a meeting tomorrow, but then because I'm live now, but I'm just working on code. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'm gonna go back to making calls. I gotta make her.
Yeah, I saw a code on your stream when I was
a lot of
watching
women. I gotta get. I want to do a Marjorie Taylor Greene. We gotta get Alyssa Childress.
Did you hear D-Boy?
Yeah. Nah, I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for checking it out. But yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of calls to make. Also, the ones that the viewers requested, like Dilla Hunty. I forget who that was against. I think I made a note of it though.
Habermas. We gotta do Habermas.
Habermas. The people for the Jacob's Ladder tournament.
Isn't that the best name ever? You're welcome. By the way, I haven't charged you a penny for any of this gold.
I know, that's so good. Oh man, yeah.
Man, even I was like, I'm a little impressed that just popped out of my brain like that.
That's a good one.
Thank you, brain.
Yeah.
It lets me down sometimes. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning from a dead sleep one night, scared the shit out of my ex-wife because I levitated out of the bed and shouted, not Jean-Luc Picard, Patrick Stewart. And once she composed herself, she asked me why I shouted out Patrick Stewart's name in the middle of the night. And it had been bothering me all day that I couldn't remember the actor's name who played Captain Jean-Luc Picard. And it had just been nagging at me. And I was like, I'm just going to remember it. I'm not going to go look it up. I'm tired of always having to look something up. I'm going to remember something. And eventually I did.
Just not at a good time.
Just,
Right.
yeah, at a less than convenient hour and manner in which to do it. But yeah, my ex-wife was firmly convinced for a little while that I was possessed, because there were things I would do in my sleep that were just, she said, that were just uncanny, just eerie, right? Like the way I would move sometimes, it would look like something out of that old Nosferatu movie, where I would just stand straight up from being completely reclined. She said I would launch myself across the room when I'd get a bad cramp, like a leg cramp or something, and it would look just freakishly acrobatic. Like if I tried to pull it off while I was awake, I would just have died, right? Like I would have face planted. But by virtue of the fact that I was asleep, I was somehow able to overcome my conscious restraints that would prohibit me from doing some crazy somersault out of the bed, you know, like I can't do that. What are you talking about? I can't do a somersault. The bitch said I somersaulted out of the bed. She was like, it was like you were a spring and you just went.
Maybe
boing.
you are possessed.
Yeah, I could be. It's very positive. I think it's more likely that I had a very bad leg cramp. I leapt out of bed, and I just luckily managed not to trip. You know, when I planted up against the wall to stretch my leg out, and my ex-wife woke up, you know, to that, and then translated that as I was doing some Bam Bam Bigelow pirouette out of the bed. Like, no, I can't do things like that. I'm pretty sure.
No Name. I kind of went with like a Arn Anderson, Scott Hall type of feel for your guy, and now you're making me think I should have went Bam Bam Bigelow with him.
Hey man, nothing wrong with starting over from scratch. I don't care. I'm by build kind of a fire hydrant, like 5'8", 180, stocky fire hydrant.
Yeah, that's interesting. That'll be something to check out. I was gonna start putting
like a very tall dwarf.
Yeah, we got to start putting these people together. And I was also thinking we could build up a fed around them by trying to put in people from like other religions and stuff, like a Shaolin monk character, like just make up religions, like instead of like having a, because you know, like wrestlers, there was always like the Samoans, like Roman Reigns is from the Samoan dynasty, so we'll just have like a Samoan, I don't know, for a Samoan tribal cult guy.
Sure.
Somebody, we need a big African cargo cult guy.
Yeah.
Named John.
I want a guy who's like the Iron Sheik though.
Oh yeah, got to. Yeah.
The Iron Sheik.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. With the tip, the funny boots.
Yes.
Yeah, like the curly boots. Yeah. Yeah, the curly Aladdin boots.
What was his other identity? What was his alter ego's name?
The Iron Sheik?
Yeah, he played two different.
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh man, it's been so long. I haven't thought about any of this in a while. Man, me and my brothers used to kill each other watching wrestling when we were kids. And my cousins and an uncle who was like a year older than me.
Oh, he played Colonel Mustafa.
Yeah, that was his other one. Yeah, it was the Iron Sheik and Colonel Mustafa. I couldn't remember his other.
Like when he was a manager, I forgot about that.
Right. Whose manager was he?
I don't know. Let's see.
That did the difference, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was.
God, what was the time frame on this? Like 88 through maybe early 90s, late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, let's see. Where does it say?
I was a kid, man. We used to, like I said, we used to watch wrestling and beat the hell out of each other, jump off the back of the couch, like flying elbow drops and shit. But luckily, we were made out of rubber.
Yeah, we used to wrestle a lot too, and it was actually better in the winter because you could like use the snow banks as like climbing to the top rope, and it was easier to like take bumps with snow on the ground.
We always just did it inside while we were watching it. We might take some of the couch cushions off, and my mom was an old Southern lady, so there's always way too many fucking pillows everywhere anyway.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like I was over at my mom's house a couple of weeks ago, opened a closet, and it was like that episode of Star Trek, Trouble with Tribbles, of like, your pillows are just breeding out of control. They're just multiplying. Because they come cascading out,
Yeah, I got that in me too, because I keep like decorative pillows on my bed, and it's just kind of it's kind of shameful at times, because there's just no purpose.
Shameful. Like, shame on you, Jay, for being an honorary old lady.
Yeah, especially because, like, I don't know, I hate to say it, but like when I have female company, they always notice them, and they're like impressed, and I'm like, I definitely just put those on there for girls. It's definitely ridiculous, and it works every time. I know, it's just like I gotta stop.
Back when I used to care.
We love the decorative pillows.
Oh yeah, back when I used to care, that was the funniest thing. It was like I had my old place set up so well that, you know, gals would come over, and, you know, their first thought was either this guy is gay, or he's got, you know, like a lady living here decorating this place. But the irony is, like, my mom took a job selling furniture when I was a kid, and I ended up doing a lot of work at like the warehouse and stuff, you know, moving furniture and shit like that in the summer. It was a miserable fucking job. And but anyway, I learned to sell furniture to get out of the heat, basically, right? Like, I'd be 14 years old in the showroom floor selling a $3,000 sofa to some couple because it's fucking hot out that warehouse. Fuck a whole lot of that, you know. Right. This is easy and it pays better. And so it was just, you know, you learn some tips and tricks here and there. And my ex-stepdad, his first real job out of college was as a manager at a furniture store. And it turns out he took a minor in interior decorating. So between my mom and my ex-stepdad, you just pick up how to decorate, right? It's just easy. And, you know, and so women come over and they just be all like, who decorated your place? I'm like, me.
Yeah, it's great though.
You know, I was like, I'm very metro.
Yeah, I went through a bona fide metro phase when I was younger, like in high school.
I now have a I don't give a fuck phase.
Yep.
That particular phase. In fact, I haven't even put anything up on the walls in this particular apartment because, like, for the past couple of years, our contract through my main, like, parent company has kind of been dangling the possibility of transferring, you know, various openings at different plants that pay way better. And it's like, I don't really want to get attached to this place. It is literally just a temporary abode until something better comes along.
Oh, your current job?
Yeah. So I'm a contractor, right? And my company has these machines as equipment in, you know, various other places in the U.S. And so, you know, it's not like there's a million people who do my job. And so if an opening comes up in Colorado, for instance, and they're like, oh, but this visit out in Colorado, it pays like 3 times. I think close to 3 times what I make here. Now, don't get me wrong. The cost of living is ridiculous. Like, my place here is $500 a month, right? My apartment is cheap.
Oh, really?
Colorado would be like $2,000, depending on where I live.
Wow.
And if I live in a place where, you know, this plant is located, then yeah, it's like $2,000 a month, and you've got a roommate. Like, fuck that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, that's why I haven't moved to Minneapolis yet, because it's like the rent is so much more expensive for so much less house. And I'm like, I'm 35. I don't share walls with people anymore. Like, that phase of my life is gone. Yeah, like, I
take that back. I would have a roommate under the right set of circumstances. circumstances, but it would.
Yeah, the right
I know I'm a
circumstances where
crazy
we're
asshole.
boning and we live together is the right circumstances. Yeah. You know.
I can't imagine.
We're boning, we live together, and we have the same girlfriend. That we have a mutual side chick.
I don't want anybody to clip that and take that out of context, Jay, because people might get the wrong impression about our working professional relationship.
No, I'm just saying like that would be the right circumstance for me to live with somebody. Like,
I see.
like that's my lady, and that's our other lady, and so she can live with me. She's fine. I don't have to. Yeah, I had that once. It was nice. I didn't have to hide anything. That was great. That was.
Hey, as long as I've got my sister wives.
Yeah. Sister wives get a key. Otherwise,
no wonder you're
single.
so attracted to religion. It all makes sense.
Exactly. I need that. Dog, two of them, like recovering Mormon chicks. Mwah, that'd be beautiful. Yeah, they're another one too. That's very like. They love to like, I don't know. It's weird. Like, it's kind of weird. You go to some of these churches and you get the impression of like, they must preach. Like, I've heard them say things like, your wife is supposed to be your standard of beauty. It's like their way of saying, like, it's only acceptable to marry, like, a really hot woman. And it's very weird. It's like they...
No, that's a really twisted way to... I mean, that's a weird way to twist it.
Weird?
Like, as a Christian, I didn't take it that way.
How do you... I mean, I've had it put to me that way. Like, basically, like, if she's not what you really want, then you're not going to be able to do the whole, like, faithful till death do you part thing.
No, she should be your standard of beauty because you love her. Like, that's... Like
yeah,
that,
no. This was different.
That's supposed to make her your standard of beauty.
No. This was explicitly like, no, you need to not. Yeah, this was different. Yeah, this wasn't like a love her as she is type of. No. This wasn't that. This was definitely like a...
No. This is y'all's weird like hood Christianity.
It was. It was in the hood. It was some weird hood Christianity. It was.
Like, look. If she is your baby mama 3 times over, put a ring on that bitch. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's hood Christianity.
What up, food stamp? What type of things do I code? Evolution experiments. Things where things evolve very rapidly, but I only do it for money. I'm evil, and they bought me out. I sold my soul to science for the scratch.
You're a shill for big evolution.
A shill for big evolution.
Right. They sign your checks, so you're obligated to say that it's true.
My checks say University of Los Santos. No, say University of... What is it? See, I told you they did the acronym wrong, and it messes me up every time.
Yeah. UC. Yeah,
it's the University of San Andreas at Los Santos. Jesus, messing me up.
Yeah, USLA instead of UCLA.
What is food stamp entertainment? I feel like I would love a food stamp entertainment. What up, Squid Benji? I don't know if that's the other Benji. What up, Squid?
At the expense of sounding racist, but as an honorary black person, I think I can firmly say that food stamp entertainment is watching Martin at 2 o'clock in the morning in a trailer park with your old lady. That is the lowest of the low budget entertainment right there.
Food stamp entertainment. I like that.
Food stamp entertainment.
Followed by Living Color reruns.
Oh, what are you talking about? Holy shit. Now I want to get BET again so I can watch.
I want to get BET. Whatever happened? Is BET still around? Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
there was this girl I was seeing for a little while, and that's been a couple of years ago, to be honest with you. So
You know, I was that black guy growing up that said, you know, that shit is racist.
you grew
I
up
was like,
thinking that
if
color
they
was
made a
racist?
WET, I would be mad as hell. Like,
Oh, so you use like white person rhetoric about that shit? 'Cause I heard that growing up too, and I'm from Alabama.
yeah, I'd be like, if they made a WT, I'd be mad as hell. I'd be like, now we got that VH1 and that CMT, but they didn't put it in the name. See, the difference is they put it in the name. Or like FUBU, or like FUBU, which is like for us, by us. I was like, oh, y'all know if white people did that, y'all be mad as hell. You know, if they made a for Caucasians by Caucasians clothing line, that would be a wrap.
Yeah, but wasn't that basically Ralph Lauren Polo when he found out that black people were that his products were really popular amongst like urban people?
Yeah, there was a lot of them.
Did he get real bent out of shape about that?
Yeah, there was a lot of them like racist designers. They got real up in arms when the hip hop artists and stuff started wearing their
gear. It's like,
their
look,
gear,
my
yeah.
brand. Like, wait a minute. Yeah, you don't have to call it for us, by us. When you're, the person that makes the fucking product, the face of the brand comes out and says, nope, that's not for you. Right? Well, that's company policy, apparently.
Yeah, it's like real. It's real crazy, crazy.
Oh, and there was another company where it was the opposite that happened, where I think, what is the brand that the Proud Boys wear? Does anybody remember? Maybe they don't wear it anymore. But it seemed like it was kind of associated with them early on. You know what I'm talking about, Jay? The
Say it
Proud
again.
Boys?
Say it again. Oh, Proud Boys, like clothing line.
No, it's not. It's not a name of a clothing line,
But it's like
there's
what
a
they were
brand.
wearing. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the brand that they would. They seemed to affiliate with early on, but it seemed like that was another example of where the designer was like, "No, please, no, don't use our."
Oh yeah,
Don't affiliate yourself with us. We don't want to be affiliated with these people.
I think recently the right wing tried to have a backlash against Carhartt for getting too woke or something.
Carhartt too woke?
They did something. Yeah, Carhartt said some woke shit and
Wait, did they have a commercial featuring a black person wearing a Carhartt product?
I don't know. Hang on, let me see. Let me see what happened.
might be
Carhartt.
Count as woke.
They call for a boycott over companies. Oh, they had a vaccine mandate. There you go. Got to get rid of them. Yeah.
But Fox had a vaccine mandate.
Yeah. They didn't get too mad about. They just quietly ignore shit like that. You know what's funny too? A lot of their big stars like basically have private studios that they do their stuff in. So
yeah.
So we don't really even know if like what they did, like if they got vaccinated or if they had special deals. But I think they probably just got vaccinated and were just hypocritical about it. See, I think for a lot of them, I'm just not willing to. I don't think I'm becoming less and less. You probably know you've witnessed my development into like the least charitable interlocutor.
Yeah.
But I'm like, look, I think a lot of y'all just full of shit. I don't think you're even like, it's that, you know what it is? It's just like, even the innocent ones are participating in something that I just can't pretend is harmless anymore. So I'm just like, if you're not, I don't know. I just think that a lot of
I feel like I'm talking to like a Ricky Gervais character right now. When was the last time you finished a sentence?
I don't know. I just get, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think
you're too high.
It's the enablers. I feel like the liberal ones are the enablers. and you got to go at the enablers a little bit because they're too comfortable. That's what it is. I want to make them less comfortable. The smugness. I don't like the smugness.
But the liberal ones aren't usually all that smug. They're like the humble, nice one. They're like puppies. It's like kicking puppies. Do you like kicking puppies, Jay?
No, but you got to remember, even the nice ones, they do like the purity culture stuff, and they think, you know, they might not hate the gay people, but they pray for them to be converted because they hate the sin, not the sinner, and it's
Are
just
those the nice ones?
it's
Like the
just
liberal
weird. I don't know. What do you mean by nice ones? I mean, I guess. See, you just mean like the people that they're totally harmless. There's
like all kinds of progressive churches and like liberal, like like Protestant churches, liberal Catholic churches. You know that there's tons of, like, they're usually decried by other Christian groups as being like worldly Christians or flag waving phonies.
But that's
like
what I
the
mean. Like, I
college.
just feel like even in those environments, right, there's still a lot of toxicity, right? Like I've been around a lot of that, and yeah, it's like I grew up that way. Like I grew up in a very like a liberal Catholic like school environment. Like everything was like you thought you were very progressive, but you still absorbed a lot of like, okay, so traditional family values means you should be married, and you know, you're concerned about, you know, there's a lot of anti-choice that is in those circles, even amongst people who otherwise wouldn't be that way. There's a lot of shame around LGBTQ issues. Like I've seen this in my family. Like my family's all liberal, but I've just watched for like generations as like I have gay cousins who, you know, didn't really get on the same page with my grandparents till they're like in their 30s. And it's just there's just so much nastiness that comes with even the softest version of this stuff. And I think that should be expected when you don't have to put a critical lens to your own ideas. And so I just think, for me, even the nice ones and the really liberal ones, I just don't think they're going far enough for me. And a lot of times I think the reason they aren't going far enough is because they're still kind of attached to what I would consider bad ideas. And so I think to just get them all the way loose is what we need.
Again, I don't know. I don't know that I agree with you there.
Cameron, we saw here, yeah.
I just don't. I mean, there's strength in numbers. It's easier to get a bunch of liberal Christians on your side, all agreeing that Westboro Baptist Church is bad, than it is to get them to agree that Westboro Baptist Church is bad and that Christianity is this stupid and wrong, and you're dumb to believe it.
No,
right?
I don't think they're really in like the Christianity stupid and wrong and you're dumb to believe it category. But I do think they're in the like,
you are?
No, not seriously. I am like mockingly, but no, in serious, in like with like my Christian friends, I'm not that way, but I also do think I'm not willing to be like, oh, it's super rational, or like, yeah, I think really smart people, like I'm just not. Like, again, like I have a lot of really nice Christian friends who are really, really liberal, but they're young earth creationists. Like, that might surprise you, but like it's just, I don't know. I guess it'd be better if I really knew Christians.
To me, it's weird to conflate liberal Christian with young earth creationism. Like, to me, that's like an oxymoron. I'm just
saying there, but that's what I'm just saying. I can't think of a, I don't know.
Liberal churches are worldly churches, like the ones that your parents probably rail against, or grandparents probably rail against, where like them worldly churches where, you know, they believe different than we do, and they have this stuff going on, and You know, they have big monitors or whatever. Some pastors complain about that. Worldly churches.
No, yeah, I got,
where-
but I just don't. I don't know of a church that I would go to. You know, and I would get to a point where I would just be like, oh yeah, I'm super comfortable. I don't think that they have, like, I don't know. I just think there's always stuff that creeps in. And if nothing else, you get a bunch of magical woo-woo, right? They still believe Jesus rose from the dead without it, like, you know, or they committed to, they've got to say they believe Jesus rose from the dead, right? They still believe we're born in the state of sin and we need salvation. Like, I just think a lot of these ideas are more toxic than we're willing to grant them. And I also just don't think, I hate to say this, but I think a lot of times we have a third party perspective. Like, because at the end of the day, it's not my problem. Right? Like, if you have bad ideas, it's not my problem. I don't lose sleep at night. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to vote for the wrong things because you are. But I honestly see a lot of people as victims. So even a person, to me, that, and I'm halfway imagining this person where I would, but I'm willing to grant that that's possible. That, you know, we would go up and down the board, and I just wouldn't find an issue with anything they believe or practice. I still think at the end of the day, they're going to hold a lot of values dearly and a lot of strong opinions about things. And there's just going to be a lot of mess in there that I'm going to ultimately feel like...
Your audio's cutting out, Bubba.
Oh, sorry. It's just going to be like, there's just going to be a lot of mess in there that I'm ultimately going to feel like they just, I don't know. I just don't. I don't see what good it's. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. It's a tough one for me. I get that a lot of it's harmless, but I guess I still see the believer as a victim of a lot of stuff, and like they just don't need that. And part of it is, I think for me, like, I see it. I feel like in my family, I see it holding people back, and I see the emotional attachment to it, and I feel like it's almost like, for me, the softer it gets, the worse, right? Like, I'll give you an example. For a lot of people who go down like the QAnon super right-wing rabbit hole, when somebody finally bursts that bubble, it's like, oh, holy crap, you know? And it's very easy for them to realize, like, oh, I was on some crazy stuff. Like, Joe Biden won the election. It wasn't rigged. The Democrats aren't eating children. Like, because what they believe was so...
No, I've never had somebody come out of the QAnon cult.
No, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, have you? Okay.
Not like in front of me, but I've seen it on like TV and interviews. But my point is just like, when it's radical, it's at least radical. And if a person is de-radicalized, what they get away from is radical, right? So by its very nature, you know what I'm saying? It's like a strong, you know, equal and opposite, right? So it's a strong reaction to what was like a over thing. With a lot of the Christians I know, because they're well-educated, smart, democratic, vote all the way we want, are merciful, honest, right? It's hard for them to see the problem with their religion because it doesn't dominate that much of their worldview, because they're okay in every other regard, right? And so to me, they're like becoming the hardest people to counter-apologize. They're not into the philosophical arguments. They're not into the evidence. So they've almost retreated to the most infallible position of all. And then to me, on top of it...
Which is what?
It's just like they're wrapped up in the whole identity.
What is their infallible position?
It's just that they're wrapped up in the whole social identity of the whole thing. But I guess what I'm getting at is just like...
I don't get that. Like, okay, so they're in a cultural milieu where they don't take it all that seriously, and they're not very introspective about it, and they're not very dogmatic about it. So I'm like, what's the problem?
So Cameron Cameron Bennett said, he says, it's a distorted perspective of yourself if you believe you're a sinner and need a savior. Like, yeah, I don't think.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so I think at its again, like this is a new thing for me, so I'm not all the way there because I haven't been feeling this way as long as I've been, thinking other things. And again, I don't see myself as a theologian, so I don't spend a ton of time on it, but it's more like my honest opinion of this is becoming I'm pretty much an anti-theist. Like, I just think this shit's really bad. And I guess what I'm thinking about too is like myself, right? I was a really liberal Christian. If we'd have met when I was a Christian, you'd have loved me. We'd have probably almost the same relationship, right? Yeah. And so because of that, the benefits.
Yeah, because I don't have a problem with Christians like that. Like,
Right.
why would I?
So the benefit of counter-apologetics or the atheist community or the challenges to my faith that I needed, I wasn't getting. And part of the reason I wasn't getting it was because people didn't think what I believed was that bad. And so I guess I see myself as that nice Christian, and I'm going, no. Don't not counter-apologize me. Counter-apologize me too. Because at the end of the day, I'm still committed to Jesus died for our sins, and I'm a sinner in need of a savior. And, people like my mother are holding on to this idea of eternal life, and it's super important to them. And it's super fucking ridiculous to be a grown-ass woman with a master's degree and a corporate executive who has not accepted the idea that you're going to die. That's going to be the end of the show. And every single living organism that's ever existed on this planet has the same exact fate. And it's childish. And so
Wait,
it's like,
is that true? Because I heard jellyfishes were technically immortal.
I mean, it's definitely true of all humans, and in any real sense, I don't think there's any organism that doesn't die. I think there is maybe there's some weird stuff out there. I'm not gonna say everything, but yeah.
I was like, don't you be all preachery on these science boy and say something like that. I'll be like, oh, I'm pretty sure there's some shit that might be.
Cameron Bennett said that I'm like Aaron Ra. Yeah, I think of people like that take harder stances than most of us are comfortable taking, and they come with a bigger burden. But yeah, the older I get, the more I see this as, in some sense, like the greatest good we could do for people is to just say, look, I don't have the solution to all the world's problems. I don't really know the answer to a lot of this stuff, but I just know, a critical mass of our adult population playing make-believe isn't helping any of us right now. And I also I feel very passionately about the fact that people believe that God is on our side or God is on their side, and that I believe so one of the things that am kind of ways that evolution has really influenced my thinking is that I'm very against what I call fatalistic reasoning. I don't believe the future in any meaningful way is determined, right? So that means I think there are tremendous consequences to if I'd have just said, fuck it tonight, I'm not going to jump in this Discord because I was having issues with my audio. Who knows? You know what I mean? You just never know how this or that change is going to influence the future, right?
Skynet may not have, in fact, taken over the world in the future, but thanks to you, Jay, it's
yeah, the butterfly effect and all that. So I just feel like there are consequences to people really believing that the outcomes in life in any meaningful way are predetermined, especially in some sort of supernatural way. And so I believe you can't fully be an ally to human beings if you are, have these sort of supernatural commitments and priorities. And I also believe most religions are kind of all-consuming. It's great if you practice, but it's really good if you give your life to it. And if you said you'd give your life to it, then have you done as much as these other people have given their lives to it? I mean, it's just, I don't know. I almost think that a lot of those great people and those great churches, and don't get me wrong, I think they're out there. I've been to some. I've worked at some. I've worked at some of the most radically liberal churches you could think of, right? Churches that have embraced having atheists on staff, right? And churches that let the kids, spray up the youth center and build a recording studio for rappers and, put an arcade in the basement and, don't preach about certain things that are going on in the streets because you don't want to alienate the gangsters that are in the congregation. I've seen some liberal ass churches. I've seen stuff close to, that pastor we saw, the crip walking pastor. I've known some real preachers that are close. You know what I mean? Like the perm and the pimps, I've known some real preachers that are like that. And some of them do amazing stuff in the community, right? But there's just always some stuff.
I've heard the same thing about the fucking Sicilian mob and the Yakuza,
right,
shit like that. They do a tremendous amount of good for the community,
and that's
it's
what
like,
you realize.
Fucking gunpoint,
Right, and that's what you realize. It's the same thing, and again, I think this too. I think it depends on your background because too, a lot of us, I just think we feel like our whole communities. I really do. Like I felt like part of the reason I don't identify with a lot of black people is because they're just into the religion thing, and it's like I feel like it holds up our real progress. Like every time, like if you want to know my thing against liberal Christians, I got 2 words for you: Al Sharpton. Right? He's just.
I mean, Al Sharpton is, in my opinion, just a opportunistic con man, and no side has the monopoly on opportunistic.
And even though I think a lot of people can identify that. That's his audience, and that's who is uniquely suited, right? He too is predictably successful because he's appealing to a certain,
demographic.
A certain demographic that's considered to be, in some sense, a silent majority of important minority culture, right? He just knows you tap that black Christian thing, right? And then every politician that wants the black vote, they go to the black church, and then they make all the promises, and then they turn out the black vote because of the black church trying to organize behind them. And then they don't really stick to anything progressive because, again, the church isn't going to hold them to doing really anything progressive. They just want you to come, smile, and eat a couple cookies. And it just gets to the point where it's like, look, I guess in some sense I'm becoming like you said, the overlap, right? So I'm becoming a more radical atheist, but a more radical liberal. I'm not really too into the black stuff. I don't consider myself like a person who's like I give a crap about black. But I feel like being a black scientist.
You're not a blacktivist.
Not a blacktivist at all. But I mean,
I guess if you're becoming more like radical liberal or left and radical atheist and anti-theist, I mean, again, that all sounds like you should focus your attention at the radical right and the radical.
It is, Christian. but it's also like it's like equal opportunity. It's like inclusive offensiveness. I made a joke one time in a stream with Nathan because he was getting beat up by like a person with a learning disability or something, and so I made a joke that got Doug going because I said the person had retard strength, which me, that's my off, my intentionally off color humor, right? But if I had, I think I have friends with cognitive disabilities. I think they would be happy that I made that joke and they would laugh, right? Because they know I don't have the malicious intent and it's funny. And the moment you become, you have the thing we can't joke about, right? Then you're really treating me like a second-class citizen. You know what I'm saying? Like in a way that it's like, because if a person's dying of cancer, you don't make a lot of jokes about that, but a lot of people want you to, right? Because like, come on, dude, I'm dying. Like, don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, at least.
Okay, here's my look. Here's my take on what I've seen over the last few days, right? I've seen a lot of Cameron Bertuzzi and you know, between like you and Nathan dissecting this video and stuff. And
I just picked on Cameron because I needed a recognizable face to take the belt from. but
sure. But I cringe sometimes when like at some of the responses Nathan would make, because they're just so uncalled for and so silly. Like, there are real objections you could be saving your breath for, right? And these aren't worth it, in my opinion. Not only that, it makes him look like a more sympathetic character, and it makes you look like just a little whiny bitch. Like, you're literally just nitpicking on every little thing the guy is saying, and he's not saying anything necessarily all that controversial, right? Like, he's not holding a candle to Murdoch or Locke or any of these other cats. Right? And it's like,
I see. Yeah. No, I know.
Like,
but I think that's because
like you're just kicking puppies.
I think that's because
like,
I think, and again, I'm kind of with you on that, but I think part of that is that I think for a lot of them, they get tired of that. Like, they just think that's totally low hanging fruit. And then I think they feel like the Bertuzzis of the world are, like, to Nate's credit, I think he's trying to break down a little bit more of the business model and the behind the argument stuff. And I think he was trying to highlight that when Cameron Bertuzzi's in this audience with Christians, he says all this nice guy, oh, I should have cared about the truth, I should have been loving, I should have been, but when he gets in actual conversations with real atheists on the internet, he doesn't do any of these things.
Yeah, he's mean and nasty. Yeah,
and he is the nitpicky one, right? He's the, you didn't use this word correctly, and I jump on right. And I think Nate was kind of saying, well, look, I can do that with your stuff. And not only that, it's easy because you will just give it to me as you go. Like, because Cameron put it on bullet points. It wasn't about love. It wasn't about knowledge. It wasn't about truth. It's like, Cameron, come on.
But without some contrasting, here's what I want to see, right? I don't want to see Nathan talk about his conversations with Cameron in Discord or whatever. I want to see a video of Cameron saying something that is diametrically opposed to another thing he is saying that he is recorded as saying, right? Like, that's interesting. That's something that I can sink my teeth into. That's something that I can clap and be like, oh, you fucker, you hypocrite, right? Like, that's
he kind of just assumed it. Yeah, I think for me, I was just happy to see him get a little salty. But yeah, I think the whole thing kind of bores me. But for me, I was just saying that, like, so my reason for bringing up like the retard strength, right, is like, that's where I'm at with Black Christians. Like, I come from the perspective of a lot of Christians who, if you met them, you'd love them and you wouldn't counter-apologize them. And I think that that's fine for most people. And if that's the case, you probably shouldn't, right? Because I don't think you could probably do it in like a fun-loving way. Like, you'd feel bad, right? You'd be making fun of people you feel bad for making fun of. I'm not in that position. And part of the reason I'm not is because for me, it's like I feel repressed by that particular type of Christianity. Right, I'm coming out of some conservativeness a little bit, but not much. Mostly in like the older generations in my family, we kind of just ignored that stuff. So I get it, but it's not influential on me. The type of Christianity I'm coming from is very liberal, right? And again, I was smoking weed, the president of a medical marijuana organization, dating a lot of girls as a Christian, right? So to me, like, I'm the person who nobody said anything to, and that bothers me. And so, like, when I found,
but why would they? Like, what the fuck are you doing based on these beliefs? Like, none of those beliefs are apparently influencing your actions.
But that's what I'm saying.
But behavior, like, I don't find your belief necessary. Like, here's the thing with me. Like, yes, I will ridicule certain beliefs because they are stupid. A lot of times they're just so ridiculous that they deserve ridicule. But I'm not going to do that to somebody.
So to me, it was.
And I don't like or respect people whose beliefs influence their behavior.
Well, to me, it was, even if it didn't influence my behavior that much, to me, it was harmful because it was wrong. It was very harmful to me because I was attached to something that was wrong. And it was incredibly traumatizing to me to deal with because I felt so stupid for like being so committed and acting on it because I was so genuine. And you know, there's even times in my life I consider myself a virtuous religious bully, like I'm gonna make you pray type of thing.
Oh,
And,
sure.
yeah.
Sure.
And
there was a guy in here earlier and he threw out, what was the word that triggered me? He was like, I had him admit something, and then he said, oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's if you don't want to be righteous and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you do realize like how arrogant and condescending that sounds, right?
Right.
And then he immediately backpedaled and he was like, well, I didn't mean it that way. And I'm like, I know you don't mean it that way, but coming, you know, from a former Christian, I cringe to think about me saying things like that. Like it literally made my body tense up to think I used to say things like that, and how condescending it fucking sounds coming from you makes me feel even worse about it. Like I understand the PTSD.
yeah, yeah. And so I'm still dealing with that.
The thing is like the stakes just don't seem to me like what you're describing. Like, no offense, like I don't mean to take away from anything, but like it sounds like the church I went to was much more fundamentalist than the church you went to, right?
Yeah, no, it may have been, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm actually, that's what I'm saying. I'm really glad we're having this conversation because I think it helps, and it also gives us a good dynamic. Because
like some of the things you describe, like make me roll my eyes. I'm sitting here thinking, like,
that's nothing.
To me, that's not real Christianity. Like that's very worldly Christianity. That's like what you're describing are these. I remember what my pastor used to call them. They were like, he called them like mall churches or something, basically.
Yeah.
Right, where there you go in and there's like 5,000 people in there, and there's these giant monitors and shit. And half the time, there's people playing the guitar and stuff. And I remember Brother Dusty being like, "That ain't church, man. That's just like something people do so they don't have to go to real church."
But see, my thing is like, but yeah, it gets that way, right? Because that's what I'm saying. It's like a retreat, right? And I hate to say this too, like this is part of it. There's a retreat, and wow, you just hit on something. It's so crazy. If I'm not, I haven't sat down and wrote in a paper about this. I'm just talking on Discord. But if I really could put it to you like this, I think if you talk to a lot of, especially like black atheists, will tell you that we're watching our families go to a retreat from religion. It started like our grandparents, they might be our grandparents, great-parents, great-grandparents. They're like super religious, but you got to remember they lived in a world where it was like, you know, like shit was just crazy and it was hard as hell to be a black person. And like, you know, the church was like literally like being a good Christian made them one of the safe black people that was less likely to get their ass beat by the police or hosed. And, you know, they knew not to act the fool in the riots, right? Like Christianity is believed to have kept certain families in order. Like, I don't think that's true, but it's what they seem to think, right? And then you get to like my mom's generation and they're like, no, I don't want to grow up with all that fundamentalist, you can't wear pants and, you know, a woman shouldn't get education, and you know, I think I should be an equal as my husband, and you know, I think I should get to live where I want to live and make my own. You know what I'm saying? And so they were retreating from the religion of their parents, right? But they weren't, I hate to say this, brave enough to even think that they could go like, oh, not believing in God. Like, no, that's crazy out there. Like, you'll lose you'll lose all your blessing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I'm not saying Jesus didn't exist. I'm just saying that Jesus was not, in fact, anti-pants.
right, exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying, Dad.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And so
I remember when I was still a Christian and I got into a big knockdown, drag out fight with my ex-stepdad because I had grown my hair out long that summer and he wanted me to cut it before I went back to school. And I was like going to be a senior. I'm like, no, fuck that shit. No, my hair I've spent all summer growing this shit out, man. Like, it went through the awkward phase. Like, I got it through that phase. Like, now it looks cool. I'm not cutting my hair. And he, called me a fag and everything but whatever.
Oh my goodness.
And literally at one point during the fight grabbed me by my hair and like used it as a damn handle to, basically yank me to the ground.
Wow.
But yeah, that was just, and I would say things like, what are you talking about, man? Like, Samson lost his powers when he cut his hair. Jesus had long hair. Like, I'm not cutting my hair. That's weird.
Oh,
and
yeah.
to me, it just didn't make sense that was part and parcel of being a Christian. It was this certain
Bro, I grew up
80s Republic.
I grew up in a Catholic school where I got in trouble all the time because I would wear. First of all, I had to keep my hair cut. Like, we couldn't grow our hair out, and then I would get in trouble all the time just because I always like to wear my sideburns long, and they weren't really allowed to go really past like the midpoint of our ear or whatever. So I would get in trouble literally for wearing my sideburns too long. And I'd be like my sideburns too long. You know what I mean? Like, they'd be neat, cut, trimmed, like real thin, like pencil thin. You see what I'm saying? You could hardly see. But no, dean of students get up on.
There's a cartoon that keeps going through my head right now, and I can't. It's either The Simpsons or Family Guy, something like that. And this guy keeps telling this baseball player, I think, to shave his sideburns. And every time he comes back, they're shorter. Until finally they're up in, like, way up in his hairline. Like, he's shaved way up in his hairline.
Yeah.
And the owner is still like, you look like a damn hippie.
Yeah, that's what they wanted, and it was crazy.
Oh, my senior year in high school, they passed a no facial hair policy, and I had a full blown beard, and so I started shaving half my face, and then when a teacher or administrator would walk by, who I knew wouldn't like it, I would cover the unshaven half of my face with my hand. That way they didn't notice. So I went through almost an entire school year with half a beard. It was awesome.
Yeah,
I was rebellious. Very rebellious.
So I
picked the weirdest battles.
Yeah, it's just a really. So yeah, so for me, I just think that I guess I'm trying to like bring out the because I think for me it feels like all that stuff was really harmful and really difficult to deal with, and I still feel like part of what made it difficult was, I guess in some way it's weird. Like, I guess it's not bad that people didn't consider my faith a problem for them, but that didn't make it true, right? And so it's almost like it's a small consolation, right? And for me, it's like I wish I got exposed to just, especially because I was so curious about the religion, right? I was trying to learn so much. I think that's ultimately how I got into this stuff, was because I was like doing my research and putting stuff together. I remember literally almost feeling like I myself started to feel like the whole mythicism thing. Like, I was really thinking about it, and I was like, wait, I don't know. Like, I was putting it together, and then I started reading articles on it, and I was like, and I remember how liberating it felt the first time I read an article online that was written by some atheist organization about really laying out the case for like why Jesus might not have existed. And I was like, and I remember I was like, oh, like that changed my life. I'll never forget reading that article, because it was just like, oh, and like this whole thing. I was like, God, why didn't anybody tell me?
Okay, hold on a sec. If that's the thing, because I give apologists this, I use this question on them all the time. Like, why would you give me an argument that you find less than convincing? Right? Is that the argument that convinced you? Is that the evidence?
No. It wasn't what convinced me. It wasn't what convinced me.
No,
so
but
I
I'm
wouldn't use
saying
that.
is like, if it was that impactful on you, right? Like, why not be, I don't know, like, would you respond? Would you have responded to you today if you had come across your content on YouTube, right? And there's this guy who's just talking all this shit about his religion and everything.
Probably. You know,
do you think you would have liked that?
I don't think that's my target audience. I mean, I think it's like, I think maybe when I'm on hot program, maybe I'm thinking more about that type of person. But on Late-Night Counter-Apologetics, Late-Night Counter-Apologetics, I'm mostly just entertaining myself. And I don't think, you know, I'm not doing that. And honestly, I'm not trying to do that overall, because I don't think that's there's a weird thing. All right, so one of the things I like about wrestling, right, and I even see UFC do this, is I sometimes don't want to. I shouldn't say that. I really respect the way our community is, and one of the things I like about it is that it's like inclusive and super respectful, and everybody's thoughtful. But at some point, when it comes to like what I find fun and entertaining, that's just not what I'm into. Like when I put on comedians,
And I would disagree that our community is all inclusive and stuff. Like, if you're a trans person, I've noticed there are still plenty of right-wing atheists that give you shit. In addition to the
Night
Christians
Cameron Bennett.
Huh?
I was just saying Night to Cameron Bennett real quick.
Night Cameron.
But no, no, I think you're right about that. I wouldn't say that. I just mean in the sense of like, we often talk about the way we should talk to the other side in terms of what's effective or what would, and sometimes I'm like, I don't care. Like I just don't care. Like because I don't think, first off, I don't think doing what's effective is effective. And remember how we talked about that whole like,
Wait a minute. You don't think that doing what's effective is effective?
Correct.
I don't. I must have missed something there.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive. But
yeah.
Remember how I talked about?
Is it one of those like Pyrrhic victories sort of things? Is that what you mean?
It's more. It's a combination of things. You could
win the battle to lose the war is what I mean. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people are doing. Like in other words, so there's two things. One thing is, all right. So for me, like, you know how I was like, yeah, I got, you know, my motivation to get in academia was like I was trying to be a dating coach, and that's how I got into studying, you know, evolution and stuff. So
sure. That's why I got into chorus.
Part of the reason I totally just became an academic and fell out of love with that entire business was because once you learn what works, it's like, in a sense, you know, a lot of things can become an act. And you're like, I could do this thing that works, but is that the most genuine way for me to be myself in the world? And then in many ways,
Well,
I
no.
felt like we were crippling people because we were giving them like more to think about when the problem was they were already overthinking it, right? And now we built this whole industry up on like giving them more to think about and more to feel inadequate about. Like they were already feeling inadequate and silly and they shouldn't have been because it's perfectly natural to feel these things at this point in life. But instead we were like, oh, well, now you should be worried because you don't have your game together and you don't have alpha male energy and you don't have the swagger and you don't have good openers and what are you going to do about your day game and like all of this. So it was like, you know what I mean? It was like creating more and more need to teach people what worked. And I don't know how many people we were helping, but we were certainly making people think they were doing a lot. Right. And so whether
I think when that was a popular scene or thing, that was not on my radar because
right. But for me, and again, I don't fault anybody for doing it. Like I literally think that like for most people under most situations in most circumstances.
I do need to hook you up with Simon, by the way, because Simon's been asking for dating advice a lot lately.
Oh, that's fine. That's always I'm always willing to help people. But for me, it's like that it's communication.
And Ziz too, because her dating life is so bad right now that she is relieved for being stood up.
She's relieved for being
She asked earlier, is it bad that I'm relieved that I'm stood up? I was stood up. And I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I'd have to ask more questions. But because I've had interesting experiences with being stood up, that's for sure. So, but no, so my thing is, under most circumstances, I think that is totally reasonable. It's what a person should do. It's what I would encourage a person to do. And it's why I'm willing to help people who want dating advice. It's like, yeah, I could, if people are having a situation that bothers them and I can help them behave more effectively. But you gotta let me say my thing though. So so for me, that just got boring to me. So like when I see content, like when I see I'm thinking of do you know what I'm talking about? I think his name's Drew or something. He's like Cosmic Skeptic, I think, or something. Am I getting that right?
Wait, yeah, hold on, I get them mixed up. There's Cosmic Skeptic, and yeah, I think his name is Drew, and then there's
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about
Alex.
Hang on. Let me look at my history real quick.
Alex O'Connor or O'Connell.
Let me look at my history. It'll pop right up. It'll be
No looking at your history. That's cheating.
No, I'm thinking of genetically modified skeptic.
Genetically modified skeptic. That's Alex, right? No, that's Drew.
Yeah,
that's Drew. Drew is genetically modified.
He's like a redhead dude, former Christian. Yeah. He has like the brick background.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. All right, so he's a person who he does these super tight, well scripted videos with this delivery that's really great for him, amazing setting that's really great for him. It's super well produced. You see what I'm saying? And for somebody like him, I'm like, yes, this is him being as effective as possible, arguing. You see what I'm saying? For me, that's just I don't want to do that. It's not that I can't do that. It's not that I don't think it's a good idea. I just I don't want to do that. I'm just I don't. You know what I mean?
Okay. That to me seems irrational. That's the part where I'm okay, Rebecca. I get that that's your opinion. Cool opinion, bro. Why? That's so frustrating. It's you could be the next fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why don't you want to be the Neil deGrasse?
Yeah, exactly. Because I'd rather just be Heartbreak Jay and because it's more fun. It's more who I am.
Yeah, but if you got to be the next Neil deGrasse Tyson, you could be yourself once you got big enough, right? Like that's the difference, right? Like when you're nobody, nobody gives a fuck if you're genuine.
I don't
and you have no influence, no audience whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm just not like that.
You
Like
take
I just
advantage of your natural predilections and training, on the other hand, to build an audience where you are so like unimpeachable, unassailable, untouchable.
It's
that
what
if you
it's what other people would do if they had your gifts. That's always how I describe it. I can't explain it to you. It's just I'm motivated by what I'm motivated by. Like
Okay,
honestly,
Rebecca, I get it.
even like Neil, like I wouldn't want to do that.
irrational.
Yeah, but even
syndrome.
Neil, like he just has to
Irrational.
no, because he has to make certain compromises I don't have to make. He has to do things with his time. I don't like the way he communicates. Like I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's one of my science heroes, but I would never want to trade places. I respect him for doing what he does, would never want to trade places. Because I think if he knew what I was doing, he would be so into it. Because he would know, like, I'm doing what I want to do. Like, I'm fine. Like, now, like, I code. Like, bro, it's like I do digital experiments. I'm evolving digital critters that are, like, that I'm going to be able to study, like, coercive mating with digital organisms. So, like, no animals can ever get hurt, but we can, like, really study the evolution of coercive mating systems. And nobody cares, but we're going to publish...
Right. So you don't actually have to get a duck to rape another duck. You can digitally...
Yeah. And it's like we're gonna publish papers that are impactful in the scientific communities that we work with. I'm gonna be able to pay my bills as a tenure track professor at a major university, doing actual research for a living. And then on the side, it's just like I play drums and do whatever the fuck I want on the internet. And when I want to show people my production value, I can do things like make that music video or make stuff where people are like, oh no, if you want to see Jay do production value, like, no, well, let's just do production then. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it's like I'm having fun, you know, chilling with my club, doing stuff like the Call to the Fly. Like, we're just having a great time, you know? And so for me, there's no pressure on any of that stuff because I'm not trying to make it something. I'm totally happy to just be a regular dude with a day job who's just silly on the internet. And if it, and I do want to, I'm trying to get growth minded, but it's still like finding people one person at a time, experimenting with content and doing fun stuff. I think that stuff would bore me to tears. I think it would just kill me. And most of what I do is I'm trying to not be bored, right? Like even with my research, like most of my colleagues, like they're super into like micro, and it's like we've got like, you know, I think a lot of people would see my stuff as like, you know, not capitalizing on the opportunities the same way they do, right? Because, you know, they're hardcore, right? They're like super all about it, but it's so boring to me. Like I just don't care, right? And so they know. They don't even bother with me, bro. I don't give a shit. So I've always been that way. Like my dad is like, you could have a career in politics. Like I ran somebody's campaign when I was in grad school. Like I could easily be in that world. I'm like, no, I was bored. I just did it for a friend, did it in my spare time. I just did it for fun. Like I wrote a whole plan for how to run the city, but for me it was just shits and giggles. Like even like the
I know. I took a job at I'm not going to drop names or anything, but it was a prestigious mathematical institution. Let's just put it that way. And a lot of times in my spare time, I just solved mathematical equations that I'd find on chalkboards. And it was, you know, I mean, it was okay. It was boring, right? So, I mean.
Right. Yeah, and
I may be remembering the plot of Good Will Hunting. I don't know.
But yeah, it's just, but yeah, so for me, like, it's just all like, I don't know. It's kind of like I hate to say it, a lot of this, I just really do it to entertain myself and to try to, you know, and I've got that thing, right? Like I've got that thing that like, if I pull it off, right, and it does blow up, it'll be that thing that's like undeniably like what we built. You know what I mean? So I like that. I think that's more of a like an interesting challenge for me. And then things just keep happening, and I like never know. I never know, but it's been really rewarding, right? Because I've just found myself in a lot of positions I wouldn't have if I didn't take certain risks. You know what I mean? Like, even like the wrestling stuff. Like, I didn't think that was gonna go over well, but it went over really well. And then I realized, oh, a lot of these atheist nerds are lapsed wrestling fans.
Yeah, in fact, in fact, nerds.
Yeah, you are.
nerds.
They are in fact
Who
nerds.
knew?
So yeah, it's fun. And
Yeah, I love how things that you and I might, I don't know, maybe because of our cultural circle, inside those parameters, they would be considered taboo, right? Like, I'm just as loath to let coworkers know that I played Dungeons and Dragons as I am loath to let them know that I'm an atheist, right? I've worked places where they, in fact, knew both things about me, and it was just a constant source of just ammunition, right? Like unnecessary ammo in the guns of my coworkers. There is absolutely no reason for them to know that information. All they will do is turn it against you in any way,
right,
shape, or form that they know how. So it's as bad as I tell you what. I think I would have gotten less shit if I'd just been like openly gay. You know, there are times in my life
for
where
being an atheist?
For being or the fact that I played D&D.
So it's,
or both. So I'm just saying, like, nowadays I don't feel that way. I'm very comfortable with my nerd hobbies. So I guess I take it for granted that everybody is as open with their nerd hobbies. And I am more than happy to entertain you or bore you to death with D&D stories or campaign ideas or whatever. It's like my biggest hobby, right? But I do realize that most people find it either ridiculous or boring, right?
But I think it's
So
like a gift
it wouldn't
in the.
occur to me.
Go ahead.
Huh?
I was just gonna say I think it's
Well,
like
I'm
a
just saying-
gift doing what we're doing. Like it's
A
really
gift.
helpful. Yeah. Because
In
it's
what
like
in what way?
because you need that kind of like fantasy role playing, imaginative, but structured type of thinking.
Yeah, I look at it as a good creative outlet. Yeah.
I think it's
And
more than
ultimately,
that. It's like
a lot of
practice, right?
Social, huh?
It's practice with the creative process, though, right? It's not just like, you know what I mean? Like I think that, like when I was growing up, like I did the fantasy role playing thing, right? And I said that's like D&D for wrestlers, right? But when I look back at it, it's like, no, we wrote, right? And we had to write these complex stories, and we had to build these complex characters, and write out the whole
creative
card.
writing.
It's creative writing, and you did a mega fuck ton of it as a young person because of this thing. So it's
You know how I hate math. Like math and me, we're not friends. You know how much goddamn math I had to learn to play Dungeons and Dragons? I had to learn all about percentages and statistics and all these things. I remember taking statistics in college, and my dad, who was a bit of a math geek, admitted to me that statistics was one of his weakest subjects in college, and in fact, was embarrassed to admit that he dropped out of a statistics course one time. He hated it so much. And I remember taking statistics and going, well, this is like less fun Dungeons and Dragons, right? It was a lot easier for me because I dealt with statistics, since I was 10 years old. So, you know, I could tell you what your percentage odds were of rolling what on a die, you know, what your percentage chance of success or failure was, things like that.
Yeah, so for me, like, that's what I'm more interested in. And I've actually figured out for me that that's the key even to, like, being a different type of educator, right? Like I could be the person who makes, like, really dope, you know, like, production tutorials, right? But if I make a tutorial that's like, oh, here's how you do a screen replacement, right? It's like there's a gazillion screen replacement tutorials on YouTube. That's how I learned how to do it, right? And so I might at some point do something like that, but it was much more motivating when I could show my club, oh, look at all these cool things I did in GTA. And they're like, yo, how did you do that? And then, right, and then actually, like, I did a stream to, like, show my friend how to do screen replacement, and he, like, watched it, right? Because there was a motivation, and it's like Mashed Potato, who used to do the Los Santos Championship Wrestling with me on my channel, like, my OG mod, like, that kid was crazy. Like, he was, like, 13, and I could tell him, like, Mashed, I want to do a show with, like, I want it to feel like a 1950s wrestling show. I want the arena to look like this, you know, and I could, like, name some old wrestling federation, right? And he could mock up, like, the whole ring and the arena, and, you know, like, we could sit there and produce a show together, right? And you're like, man, like, God, I would have been so excited to do this when I was his age, like, you know. And he gets into it, and it's like the same thing. I've just realized that that's a part of motivating people, and you reach, like, different students than you would if you were just, like, a straight shooter with the technical stuff or whatever. There's just plenty of that out there, so I'm always happy to just try to reach a different audience, you know. And then definitely a lot of the late night stuff is just blowing off steam, I think of it, right? I think of, like, a lot of our content is super serious, and we're always talking about the issues very seriously. And so I actually just, the same way I think, like, I made a shift in the news, right? Like, I subscribe to the New York Times, and, you know, there's a lot of good written news out there, right? But I realized you could watch, say, Trevor Noah or Seth Meyers or Stephen Colbert at night, whoever, right? And you would get a cursory summary of most of the headlines, maybe not as in-depth as you would in the paper, but you're not going to read the whole paper anyway, right? You're going to get more or less a cursory summary of the few stories you're interested in that day anyway, right? And you get that in a package with, you know, just a good entertainment experience, a little singing and dancing, a little bit of jokes, some you know, railing. And so I think a lot of people just switched over, and that became their news source. And the same, I even think about that with you sometimes. Like, we could just do a straight, like, late-night counter-apologetics news. Like, we could do our own version of a late-night news show.
Oh, yeah. No, I'd totally could do that.
Because if you look at it, right, I noticed the same thing with, say, ESPN. If you ever would watch the ESPN, like, afternoon block where they would do, like, I don't know. Well, now they do First Take all day. But anyway, you get in the afternoon, they would do, like, Pardon the Interruption and Rome is Burning and, like, all these shows where they all have a slightly different format of, like, two people or a panel and, like, a rundown and a certain amount of time to talk about the stories and maybe some scoring or whatever, right? But every show is, like, 30 minutes long, and they all pretty much talk about the same exact stories, right? And for the most part, you don't care, right? Because it's ESPN. You just like want to have something on about sports because you're not interested in like what else is on TV. It's too hard to like flip through the channels to find something else, right? And then they all just have like a.
That shit used to drive me crazy. I'd be hanging out with my brother, and he had ESPN on in the background. And every 30 damn minutes, we'd have to listen to the same fucking 10 stories again. And I'm like, no.
All
Fourth
day
time, I'm like, no, I've got the fucking commercials memorized. You know, like I know the order that the commercials are going to be in there.
Right.
I hate that. I hate that format. I hate headline news or whatever that sort of thing is. I hate shows where they'll have to rush in the middle of an important topic. And like, oh, we've got to cut to commercial. And then when you come back, they're talking about cats. And you're like, well, what happened? We were pressed on time. Like, okay, professor, can you fill us in real quick on this whole climate change thing? And it's like, oh yeah, it's real important that we do this, this, and this to cut global warming by this year, or we're doomed. And they're like, oh no, we got to cut to commercial. When we come back, we'll talk about cats. And it's like, what? Why?
Right. Yeah, like the one show that would just throw in the random spots everyone. Oh yeah, that would drive me nuts too. So I realized though, like even though like you can sit there and hate it, right? I realized it was like a very specific formula, right? These are the day's stories. This is the news cycle, and then each format has a slightly different balance of format and personalities. You know, people pick and choose their favorites or which ones they like the most. I'm a PTI guy till the day I die, but you know, it just is what it is, and that's how they go through the news cycle. And then you realize the actual news does this, right? So my point is, you could pick whichever one of the late night shows you want, or whichever major news, and you're going to get mostly the same stories. We have the same thing with the Associated Press, right? Everybody gets distributed the same stories all over the country. And so our community became kind of the same thing, right? When, you know, Doug debated Trent Horn, that was the thing. When Robert Price had his breakup with Derek, that was the thing, you know. So we in our way have our own sort of, this is what everybody's talking about this week, but most of our formats are like the same thing. They're like, just like ESPN, we have like a certain amount of formats. We have our really scripted, tight, short video guys. We've got our like longer format type of thing. We've got our open streams and our open hangouts. I was like, I don't know, why not do a late night thing? Why not just you know, I don't know, because that's what I like, you know, the Def Jam, we're up late, you're too late, you should be in bed. This is
but we don't do any of that. Like that. Okay, here's my thing. My problem is like I would love to be the late night alternative, the late night counter-apologetic. We just don't actually do any actual late night counter-apologetics. Right. So unless it's a very iconic name for the show, I
because I don't know. I think it was just the name, and then because like that was the community, and then but then when I started doing it, it was just fine to kind of just take it in its own direction.
Well, it's weird. It's weird to think that it starts off on the foot of, I'm already over it. Right? Like I've been in this game literally no time at all. Right? Like nobody knows who the fuck I am. I've never actually like publicly debated anybody. I'm already over it. And I'm like, I get the irony, the humor there, but like,
well, the thing is, nobody's tried to like say anything, right? So like I'm just trying to work with like nothing, right? If somebody actually showed up and wanted to talk, it'd be a whole different thing, right?
But you can't rely on that. Like what you have to do is do what Doug does, because you know
that you can dangle. Like, how many Theist Thursdays have you watched where literally not a single fucking person called in? Right, like all the theists were just scared off. From
So
the
I
day
was,
before.
I thought you wanted it more. Like I was going to, like, originally, like I had like setups to like, you know, do like sermons and then like go through sermons and.
Yeah, but that's not counter-apologetics. Counter-apologetics is taking apart an apologetics argument, right? Like it's us taking on somebody like or you know, however, whoever you want it to be, but somebody like Murdoch, right? Like, okay, yeah, it's funny that the Church of the Flying Man is going to embrace the prosperity gospel because, hey, fat stacks, y'all, that's real funny. But if that's not a harmful, damaging form of Christianity, much more so than any liberal, you know, like worldly, secular type church, you know, could ever be. And it's like, well, why don't we focus on that? And that way, if some liberal Christian is happening along, then they can see how ridiculous it sounds too.
I mean,
Right.
I think that's kind of what I'm going for, but I'm just doing it with the satirical, like, oh wait, we should go with this. Hey, this is yeah.
Well, but there are times when you on the serious side where it's like, yeah, but the ones I really see, the ones you seem to really have a problem with, ironically enough, are the liberal ones, and I'm like, but those aren't. That's like the Diet Coke of, like, why are you worried about that when you got kids drinking real Coke and being like 400 pounds overweight when they're 12 years old? Like, why are you worried about Diet Coke when it's fucking real Coke?
Because that's what I know, and I also think that in some sense I don't know, like I'm really like I'm infuriated by the right wing concern. I mean, I could do that all day long, right? And
then yeah, do that. If you could do that all day long, why not do that?
Because I mean, I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. I guess I'm trying to get feedback for what's out there. I mean, I felt like I started in that direction, right? Like the original plan was like, I'm just gonna show up. I'm gonna have a preacher on. They're gonna be preaching about something, and you know, I'll stop it and talk about, you know, why I don't agree with what they're saying and stuff like that. But I started to get, like, when I was doing it, it was more entertaining, right? Because there was always that thing of, like, you should listen charitably, right? So it started from sort of a sarcastic, like, well, let's hear him out. You know what I mean? And then it was kind of like going with it, like, oh yeah, no, I'm see, yeah, this is what's wrong with you guys. You're not embracing your spirit language, right? Like I listened to this really crazy fundamentalist lady, right? Again, because I was like, let me appeal to like Pentecostals, people who you don't see a lot talked about in this community. Get a female preacher.
Oh yeah. Pretty much
But-
the only person that talks about those kind of Christians is Derek.
So I did the whole thing, right? And yeah, she started with the speaking in tongues and relying on Jesus, right? And then I started playing it up like, oh yeah, that's the problem. See, you're supposed to be all invested in the Trinity, and you're all about that Jesus and the Father, but you're like, so it just started like to be. But then it was in some sense, I hate to say this, like it was, at least from my perspective, doing it, it almost felt like the counter-apologetics did itself. Like I didn't have to like sit there and break it down simply by just playing it, listening to it, laughing at it. It just, you know, it was almost like a less is more type deal. And then it was entertaining.
There are certain cases where that is correct. Yeah.
And then it started to be kind of like in a weird way, it was easier to get through it. Like I started to think of like, if I sat here and just tried to like, you know, say, listen to this sermon for an hour, or even listen to the sermon in 20 minutes chunks, it would just be like a bore. But when it was like, every time they say something totally ridiculous, it's just too good to you, and you just pause it, and you're just like, oh, like I just can't, So then it just kind of came like, look, we're just gonna hang out, we're gonna have fun, making fun of people, but we're all gathered around in the spirit of fellowship to have a good time with it. And so then a lot of the churchy stuff started to come out as like oh no, I'm just trying to participate in my own way. Oh, I know you don't think I believe anything, but I have the flying. So I just started going with it, and then I think when you showed up, and then the chat was there, it just took on a much more inside baseball thing. But I was fine with that. Like, I'm fine with the small community, and we'll just go with it and see where it goes. I'm actually having a ton of fun with it. Like, so far it's been way more fun than I thought it would be.
Than work?
What?
Than work?
You said than work?
Yeah, it's way more fun than work.
Oh, you mean doing it?
Yeah, it's way more fun than it is work.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of fun.
That's
and
what it's supposed to be about. I've talked to a lot of content creators, and a lot of them will kind of eventually get burned out. They always are trying to grow their channel, and they're always, they get burned out on it after a while.
Yeah, I never.
They're similar, and it just seems to me like, unless you really get Machiavellian about it and get savvy with some, drop some cash into it with some production company who has marketing and all that shit, I just don't think you're ever going to get huge on YouTube again without some kind of just blind luck, like hitting the lottery, right?
Yeah,
Nothing
yeah.
you necessarily did.
And I don't think there's any. And then I think you also just have to be realistic about the size of like your, like what pool you're in. Like, again, if you're awesome and you're like really good and you're making makeup tutorials, like, hey, there's a lot of space for a lot of content creators to do a lot of things. But we're just it's just a small. It's like a small niche. I don't, again, like I've never, that's not even my interest. I guess that's probably what confuses people, because I probably don't do things.
It confuses the fuck out of me, because it sounds like you're some kid with ADHD and flip from minute to minute about what your interests are. So it's very, very difficult to.
No, I just got like a longer term thing, and I'm just trying to stay on it, because I think it ultimately will come together for people. But it's kind of like, I know it's like I'm having fun, but I'm also like a very serious professional. So, I've got to stay focused on my work. But I think over the long term, like we set something up to where, I think this will work for like the type of content I was trying to make before with my Twitch streams and the stuff I've been doing with my gaming communities and the show I want to make with the character. Like, I think when people start to see Sacred, it makes a lot of sense. And then so what we're doing just gives us a lot of podcasting and extra content that I didn't plan on having, but I'm certainly happy to have. And yeah, but yeah, what do you think we should be doing? But yeah, I'm trying not to get bored. I do see, like, I even see like Nathan, Doug, those guys get bored. And I didn't want to do something. I wanted to do something live, right? I'm into performing live. Go ahead.
Do stuff live.
What?
What's different about that than what Doug and Nathan do, or Rebecca?
No, nothing. I'm just saying like compared to like stuff where you've got to put a lot of, you've got to put a month of work into making a hour-long video or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Going live in that respect.
So part of what I literally part of what I literally want to do is like, no, I want to do the things I do. I do this like fantasy online gaming community stuff. I do, I'm a musician. I'm a drummer, right? Like I want so I was like, if anything, like I'm gonna be he actually plays a song for us and has a whole thing like trying to get the sort of the I'm a live performer like what I mean type of.
I don't know, like that to me is, I can take it or leave it, to be honest with you, right? Like if I tuned in and Doug was playing the piano, right, like I probably wouldn't keep watching. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm good with that, because I mean, it's getting to the place with me like a lot of times where I feel the same way, right? Like I watch their stuff and I'm just going, I don't know how long I could do this, right? Like
yeah.
So I definitely.
Why don't you take time throughout your day, to stream you, playing the drums, and then you can, incorporate that into a segment or something in your show. Since it's something you enjoy doing and you're probably going to be doing it anyway.
Yeah,
right?
that was the idea. That was the idea. Incorporate it into the first segment, and then that's it. It's not like
as part of like the intro, right? Like, wouldn't that be pretty cool to like?
That's what that's what I was doing. The thing is that like that's what I had the issues with this week. I did it the week before. Mix was a little off, but it was fine. And then I worked hard. I practiced for it all week last week. And then I just kept having issues when I was doing a lot of times I do test streams. Like I get up on Friday and Saturday, and I have like channels that nobody knows about that I like broadcast to, just to actually do full like on dress rehearsals, right? I practiced the opening song. I practiced transitioning from the drums to the desk. I practiced the entrance. I practiced the clips, all the camera changes. I practiced the outro. It's just what I'm used to as a musician, right? You don't go live, you do dress rehearsal. You do rehearsal, you go practice, rehearsal, dress rehearsal, right? Sound check, the whole deal. Yeah. So, I just couldn't get it going. And then I finally just said, I have to just cut that out, and then I'll do the normal intro without it, and I'll get it all going again. But yeah, I've been done a lot of work on the room and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but that's the plan. It's one song in the intro, and then that's it. And then hopefully we'll bookmark it, and then people can just skip it if they want, right? Go ahead.
Eat off me over the cat.
Say what, Alex?
My cat's really fat, and he was standing on my chest, and I couldn't breathe, so I had to kick him off.
I told you that's what cats do. They climb up on your chest and
trying to get me.
breath. Don't know why you didn't believe me. What are you doing up so late, by the way? It's way past your bedtime, young man.
It's summer vacation. What else is there to do?
Fair enough.
No, I was actually. Hold on.
Look, the only argument I can make against you being up this late is this is the only opportunity that adults get to be adult on the internet safely, right?
Safely.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah, like where we don't have to worry about children's ears.
That's when
Right?
it's safe to be on the internet. Well,
I'm a snowflake,
right.
Alex. This is my safe place. So you can't take that away from me.
Here's my response. Who needs sleep when you have elegant weapons?
You know what I'm talking about?
That's fair. That's hard to argue with.
What? it is hard to argue. That's why I made that argument.
Well, I didn't say I couldn't argue it. I just haven't given it much thought.
I finally got the batteries for it today, and it's awesome.
Do you enjoy wrestling, Alec?
I don't know. I've never really tried.
Well, I mean, like watching.
I was like, my man went straight to like, I don't know if in the ring is for me or not. That was awesome.
No. I'm talking more like WWE.
Nah, I've never really been into that stuff. It's all, I don't know. It just doesn't interest me.
Doesn't interest you.
What a nice guy.
Okay.
Forgive him, Jay. He's young. He doesn't.
No, he's good.
Forgive him, Jay. He's young. He's just this generation. They just don't have the wrestlers that our generation had.
You know, I was literally thinking I cannot blame him.
Right.
I know the Mr. Invisible guy. The you can't see me.
Oh, John Cena. Yeah. See. Well, there you go. I'm a grown man Cena fan.
I have my Jedi robes.
Are you not keeping up everybody in your family?
What?
Are you not
they're in,
waking up?
Our house is pretty big. That I would be I would be very surprised if they can even hear me talking.
Really? Wow. Okay. It's a big house. I don't know.
And
I guess I'm used to growing up broke with like 5 siblings and various cousins and other family members living with us at any given time. So privacy and that sort of, like, this is such a foreign thing to me, being a kid with a camera talking to other people at 3 a.m. in the summer, right? Like, what? It's like Star Trek technology right there. When I was 13.
I always felt like robes would get in the way of a Jedi. Because, like, okay, let's say you attack, right? Like,
Yeah, you're gonna burn your cloth. Yeah.
yeah, like, Palpatine's all, oh, I'm gonna get you. Just chops his freaking. His arm comes off, and that's his, like, main thing. So he could go.
Yeah, capes are kind of awkward.
Yeah, like, you have to avoid it. Which is, like, such a
And
handicap.
most people did not, in fact, fight in capes, historically speaking.
No, but they fought in robes, like Count Dooku, Obi-Wan, Anakin, Yoda, Mace Windu. And
Not
I'm sure other Jedi later fought in a cape. I forget their name. Qui-Gon, he had a robes.
Yeah, those would be kind of impractical on most battlefields.
Yeah, no, because, like, the example I gave, you're trying to fight somebody, you know, you have to avoid the robes. It was just
That's
a
why,
hassle.
generally speaking, like, robes were not worn in battlefield scenarios.
I know that Anakin and Obi-Wan wore robes on Mustafar. That is, and then Darth Maul and Qui-Gon had robes in their fight.
Yeah, but they were Hollywood robes, so they were all. The costume department set them up to be extra switchy and fancy, form-fitted.
Okay, what about Yoda? He had very crappy robes.
Yoda was either a Muppet or he was a CGI character. So I don't think clothes really influence too much of what you know.
I don't know. Qui-Gon's also looked kind of raggy, I guess.
Kind of what?
Kind of like it was just one cutout rag, like tarp or something.
Oh.
It just didn't look very, like, personalized, I guess. Like, it wasn't very fitted. It kind of sagged everywhere.
Yeah. It's probably why he got stabbed.
Yeah, that's probably why he died. I hate everything. Stupid
Whereas
things.
Obi-Wan's gear looked more kind of like fitted like a karate gi or something, you know, something to give him some freedom of movement while, you know, also being, you know, free, you know.
Yeah, I guess like
Free
too
balling.
tight clothes while fighting could make it so you can like bend your elbow all the way. So that, let's say you're going to swing, couldn't do that, you just eat.
Yeah.
And then, okay, what I don't get is how Obi-Wan and Anakin, hold on freaking Mustafar were able to do their spins with their robes, right?
Hollywood magic.
You know? Like hold on. So they were all going, you know, they're doing their little, how? In what universe? Well, obviously
in a
I know
galaxy, in a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
How far away, huh?
So far away that they're able to do that.
So far away that just the laws of physics don't apply.
Yeah, you don't know. They could be different. It could have been in a long time ago too. Like the laws of physics could have been different in the past. You don't know.
Yeah, I know. Before Isaac Newton was there, gravity just wasn't a thing.
You weren't there. You don't know.
Were you there?
Were you there? Ken Ham, were you there?
That
was ominous.
I was literally just thinking that that's what it feels like to me. Like, honestly, I think Star Wars is a lot more interesting
than
Christianity.
I'm into a lot of fan-based communities, I guess.
See that?
So I like stuff like this.
Are you a fan of Firefly?
I have not seen that yet. I've been told to. I was told it was canceled really early.
It was, but they made a movie to kind of wrap it up. So, and there's
heard that.
some comic books too.
Why was it canceled if it was so good?
Okay, as I recall, it was canceled because Fox decided to air it out of order. So the first season was constructed in such a way that if you watch it in the order that Joss Whedon wrote it and filmed them in, then the series makes a whole lot more sense, right? But they drop you in the way Fox ordered the series is I think like the third episode was the first episode. And so it made very little to no sense to audiences, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it was a bit of an acquired taste, right? Like it's a space western, and they talk funny. They do. They say weird things, and it takes a minute to get your ear tuned to it, right? But if you just drop in episode 3, you've had no time to get used to any of this or the character. And then because the ratings weren't stellar, Which can't blame it because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you watched out of order. The executives at Fox canceled it because it was, kind of like a pretty high production value, so fairly expensive show to produce. So it needed pretty high ratings to
continue,
Yeah.
It had to prove to be worth the budget.
Yeah. But what we got was just one season of perfection and a great movie. So, could have been worse.
Yeah, could have.
Could have been canceled because it was bad.
What I've been told. I'm having trouble here. These are going to be my Jedi robes.
The last Jedi I played was a droid who got this crystal, this living symbiotic crystal put inside of him, and joined the order of the Iron Knights, I think is what they were called. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool, man.
I have a Star Wars RPG I need to get to playing sometime. Like tabletop.
Yeah, that's what we were playing a tabletop game. We were playing it over Discord, and we were playing the old D6 version at first, and then we moved over to the D20 version later. And then due to various scheduling conflicts, it kind of fell apart.
Okay, so they got 2 greens. But I don't know why. It's so weird. Okay, so you know how Mace Windu's on episode 3, right? He's in the prequel series. So on the saber, if you have the volume up, it'll tell you blah 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 episode whatever. On episode 5 of the settings, it's purple. There's no purple lightsaber in episode 5. So riddle me that, Batman.
Episode 5 wouldn't that be
That would
Empire
be the
Strikes
Back. I want to say.
There's no mention made of a color like a purple lightsaber in The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, so that's what I'm confused about, Why
Right, but there's no mention of a yellow one either. Right?
There's only a yellow one in The Rise of Skywalker.
Right,
as far
but
as
I'm
I know.
saying just because it's not explicitly mentioned doesn't mean that they can't exist.
Yeah.
Is there some rule against it?
I guess as long as it's canon, they can add it. Or, obviously I'm not going to freak out if it's not canon, but, I'm saying that if it's in the same universe, it can exist somewhere,
Canon is a very fuzzy, nebulous concept in Star Wars nowadays.
I don't like the concept of canon either, because it's just... Because, you can make a lot of fun stories about things, and then canon is a way of saying, oh, well, your idea is cool, but these people want it this way.
Well, no, Lucas was super controlling over the canon for decades. You could be the biggest writer in the world, and you couldn't submit a Star Wars story, right? You got called up, and you got asked to write a Star Wars story. You got invited to, and they would generally give you a layout of what they wanted, and then you had to fit within their canon, and the stuff that you wrote had to fit inside that canon. And then later on, to cash in on, the zombie craze of the early to mid 2000s, a couple of zombie books were released.
Yeah, the freaking Death Troopers.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know about it. So canonically, for a minute there, zombie plagues were a thing in the Star Wars in the Star Wars canon. And then almost immediately after those books were published, Disney bought the property and all the old canon shit got chucked out. So
Zombies are too dark.
30 years of novels just chucked right out the door.
Disney kind of ruined Star Wars, if you ask me. Like,
You say that, but I think Lucas had done a much better job of ruining Star Wars before Disney came along.
was interesting. Like,
Those
he
prequel
knew.
movies, god awful. I was so traumatized by those movies. You know, people joke about how they don't remember parts of Indiana Jones and the Temple of the Crystal Skull. There are whole parts of the prequel trilogy that I've blocked out of my memory completely.
Well, one of the things I had a problem with was, so you know how Luke and Leia like made out, right?
They
And it was
didn't
pretty
make
cool.
out.
I mean,
It was a very brief
they
chase.
kissed. It killed
There was no tongue. They didn't booty rub. It wasn't even like lust worthy or nothing. It was
Okay.
It was chaste.
Either way, George Lucas, from what I've been given to understand, made the episodes, like wrote them in a different order. So he knew that they were going to be siblings and still had them give a little peck.
Oh no, that's giving him far too much credit. I've actually read the original script for A New Hope, and no, originally Luke and Leia were not brother and sister, and that was a later development. Vader was not intended to be Luke's father. The story that Kenobi gave
What?
was the true story. Yeah, like he didn't even let people know it was okay. So it was a really late change in the Empire Strikes Back, and that Vader was going to be Luke's father, and it was a late rewrite in the script. And in fact, when it was recorded on the soundstage, Mark Hamill didn't even hear what Vader's line was. He was just told to say no and scream and everything. And so that was not the original intention. Vader was never intended to be Luke's father.
George Lucas.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
So
wasn't
we give him
around.
a whole ton of credit, but he didn't, like, the prequel series, he didn't like write all that shit out, right? Like the first movie was the only movie that he wrote. And the reason why it tells a complete story is because
It was
he
just
had
supposed to
no
be one
idea
movie.
to turn into more movies, right? Like that's why it's got a definite beginning, middle, and an end.
The Phantom Menace was the worst, if you ask me. So that's something.
I don't know.
George
They're
Lucas-
all those prequel movies are all pretty much juggling for worse. But yeah, the
Revenge of the Sith.
kid.
All right, y'all. I'm getting ready to call it a night. I should switch cameras. I want to thank y'all for tuning in, whether it's now, later, whenever works for you, works for me. I'm tired as hell. I need to go to sleep. I got to get up in the morning. Thanks to people who came through the chat. Benji, Food Stamp, Cameron. Man, I'm tired as hell. Let me get out of here. Have a good night, everybody.